Order. Before we come to the main business, I'm sure the whole House will wish to join me in sending our thanks and best wishes to Colin Lee, who retires today as Clerk of Legislation after 37 years' service to the House. Colin has combined his formidable procedural brain with a modernising flair, such as the work he oversaw in the Select Committee team, to ensure that all colleagues were treated with respect and had access to fruitful career paths. He is a highly valued colleague. I'm very grateful to him for the sage advice he has given to me personally over the years. On behalf of the House, I would like to thank Colin for his long and distinguished service and wish Colin and Brenda all the best for a long and happy retirement. And just to share with the House, Colin's favourite biscuit is penguins, but he could never get the jokes right. Right, let us come to oral questions. Secretary of State for Justice, Josh Newbury.
Number 1, please, Mr. Speaker.
Welcome. Congratulations.
Mr. Speaker, it's nice to be back on my old beat. I will answer questions 1, 6, 7, 9, 11, 12, 16, 17 and 19 together, Mr. Speaker. This government inherited a record courts backlog. We've taken immediate action, funding a record high allocation of 110,000 Crown Court sitting days this year. Fundamental reform is of course necessary, and that's why the previous Lord Chancellor, the member for Birmingham Ladywood, commissioned Sir Brian Leveson to propose bold reforms, which we are now considering.
One more. Right, Josh Newbury.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I recently had the chance to visit my local magistrates' court in Cannock, and they told me that a major barrier to ramping up sitting days in both magistrates and Crown Courts is the lack of legal advisors. I'm told many are leaving the Crown Prosecution Service because the pay is often better, but that means they're having to cut back on sitting time. So could my right honourable friend outline what steps the Ministry is taking to increase the number of legal advisors in our courts?
Well, the honourable gentleman will be pleased that we are recruiting more legal advisors. We are increasing capacity in the system. He's right that Magistrates' Court particularly are the bedrock of the system, which is why I was so appalled that the last government cut back our Magistrates' Court so extensively. It's important that we support our magistrates to do very important work.
Ross Savage.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Crown Court courtrooms are sitting empty for up 75% of the time. Judges used to be booking in trials 3 to 6 months into the future. Now they're booking well into 2027 or even into 2028. This is to save the cost of bringing in a recorder at £830 a day. But these cases still need to be tried at some point, so it's not actually saving costs, it's just deferring them. And in the meantime, there is a terrible impact on the complainants and, in fact, on justice itself. Can the Secretary of State say what he's going to do to clear this backlog and make sure that cases come to trial? Thank you.
The Honourable Lady is completely right, and victims have got to see justice being done in real time, and that's why we asked Brian Leveson to do the second part of his review, which is on efficiencies, which goes to the heart of her question.
Liz Twist.
Mr. Speaker, some cases are now being listed for 2029. This is completely unacceptable. What is the Secretary of State doing to undo the harm inflicted by the party opposite, not just on the justice system itself, but on trust that justice will be found?
Well, I'm very grateful to my honourable friend. The inheritance was shocking, and at the heart of it were victims suffering. And what we're doing is increasing those sitting days, which are hugely important. I was very pleased to meet with the Lady Chief Justice last week to discuss what more we can do. And of course, we will get on and implement the Leveson review to ensure that we deal with that terrible inheritance.
John Glenn.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I wish the right honourable gentleman the very best in his new appointment. But he's obviously presiding over a complicated system. Today, 74 out of 516 Crown Court rooms are empty. Can he comment on why that situation exists today and when the second part of the Leveson report will come into effect? So when we will know when he's going to take action on the greater complexity that has not yet been evaluated?
Well, he's right that we do have to build systems capacity to use courtrooms better, and I can tell him that Sir Brian Leveson, and I was very grateful to Sir Brian for coming to see me whilst he was completing his review as Foreign Secretary because of my experience in the criminal justice system. He's completing his review by the end of the year.
Douglas McAllister.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. One of the most effective steps taken by this government to help reduce the Crown Court backlog is the record increases to criminal legal aid. Fewer criminal barristers and solicitors won't help tackle case waiting times. Scotland is experiencing unacceptable delays in solemn cases coming to trial, made worse by inadequate funding of Scottish legal aid by the Scottish Government. Does the Minister agree with me that unless we significantly increase legal aid fees across the UK, the current criminal defence model is unsustainable and we risk the collapse of our court system?
Well, my honourable friend highlights almost 2 decades of the SNP running Scotland into the ground. Here we've had a record increase of 92 million. And on the day in which we introduced Hillsborough Law, it's hugely important to also record that this is the biggest extension of legal aid for people who suffered at the hands of the state in over a decade.
Speaker, rape is a heinous and despicable crime with lifelong consequences for victims. Some don't survive. According to the House of Commons Library, the average number of days from charge to case completion is 363 days. What time does the government think is acceptable for delivering justice for rape victims? Do they have a target? What is it? And what steps are they taking to reach it?
We've got to have swifter justice for victims of rape. When I was Shadow Justice Secretary, I was appalled that under the last government we got to a position where we'd almost decriminalised the situation because there were so few prosecutions. But there has to be justice, and that means swifter justice.
Mr Osborne.
Thank you very much, Mr Speaker. In West Kent, in particular, there is an initiative going on which is sharing the resource of Maidstone Crown Court with Woolwich Crown Court, which is spreading cases into areas where there is not such a backlog. Can the government indicate to me whether or not that is being openly considered in other parts of the country so that we can spread the backlog across different areas?
It's absolutely the case that where courts are coming together and being proactive, we are seeing progress. I look forward to looking more closely at the example of Maidstone and Woolwich, but he's absolutely right, that's the way forward.
Richard Ford.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Of 221 people arrested for supporting Palestine Action, 162 were arrested under Section 13 of the Terrorism Act. This prohibits people from, quote, carrying articles in public which arouse reasonable suspicion that an individual is a member or supporter of a proscribed organisation. Even the protesters who displayed those sickening pictures of Hamas paragliders in the week after the 7th of October were each given a conditional discharge. Can the government please look again at the Terrorism Act to avoid clogging up the criminal justice system with people whose real motive is to support action on Palestine?
Well, I'm always happy to do anything I did in my last role, and I'll do it in this role, to ensure that anyone terrorising is convicted. That is quite properly a matter for law enforcement and prosecutors, but I'll examine the detail of what he says.
Peter Lamb.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I have met with constituents who have been victims of some of the most serious offences and who have been waiting for years before the general election to have access to justice. Will the Secretary of State meet with me to discuss how I can ensure that my constituents have timely access to justice?
Well, the honourable gentleman is right. We've got to ensure that the system works for victims. Under the last government, we saw half of all magistrates' courts close. And in December 2023, the Crown Court backlog stood at an increase of 77%. We're dealing with that, and we've got to deal with it as swiftly as possible. And of course, I'll ensure that he meets with the appropriate minister.
Mark Pritchard.
Speaker, with your permission, I'd just like to pay tribute to my predecessor, who's mentioned on the face of the order paper today, who was killed in 1940. The Justice Secretary keeps referring to the last government, and I sort of get that. But just to remind him that this new government has been in post for, 14, 15 months, over a year. So at some point, that's all going to wear very thin, that particular argument. Is he aware of the extraordinary length to which victims of serious sexual assault and crimes have to wait in the Shropshire courts, in particular Shrewsbury Crown Court, double the 363 days that we have just heard from the Lib Dem benches? What is he going to do to help those victims and also those defendants that may, on occasion, be innocent?
Well, look, the honourable member and I are friends across this House, but I do have to say to him, and he should say to his constituents, that under the last government we saw devastating cuts to the police, 20,000. We saw no building of prisons at all, effectively, only 500 places. We saw the probation service decimated, and we are rebuilding it. And we saw a reduction in sitting days. All of that we've had to get on with. And yes, we've made some strides in 14 months, but the devastation was big. It's going to take a bit longer.
Polly Billington.
Question number 2, Mr. Speaker.
Justice Secretary.
With permission, Mr. Speaker, I'll answer questions 2 and 10 together. We're determined to back our hard-working probation staff by investing up to £700 million by the final year of the spending review and investing an initial £8 million in new technology to reduce administrative burdens. We're also going to recruit 1,300 trainee probation officers in the next year.
Polly Billington.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank my right honourable friend for his reply. Probation officers I have spoken to are supportive of the early release scheme, inasmuch as it was necessary to deal with the chronic overcrowding in our prisons, a legacy of the last government's dereliction of duty. Many offenders on the fixed recall scheme with a determinate sentence, however, are not being risk assessed before re-release, and that concerns probation officers. In that context, can the Secretary of State indicate what measures he is putting in place to ensure probation officers are able to do their job with offenders being released early?
I'm very grateful to my honourable friend, and I was with probation officers last week. It was the first visit I've done as Secretary of State. It was important that probation was the first place I went to, because the work that they do and the staff and the dedication is immense, and we're working with the Home Office to ensure that those risk assessments are done.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My constituency of Chelmsford is an important hub for the justice system in Essex. It's home to several courts, including a Crown Court. The independent sentencing review led by David Gawke found that the reoffending rate for those who were homeless or rough sleeping was double that of those who had accommodation to go to upon release. Indeed, I've heard examples from charities where those on probation have been recalled to prison simply because they have no fixed address. At a time when prison places are so limited, what steps is the Justice Secretary taking to ensure that such frustrating examples of recall stop? And how does he intend to work with the Interministerial Group for Homelessness and Rough Sleeping to ensure that the probation service's work isn't undermined by lack of accommodation upon release from prison?
I'm very grateful to the honourable lady, and no doubt she will be contributing to the debate a little later with our sentencing bill. This was an issue that was raised with me by probation workers last week. It remains a big issue in our system, made worse by the last government, and I commit to working closely with MCHLD colleagues to ensure that that housing is available.
To the Select Committee, Thank
you very much, Mr. Speaker. Can I welcome my friend back to his rightful place here? I remember being a junior shadow minister under him. I'll try to be less deferential in my current role. He rightly says the government is recruiting new probation officers in order for the new responsibilities under the sentencing bill and to deal with early release. BBC recently reported, however, there's a 10,000 shortage in probation officers. How are we going to match that gap? Because probation service is absolutely essential to the strategy that he is rightly following now.
Well, the Honourable Gentleman and I did a lot of work together whilst the probation service was decimated, a badly botched privatisation that ruined such an incredible service. He's right, we're going to need to recruit more. The 700 million that we found is essential, and I'll be looking closely at those allocations over the coming months.
Yeah. Jim Shannon.
Mr. Speaker, can I thank the Minister very much for that response. I wish to pay a tribute, if I can, to the probation officers in Northern Ireland who do an excellent job. I've met them on regular occasions. They're magnificent. On many occasions they have to deal with young people who, due to peer pressure, find themselves influenced to do things which they normally wouldn't do. Restorative justice has become one of the ways of trying to make things better. Can I ask the Minister on that issue, has there been a direct programme and focus and strategy within the government to ensure that restorative justice can be the way of rehabilitating young people and giving them the chance to have a better life? Thank you.
Well, I'm very grateful to the Honourable Gentleman, and he brings a lot of experience to these issues, and in many ways some of what he's reflecting on is an issue in a constituency like mine, and I hope he will be making a contribution in the debate later on the sentencing bill.
Josh Barber, Liberal Democrat spokesperson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I welcome the new Justice Secretary and the new Sentencing Minister to their places. Now, the probation service relies on an effective tagging system in order to keep our communities safe. But the £300 million contract that the last government awarded to Serco has resulted in lots of failures, some of which I saw up close when I shadowed them over the summer, of wrong addresses, for example, being provided, which means multiple failed visits and a failure to tag those offenders that need to be tagged. So will the Deputy Prime Minister commit to telling us how much Serco have been fined in their contract, and will he commit to strengthening those penalties so that we ensure that private contractors aren't rewarded for failure?
Yeah.
Well, I'm grateful to the Honourable Gentleman for his question. He's right that the record from Serco was poor and unacceptable. We've stepped in, we have fined them. I can't say how much because it's commercially sensitive, but what I can tell you is that I intend to hold them to account. The job that they do is immensely important in terms of public confidence.
Yeah.
Question 3, please, Mr. Speaker.
Minister.
With permission, Mr. Speaker, I will answer questions 3 and 24 together. For years, our court buildings under the last government were left to crumble and decay. This government has boosted capital funding from £120 million last year to over £148 million for this year. From Reading to Blackpool, we are building new courts and restoring old ones.
Well, look forward to Chorley's then. Betty Gittins.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank the Minister for her answer. Prestatyn Justice Centre and its hard-working staff provide a vital service to my constituents. But on a recent visit, it was clear to me that the building needs investment. Could she update the House on what the government is doing to repair and modernise our court estate? And would she look at what can be done to support our facility in Prestatyn?
Well, I thank her for her question, and she's right that the Prestatyn Justice Centre provides a valuable facility for her community. We've got a number of projects planned in the pipeline for Wales. Obviously, we've got to prioritise those court buildings most in need, where there's most disrepair, so we can bring them back into use. But I'm happy for her to write to me about her particular case.
Catherine Smith.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Since 2019, my constituents in Lancaster have had to look at a ring of steel fencing around the Lancaster courthouse as it waits for maintenance work that can make this more sightly in our city centre. So can I ask the Minister how much longer my constituents will have to wait to have this maintenance done, because it has been there since 2019?
I thank her for her question. I understand that people in Lancaster have been using the Crown Court in nearby Preston, which provides a more modern and accessible facility. We're currently undertaking a consultation about the future of Lancaster Crown Court, but again, I'm happy to respond to her in more detail about the timeline.
Greg Campbell.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Would the Minister agree that access to justice is very important, particularly in rural areas when sometimes people have to travel either as witnesses or as family support to people appearing in court, and that it is absolutely vital to try and maximise the accessibility for people like that?
He is absolutely right. When we talk about access to justice, that's got to mean access to justice in every single respect, and there is no more obvious demonstration of that than the accessibility to the door of the court. That is why we undertake continuous review of our court estate to ensure that it is accessible, physically accessible to all users.
Jack Rankin.
Question number 4, Mr. Speaker.
The safety of our prison staff is a #1 priority for me, and that's why we're investing £40 million to stop the contraband that puts our hard-working staff particularly at risk. We're also rolling out protective body armour for use in the highest security units and trialling the use of tasers for specialised staff.
Jack Rankin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thousands of drones are being used to smuggle contraband like weapons and drugs into prisons. Locally, I've met leading security company Preventive Concepts, and the Shadow Lord Chancellor was good enough to visit them in France to see their technology in action, detecting and disabling drones. So what specific steps is his department taking to roll out drone detection capabilities across the prison estate, and are they currently engaging directly with private stakeholders like Preventive Concepts?
I did see the Shadow Lord Chancellor had been visiting France, and I looked seriously at what he was proposing, and I looked closely at it, and I propose to make some announcements in this area over the coming weeks.
Ray Morris.
Last week in Brighton, the TUC unanimously backed the Safe Inside campaign promoted by the Joint Unions and Prisons Alliance, calling for urgent action against record high levels of prison violence and second-hand exposure to psychoactive substances. Does the Minister agree current conditions are quite intolerable for prison staff, and the prison service needs to be held directly accountable for the health and safety of everyone who works in prisons, all of whom deserve to be safe inside?
Yeah.
I'm very grateful to my honourable friend for that question. We're talking to the unions. The £40 million that we put in, I hope, will be able to alleviate some of the problems. But he's right that the assaults on our staff are entirely unacceptable. And that's why I'm committing from the dispatch box today to making further announcements in the coming days.
Shadow Minister Dr. Kieran Mullen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm sure the whole House would join me in paying tribute to the murdered prison officer Lenny Scott, whose killer was found guilty and sentenced over the recess. It's hard to overstate the seriousness of that case. This was a prison officer murdered for simply doing his job. Like police officers, every day we ask prison officers to stand up to some of the most violent people in our society. Does the new Lord Chancellor agree with me that prison officers deserve the same legal protections that police officers have?
Yeah.
The work that prison officers do is incredible.
Yeah.
The work that our prison governors do is incredible. Over the course of both my career in law and my career in this House, I've visited so very, very many prisons, and I pay tribute to their work, and certainly I will be looking very closely at this issue, and I hope to come forward with more announcements in the coming days.
Dr. Kieran Mullen.
Thank you, and I'm sure prison officers will welcome any future announcements he makes. We've talked in the House just this morning about preventative measures that we can take to ensure prison officer safety, but police officers benefit from legal protections in terms of the consequences for murdering them. If you kill a police officer, there is a mandatory whole life order imposed for the person that does that. We will be laying an amendment to the sentencing bill to bring that same protection to prison officers. I think they deserve it. I would welcome the support of the new Lord Chancellor for that measure.
It's a serious issue, and I'll certainly consider it, and I know that the Law Commission are certainly looking at similar provisions.
Steph Ackwood.
Question 5, please, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This government is committed to tackling the root causes of reoffending. This means investing in services which turn offenders away from a life of crime and instead back on the straight and narrow. And this includes services in employment, accommodation and substance misuse treatment.
Speaker, and I thank the Minister for his response. I welcome him to his place. We have a prison population crisis, but rather than building or releasing our way out of it, we have to reduce reoffending. I recently visited HMP Bureau in my constituency and saw the excellent work internally they've been doing to support prisoners in learning new skills and equip them for life after release. Can the Secretary of State or the Minister assure me that the government will support and provide funding for programmes like these? And would he meet with me to hear more about the fantastic work of the staff at HMP Bureau?
The government are committed to tackling reoffending, and that includes investment in services exactly like that which the honourable member visited. We are building more prison places because we need to. After 14 years, the Conservatives added just 500 additional prison places. In 14 months, we've added 2,500. But alongside that, we have to tackle reoffending, and I hope he'll be supporting the sentencing bill later this afternoon, which will do that.
Okay. Right, Dr. Becky Cooper.
Mr. Speaker, rehabilitation is a vital part of prison health programmes, but when prisoners develop infectious diseases such as tuberculosis, they can be isolated, such as rehab. Given the risk that interrupted TB treatment can fuel antimicrobial resistance, what steps is the department taking to ensure prisoners receive both uninterrupted medical care and continued access to rehabilitation?
Minister.
We have to, as I've said, I welcome the statement. I'm going to be talking with colleagues from the Department of Health on exactly that issue and tackling reoffending, making sure that treatment in prisons so that prisoners are rehabilitated, because the sole focus of this government is to stop reoffending, to cut down on crime, and that means working with prisoners as well as the sentencing bill that I hope the honourable member will be contributing to the debate later today.
Number 8, please, Mr. Speaker.
Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It is vital that victims feel supported at court. The Ministry of Justice funds the National Witness Service, which provides support on the day of trial, and independent sexual violence advocates can accompany victims while they are in the courtroom. Pre-trial, victims can receive support from victim liaison officers or from the MOJ-funded victim support services, and that is available throughout their criminal justice journey.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And can I welcome our new Minister and Justice Secretary to their places? I have heard far too many stories from constituents who have endured sexual violence and rape. They tell me how isolating and intimidating the court system can feel and how difficult it can be to get the support that they need. Can the Minister reassure me and those constituents that this government is doing everything it can to ensure that victims and survivors of rape and sexual violence are supported in a timely manner?
I thank my honourable friend for that important question. She is a tireless advocate for all victims of violence against women and girls, and she will know that this government is committed to supporting these victims in court through measures like Section 28, the Witness Service and our victim liaison officers. But to further support victims, the Ministry of Justice also funds support services such as independent sexual violence advocates and independent domestic violence advocates. We are also committed to introducing free independent legal advisors for victims of adult rape across England and Wales, and I will be hoping to announce more on this measure soon.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. My constituent Louise reported her sexual assault to the police back in 2021. She's had court dates pushed back twice, and her court date now, her trial is expected in December 2026, nearly 6 years after reporting it to the police. What assessment has the Minister made of the impact such delays have on victims, survivors who are also witnesses, and the impact on the quality of that eventual court case?
Well, I thank the honourable member for that really important question, and I all my thoughts are with Louise, and sadly there's so many like her who are waiting for justice. We know that justice delayed is justice denied. That is why we asked Sir Brian Leveson to conduct this once-in-a-generation reform of our criminal court system, so we could ensure that we have a criminal justice system fit for the future to break down on that backlog in our court cases, so that victims like Louise are no longer waiting for justice.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Last week, the Justice Committee heard evidence about the use of special measures to support vulnerable or intimidated witnesses to give their best evidence, and this is obviously so important in rape and sexual assault cases. Will the Minister again reaffirm her support for the continuing use of those measures, despite some debate about the evidence of their effectiveness?
I thank my honourable friend, and I was pleased to attend the Justice Select Committee to discuss how important Section 28 is to vulnerable witnesses and victims, and the difference it is making by allowing victims specifically of rape and sexual offence crimes to be able to maintain within the justice system. It allows them to give their evidence in a safe manner that is more accessible to them. And in a justice system where currently 60% of rape victims are withdrawing from the process because of the backlog, because of the waits, because of how traumatic it is, anything that helps them maintain in that criminal justice system is something worth championing.
Liz Jarvis.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My constituent waited 18 months to face her abuser in court, only to be told the day before the trial was supposed to begin that it had been postponed until May 2026. How are victims of domestic abuse supposed to get redress and closure when they face such intolerable delays?
It is sadly unacceptable that this is being allowed to carry on in our courts, and that is why we are taking that fundamental reform, because without victims, we wouldn't have a criminal justice system. It is important that we put them at the heart of this. We are funding independent domestic abuse advocates to support victims, to get them through the system quicker. We are committed to rolling out more specialist domestic abuse courts. That was one of the clear recommendations in the Leveson Review, and something that the Courts Minister and I are working closely on to support victims. But I'll happily discuss this further with the Honourable Member to ensure that we get this right for victims of DA.
Secretary of State Robert Gentry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Child sex offenders destroy the lives of their victims. So why did the Justice Secretary, as Foreign Secretary, appoint the best pal and known business partner of one of the world's most notorious paedophiles as our ambassador to Washington? And what message does the Minister think this sends to the victims of rape and child sex abuse here in the UK?
Child sexual abuse is some of the most abhorrent crimes in our society. That is why it is this government that is enacting the recommendations of the Grooming Gangs Inquiry. It is this why we have kicked off the review into making sure that victims get the justice they so deserve. It is why today we are introducing a Hillsborough law, a groundbreaking law to ensure that never again victims and survivors have to wait decades for truth and justice.
Robert Gentry.
The Minister couldn't answer. Ignore the question. Because it's simply indefensible, and she knows it. Yeah. Everyone in this House knows it. Everyone knows it. On Sunday, the family of one of Epstein's victims, Virginia Giuffre, said that Mandelson should never have been appointed. I agree. Almost every person in this country agrees. Did the Justice Secretary not read the papers which detailed Mandelson's extensive connections to Epstein after he had been convicted? Or did he read them and flippantly disregard the crimes and pain he caused so many? And will the Minister take this opportunity in her role to apologise on behalf of the Justice Secretary to Epstein's victims?
Just say, I understand the point that's been raised. It's a very, very important point. We are getting a long distance from the original question. Just play. I'm well aware, and I certainly don't need to be. What I'm trying to say is we have got a 3-hour debate coming up on the set subject, so hopefully the Minister can respond.
Mr. Speaker, the Shadow Justice Secretary says from a seated position that this is about justice for victims. If this was really about justice for victims, in 14 years of his government, he would have carried out reforms to ensure that victims get swift justice. Instead, he presided over a criminal justice system that is at breaking point, where victims are waiting years for their day in court, where prisons are overflowing and we are unable to ensure that there is always a space available. It is this government that is ensuring there will always be a prison place available. It is this government that is getting on with carrying out the recommendations of the National Grooming Inquiry. It is this government that takes victims and justice serious.
Question number 13, Mr. Speaker.
Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On the 15th of July, the Fuller Inquiry recommended introducing statutory recommendations and regulation for funeral directors. The Government recognises the urgency of the concerns raised and it is carefully considering all of these recommendations. The Government has committed to responding to the inquiry with an interim update on progress this year, and a final response will be given by summer 26.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank the Minister for her answer. The Minister will also be aware of the plight of Zoe Ward and Cody Townend, two mums from Leeds who tragically lost babies in different circumstances, but who both went to the same funeral director who did not treat their babies' bodies with the dignity, care or respect that they deserved. Despite the shocking details of these cases, the police found nothing actionable because the funeral sector is not regulated in any way. Will the Minister commit to meeting with Zoe, with Cody and with me to discuss these horrific cases, but also talk about how quickly we can regulate the law in this area to ensure what happened to them never happens to anyone ever again?
The whole House will be utterly horrified at the case of Zoe and Cody and what they have had to go through. Dignity for our deceased is something that we should all uphold as something that is fundamentally important. I and my colleagues across government are committed to ensuring that we get funeral regulation right, and I'm working with colleagues in MHCLG, the Department for Health and the Department for Business and Trade, and I would be honoured to meet with my honourable friend Zoe and Cody to discuss this further.
Question 16, please.
Minister.
Mr. Speaker, supporting victims and witnesses is key to ensuring offenders are brought to justice. There are measures in place to support victims. We've already discussed those measures, such as Section 28 and the Ministry of Justice funded Victim Service and Witness Service. The Witness Service provides emotional and practical on-the-day support to help prosecution and defence witnesses in criminal courts across England and Wales, because we need them to be able to give their best evidence possible.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I recently met with a constituent who had served as a juror in a very distressing child sexual abuse case. And she highlighted the profound impact that such trials can have, not just on the witnesses themselves, but also on the jurors who may experience trauma and even PTSD. So, while the appointment of the new Victims Commissioner is welcome, could the Minister outline what support is available for jurors who have to cope with the impact of the evidence that they see and hear in distressing cases such as this?
The honourable member makes a really important point, and I would like to take this opportunity to put on record my thanks to everyone who takes part in their civic duty by taking part in jury service. You know, juries are a cornerstone of our justice system and they carry out an important function. There is support available for jurors, and I'm so sorry to hear of her constituent's situation. And if she wants to write to me, I'll happily look into this more and work with her on what more we can do to support jurors who do such a brilliant job.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. My constituent Billy Boyack saw his wife Angela and son Stephen killed in a head-on collision. The driver responsible initially showed no remorse and was already banned from the area under bail conditions. He only received a 13-year sentence. How does my honourable friend intend on redressing this unfairness in our sentencing laws, where victims like Billy suffer such an injustice?
Well, all my thoughts are with Billy and the family for the horrific tragedy that they have suffered. The honourable member will know that we are currently debating later today the sentencing bill, looking at how we redress the balance here. But the Law Commission is also doing a special piece of work looking at homicide law, and I would happily discuss this with her and Billy to discuss how best we can support them.
Number 18, Mr. Speaker.
Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Whilst there is a long-term downward trend in the rate of proven reoffending, we remain, as a country, an outlier in this regard. That is why the Government is taking action to reduce reoffending, especially amongst prolific offenders. This includes measures in the sentencing bill on short-term sentencing, community punishment, investment in regional employment councils to bring local partners together to help offenders into work, and the rolling out of intensive supervision courts, which have incredibly encouraging results so far.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Can I also welcome my right honourable friend, the Secretary of State for Justice, and his new ministerial team to their roles. The Clink charity has delivered life-changing rehabilitation at HMP Brixton for over a decade, significantly reducing reoffending rate. Indeed, graduates are 64% less likely to reoffend.
end. However, they have recently been told that they must compete in a commercial procurement process alongside large corporations to continue operating at Brixton. This risks disadvantaging an award-winning charity with a proven track record that is having a positive impact. So does the Minister agree with me that this is unfair, and can he reassure me that he will review this situation to ensure procurement processes consider the excellent work already being achieved by organisations like the Clink?
I thank the honourable member for a question. The answer is yes. I'm very aware of the great work that Clink does, as I know the Justice Secretary is and the Prison Minister is in the other place, and we'll be reviewing what has happened there and what is happening there in due course.
Blackman.
Mr. Speaker, one of the key ways to reduce reoffending is to ensure that ex-offenders leaving prison have got a secure place to live and are not tempted to go back to a life of crime. One of the consequences of early release, however, can be that that is not prepared in advance. So what action is the Minister going to take to ensure that prison governors and those involved in the prison service ensure that ex-offenders are going into secure accommodation once they leave prison?
The honourable member raises a really important point and challenge for the probation service as the sentencing bill hopefully comes into fruition. I was with the Justice Secretary just last week, meeting with probation staff. Housing is a big challenge, and I will be working with colleagues from across government to ensure that we are up to that challenge. But the honourable member makes a good point, and I'll be updating the House in due course as well.
Start with Topical's Becky.
Question 1, please, Mr. Speaker.
Well, Mr. Speaker, it's my honour to take my first oral questions as Lord Chancellor and Justice Secretary. Today, the government will introduce the Public Office Accountability Bill, better known as Hillsborough Law. It will create a new professional and legal duty of candour, placing public servants under a duty to act with honesty and integrity at all times. It will be backed by a new offence for misleading the public, along with 2 new offences for misconduct in public office. Mr. Speaker, this is a historic moment. But the credit belongs not to the government, but to the families of the 97, whose courage never faltered, and to all who fought for justice. After Grenfell, after Windrush, after Infected Blood and the Horizon scandal, this law will be their legacy. We cannot rewrite history, Mr. Speaker, but with the Hillsborough Law, we can ensure it never repeats itself again.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and can I associate myself with the Secretary of State's passionate remarks? 71% of young people in the youth justice system have a speech and language need which may impact their ability to access justice, and only a tiny fraction of these have received any speech and language support. How is the Secretary of State working across government, particularly with the Departments of Health and Education, to prevent these vulnerable young people being disproportionately drawn into the youth justice system?
Very grateful to the Honourable Lady. I remain very concerned, particularly about neurodiversity in young people and how they fare in the criminal justice system. And I will be looking closely at the youth justice system and working with colleagues in the Health Department and, of course, in education.
Robert Jenrick, shall us.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I welcome the Justice Secretary to his place. The only one-in, one-out deal that's working in this government is the one for Deputy Prime Ministers. Just last month, the country was crying out that the Right Honourable Member must face justice after his scandalous failure to register a licence for fish. Well, he thought he was off the hook, but finally, Mr. Speaker, it is justice for Lammy. Now, I know that the honourable gentleman has a previous and rather traumatic experience with one John Humphreys on Mastermind, so I hope that he's sitting comfortably. How many foreign nationals are clogging up our prisons, and does he still stand by the letter that he signed which opposed the removal of 50 foreign criminals, one of whom went on to murder?
I'm going to look forward to this, Mr. Speaker. I know that the honourable gentleman is so good that my predecessor was promoted. And I know that he's auditioning for another job. But let me be clear. Returns under this government have gone up 14%, and I took a keen interest as Foreign Secretary. They will be going up further.
To the Justice Secretary, that was a better reply than the one when he was asked which monarch succeeded Henry VIII, and he said Henry VII. But it wasn't the answer that I was asking for. In fact, there are 10,772 foreign nationals in our prisons, and that, Mr. Speaker, has gone up under Labour. The obstacle to so many of their removals is the European Convention on Human Rights, which has morphed into a charter for criminals. The last Justice Secretary pretended that you could reform the ECHR, but the Attorney General, Lord Hermer, has stated that that position is, and I quote, a political trick. Is it a trick that this Justice Secretary intends on playing on the British public?
I've got to tell you, I know that the Honourable Gentleman was a corporate lawyer, but he really needs to get into the detail. We are reforming the sentencing bill so that you can get people out of the country, deport them on sentencing. Get into the weeds and look at the bill. I've got to tell him, you can do better.
Mike Reader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm going to have to raise a quite harrowing case from my constituency. An 84-year-old mother and grandmother reported being sexually assaulted in her care home by one of the workers. Now, when this was reported, it was found that that care worker was already being investigated for a number of similar assaults. Now, the family have waited over a year already to get into court, and they've now been told they'll have to wait till 2026. So will the Minister meet with me to review this case? But importantly also, the family ask, can we look at how we learn from this to improve the system for other families?
I'm deeply troubled by his constituent's case, and of course I'm happy to meet with him. It's hard to think of a more graphic illustration of what we mean when we say justice delayed is justice denied, and it's exactly why this government is gripping the backlog in our courts, record sitting days, increased sentencing powers for magistrates, and proposing once in a generation bold reform of our criminal courts.
Just Member and the Liberal Democrats,
Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to associate myself with the comments of the Deputy Prime Minister on the bravery of the Hillsborough families and pay tribute to them for the success that's been landed today. Many of us across this House are deeply concerned that domestic abusers are weaponising the family court to perpetrate their abuse. Now, efforts to reform this have not yet been forthcoming from this government, and we need change. So will the Deputy Prime Minister commit to, in the next King's speech, legislating for reform of the family court so that it supports survivors and does not sabotage them any longer?
I'm very grateful to the Honourable Gentleman. We are determined to look at this lacunae that exists for victims of domestic violence. We will look for it, and if necessary, we will come forward with further amendments or indeed legislation.
Lee Ingham.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. May I also associate myself with your remarks discussing the remarkable achievements of the Hillsborough campaigners. Last week I met with Sir Optimist International members in Stafford who raised concerns about mothers in Drake Hall Prison in my constituency. Every year 17,000 children have their mothers go to prison, and yet only 9% are taken care of by their fathers. So where do those 15,000 children go, and what steps is the Minister taking to ensure children of women in prison are properly identified and taken care of?
I'm grateful to the Honourable Member for a really important question. I've worked with the amazing charity Children Seen Not Heard prior to getting this role. I'm determined to make sure we do more to protect children of prisoners. And in terms of female prisoners, the Prisons Minister in the other place is already working with the Women's Justice Board to look at better ways in which we can treat and ensure that women prisoners are rehabilitated too.
Dr. Ben Spencer.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My team and I support many families navigating the SEND system, and one of the challenges is delays in getting access to tribunal justice. As he gets to grip of his new role, will he make shortening those delays one of his priorities, and can he update the House accordingly?
He raises a very important point. We know that the success rate of appeals in our tribunals and the level of delays in the SND tribunals are indeed severe, and that has a huge impact on children and families. It's why we're sitting close to maximum sitting days across all our jurisdictions to bear down on those delays, but I'll certainly take his point on board as we look to reform the SEND system.
Laura Coates.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. The formidable team at Aylesbury Women's Aid report continued severe delays in the charging and prosecution of domestic abuse cases. We're in touch about one survivor who lives in constant fear of her abuser, who turns up at her house, taps on her windows at night, despite a warrant being out for his arrest. What steps is the Minister taking to ensure that survivors are not left living in fear while they wait for justice?
Thank you. Yes, the Honourable Member raises really important points. The sentencing bill that we'll be debating later today has really important measures which I think will protect victims of domestic abuse and ensure that victims are at the heart of our criminal justice policy as well as probation services too.
Luke Taylor.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. One of my constituents has been told their Crown Court case won't be heard until 2028, 6 years after their alleged offence occurred. The delay was due to court closures and a lack of capacity locally. The government really shouldn't need a report to tell them that they need to make more courts to be made available at more times and they need to fund our courts properly. We've had questions about this around the chamber already, so I'm going to take a slightly different angle. What does the Minister have to say to my constituent who has another 3 years to wait for their case to be resolved, 3 years being unable to work and 3 years of uncertainty hanging over her head?
Those sorts of delays that your constituent is experiencing is unacceptable. There is a consensus that the delays are unacceptable. There is a consensus we have to do something big and bold about it. This is a complex system, and it's why we've asked Sir Brian Levison, with his expertise, to tell us how best we go about that. But we are going to have to get behind once-in-a-generation reform. But we're gripping it now. We're making record investment in criminal legal aid, in sitting days, but we'll need reform as well.
Annalise Midgley.
Thank you, Mr Speaker, and I'd like to thank the Deputy Prime Minister for this announcement on the Hillsborough Law. For decades, the families have carried the weight of this injustice and governments have failed to act. Today, the Hillsborough Law will be laid before this House, but this must not be another false start. So can the Deputy Prime Minister promise me that this will be the Hillsborough Law, that it will emerge stronger, not weaker from Parliament, and finally deliver justice for the 97?
Well, I'm very grateful to my honourable friend. I was pleased to sign the 2017 bill. I was pleased, along with the Prime Minister, to put my name to the 2019 amendment. I pay tribute to those families. I made a pledge to them yesterday. We will see no watering down of that bill. And can I just call to mind Khadija Say, who died in Grenfell Tower, and it's why it's such a privilege to steer this important law on behalf of the 97, but many others through this House.
Mr Speaker, it's estimated that £80 million is locked in disabled children's funds, such as junior ISAs or child trust funds, with parents unable to access them on behalf of their children. My honourable friend, the member for Horsham's constituent, Andrew Turner, has met no fewer than 8 Justice Ministers and fought tirelessly for years to make the Court of Protection application process accessible for parents who are trying to access these funds for their disabled children. So will the Minister update the House on the Government's timeframe for simplifying this process?
I was very pleased to meet with Andrew Turner and the member for Horsham on this important issue. We've got to get that balance right between protecting vulnerable adults from financial abuse, but at the same time ensuring they can access assets that are theirs. It is complicated, it requires cross-government work, but I can assure her the impetus is there.
Mr Speaker, further to the answers the ministers gave earlier on waiting lists in Crown Courts and Magistrates' Courts, there's also a large backlog in Coroners' Courts. I've got a constituent who's been waiting nearly 3 years for the inquest to be completed. What can be done to relieve the pressure on these families, grieving families who have been bereaved, to speed up this process?
I thank my honourable friend for that really important question. I have had several very productive conversations with the Chief Coroner looking at how we can ensure that the inquest process can be as quick as possible to ensure that the bereaved are supported and are not left traumatised waiting for their inquest. The bill we lay before Parliament today, the Hillsborough Law, has many parts of that are looking at how we can improve the inquest process and gives more powers to coroners. But we are looking at more we can do here in reform of inquests, and I will be looking forward to working with him and others on how we improve the coronial process.
Jess Brown-Fuller.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Since 2021, Chichester Crown Court has been used as a nightingale court to catch up with the huge backlog of cases. But as court delays continue to slow down our justice system, will the Justice Secretary please give consideration to making Chichester Crown Court a permanent Crown Court, the only one in West Sussex?
Well, can I say, I know the Honourable Lady's constituency very well, so I will take a close look at the issue.
Okay. Josh Fenton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Victims of sexual crime are understandably often traumatised. Can my honourable friend tell me what steps they're taking to ensure that the long-term sustainability of specialist support for these victims, such as the Calderdale Women's Centre, which provides support for victims in Calder Valley, particularly with long waits for justice and a high demand for trauma-informed support?
Can I thank my honourable friend for that question and put on thanks to my sincere gratitude to the Women's Centre for doing all they can to support victims of these crimes. We know that support services are a vital element to ensuring that victims and witnesses engage within the criminal justice system and are kept informed of all of the uptake of their trial. We have ring-fenced funding to protect these specialist support services. We are currently going through allocations process to ensure that we have support services at the front of our minds, and I'll be happy to keep them updated on this as it comes forward.
Dr Neil Shasra-Hurst.
Very much, Mr. Speaker. In July of this year, alongside a group of cross-party parliamentarians and others, I wrote to the then Lord Chancellor seeking a meeting regarding improving gatekeeping and ADR in family court matters. I haven't received a response. Can the Lord Chancellor give me the reassurance that such a meeting will take place?
Yes, I can.
You stand by.
Mr. Speaker, Barlinnie Prison is operating at 30% above capacity, and the Inspectorate of Prisons is strongly urging Scottish Government action before the £1 billion replacement is finally built in 2028. What steps are ministers taking to avoid the costly mistakes of the SNP Scottish Government in tackling the prison capacity crisis?
Well, I'm grateful to the honourable gentleman. The SNP running down Scotland, of course, and wasting taxpayers' money on the new Barnline prison, more than double the estimated cost. We're doing much better on this side of the border, and that's why we're working with colleagues to see what we can do about it.
Sarah Purchase.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Does the new Secretary of State for Justice recognise Sharia law and Sharia courts in the United Kingdom? Yes or no?
Sharia law forms no part of the law of England and Wales, but in common with Christian, Jewish and other courts of faith where people choose to put themselves before those councils, that's part of the religious tolerance that is an important British value.
Can you just sit down? Chris Vince.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Will the Minister join me in paying tribute to officers of Harlow Police Station? During recess, I went on a ride along and saw their professionalism and dedication firsthand.
100%, and that's not just because a lot of them are Spurs supporters.
Stephen Bartley.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Prison officers at Wymore Prison in my constituency have raised concerns that the recruitment process for staff is not working effectively. It's unduly bureaucratic. Will the Minister agree to write with me with his assessment and what changes could be made?
Yes, of course. I'm grateful to the honourable gentleman for raising it.
This Lord shows like
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'm sure the Lord Chancellor has read Baroness Harman's independent review of bullying, harassment and sexual harassment at the bar and on the bench, which was published last week. Its troubling findings are primarily for the bar itself and the judiciary to address. Can I ask whether the government supports the report's recommendations and what it can do to ensure they are implemented?
In typical fashion, Baroness Harman has conducted a thorough review into our professions and into the judiciary. The judiciary and bar are one of the prides of this country, but where there are unacceptable practices and unacceptable behaviours, it's right that we shine a light on them and demand that we do much, much better.
Sir Julian Lewis.
As ministers will know, some rogue builders take thousands of pounds from people, wreck their homes and leave them while they go on to do the same to other victims. Yet victims are told that no crime has been committed. will the team look at the notion of fraud where a pattern of such behaviour can be evidenced?
Yeah, I'm grateful for the Right Honourable Member for raising this. We will be consulting on a new victims code in due course to make sure that all of these crimes are captured so that we can support all victims, and I'd be happy to discuss this with him further.
Catherine Smith.
Mr Speaker, for 6 years Lancaster Courthouse has been surrounded by temporary fencing as it awaits maintenance. How much longer will my constituents have to wait?
As I said earlier, I'm very happy to meet with the Honourable Member to address this point and to give her the details that she requires.
For the best objection.
Mr Speaker, the new Minister stated earlier that it has created 2,405 new prison places, but 1,468 of those are at H&P Millsike, part of the new prisons programme and announced by the previous Conservative government. The 10,000 additional prison places, state expansion, house blocks and refurbishment, the 10,000 additional prison places, state expansion category D, have all been downgraded from amber to red in the delivery confidence assessment due to the programme's key supplier entering administration. So what steps is the Justice Secretary taking to put the prison construction back on track?
The Honourable Member seems to be the last person defending the last Conservative government on prisons and law and order. The truth is that over 14 years, they built another 500 prison places. In 14 months, this Labour government has built 2,500 places. We're fixing the mess that you left behind.
We're our balls.
Mr Speaker, Voices, a domestic abuse charity in Bath, has created a guide to family court proceedings to support survivors to navigate the family courts without legal representation. This pilot was rolled out in the South West and Yorkshire. Will the government work with Voices to roll it out nationally?
I would be happy to meet with Voices to discuss this guidance. We've been working with organisations like CAFCAS and CAFCAS Cymru to ensure that victims and survivors have the best support available when they are navigating the family court process.
Dr. Danny Chambers.
Mr Speaker, under current law, most instances of sexual abuse of animals are not offences. Now, not only are these acts despicable in themselves, given the proven link between animal abuse and child abuse, does the Minister agree that this dangerous gap is a missed opportunity to identify abusers before they go on to harm children?
I will commit to looking at this further.
Right, that completes questions. Right, point of order. Hang on a minute. Bad timing, Stephen. Stefan Currell.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. On the 16th of June, I asked a written question of the Department of Health and Social Care seeking an update on plans for a new dental school at the University of East Anglia. This is a hugely important issue for people in Norfolk and has been raised by MPs across this House. I've been left with a holding answer by the Department for 3 months, with no updates in sight. Today we break for another month of recess. This is not an acceptable way for the government to handle scrutiny. Can I seek your guidance on what avenues are available to me to secure answers from the government to this issue of deep concern for my constituents?
Just say it is totally unacceptable to treat any member of any party in this House that way. 3 months for a holding answer is not acceptable. I'm sure the Treasury bench now is busily answering that question. If not, please let me know, and I'm sure we can do something more about it. Right, Colin Miller, point 4.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Last week, the House debated the incursion of Polish airspace of Russian drones. There was clear cross-party unity on the need for the UK robustly to support our NATO allies. It's therefore deeply disappointing that the Secretary of State chose to announce the deployment of Typhoons to Poland outside of this House. There is nothing more important than the defence of the realm, and the decision to deploy service personnel is of the highest significance. Ministers have offered a written statement today, but this action after the fact does not live up to the severity and importance of the decision the government has made to deploy our planes and personnel. So, Mr Speaker, can you advise on how we can ensure that future statements of this magnitude are brought properly before this House?
To be quite honest, this House should be treated with respect. The fact that I'm not quite sure whether you could come to the House before the Typhoons were needed, and I never want to put the House in that position. But I can assure him I've had no indication that a Minister intends to come to the House to make a statement on this matter. But quite rightly, the Honourable Member has put his point on the record. I do take seriously defence matters, and I'm sure it will have been heard. Jeremy Corbyn.
Mr. Speaker, for allowing me to raise a point of order, which I've sent notice of you too. Have you had an indication from the Foreign Secretary that they're either going to come to this House today or they're going to make a statement concerning the UN Independent Commission of Inquiry report into the occupied Palestinian territories, where they have confirmed in detail, horrifying detail, the acts of genocide that are now being committed by Israeli forces against the Palestinian people, against children, destroying hospitals, destroying schools, and destroying life itself? This is a serious matter, and if we're to continue normal relations with Israel, I think the Foreign Office needs to explain why we're having those relations with a country that is committing acts of genocide against the Palestinian people.
Thank you for the point of order. I've had no indication that ministers intend to come to the House to make a statement on this matter. But he certainly put the point on the record. What I would say is, I know many other members are concerned. I will look to the government to bring a statement on our immediate return to the House. If not, I am quite sure that others will be looking to have a UQ placed before me on our return. Liz Savile-Roberts.
The UN Independent International Commission of Inquiry on the Occupied Palestinian Territory has concluded that Israel has committed genocide in Gaza. Despite welcoming the Israeli president last week, the government has failed to make a statement, as we have heard. As the House is about to go into recess, could he advise me and the House about how we are to seek accountability on this important matter?
Can't add any more than what I've already said. And once again, I'm sure the Treasury benches are listening to that, and I do know we've got 3 hours. What I would say that, quite rightly, the message is going across. I couldn't be clearer that I do expect the government to come forward. If not, I'm sure I can work with members who may wish to place a UQ before the House. Right, we now come to... point of order. Pepper Haley.
Mr Speaker, on September the 1st, the member for Rutherglen, now Minister for Energy, issued a written statement on the contingent liabilities from the funded decommissioning programme and government support package for Sizewell C, which is due to be undertaken on October the 1st, a liability to government and taxpayers that could reach up to the tune of £12 billion. Mr Speaker, this is a significant contingent liability for the public purse, and due parliamentary scrutiny is necessary. Whilst the Minister stated reasons for not providing the required 14 days' time for scrutiny and withholding of approval, which is normally required for any contingent liability above £300,000, surely Parliament should have been presented with the results of the ongoing review of the liabilities during whatever time available, and an opportunity for parliamentary time should have been tabled to allow parliamentarians to scrutinise.
Oh, I think I got the message in the first 5 minutes. Can I first of all say I'm very grateful to the honourable member for giving notice of a point of order. As she says, contingent liability of this size will normally involve the laying of a memorandum for a period of 14 sitting days before the guarantee is approved. The written statement made by the Minister for Energy on the 1st of September, when the House returned from the summer recess, sets out the reasons why the usual process could not be followed in this case. Can I suggest to her that she might want to raise this matter privately with the Committee of the Public Accounts and the Energy and Climate Change Committee? And I know that she will be a doubt member that will ensure that those concerns will be raised in many other areas. Right, let us come to the presentation of the bill. David Lemmy, is somebody to know?
Public Office Accountability Bill.
Second reading what day?
Monday, 13th of October.
Monday, the 13th of October. Right. Should we let the front benches change over so everybody's in their place? Okay. We now come to the emergency debate. I call Sir David Davis.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I beg to move a debate on the appointment process and circumstances leading to the dismissal of the former Ambassador of the United Kingdom to the United States, Lord Mandelson. And if I may say so, Mr Speaker, sometimes there are exquisite coincidences that happen in this place. We have just heard the presentation of Bill on public office accountability by the immediate past Foreign Secretary, and I'll just read the House the first line of the presentation. It says, a bill to impose a duty on public authorities and public officials to act with candour, transparency and frankness. Well, I think I might return to those issues in the course of what I have to say. Now, as I said, this is a matter of utmost concern across the House. I think this is an issue which doesn't just concern the Conservative Party or the Scottish National Party or the DUP. Members on all sides are worried about this, as we've seen in the newspapers. Now, the government has key questions to answer, and as I said yesterday, the central question is who knew what and when. But let's be clear, there are many questions on many levels in this matter, and the government must answer them all, and it has so far singularly failed to do so. And the questions fall naturally into four categories. Firstly, was Peter Mandelson ever an appropriate character to appoint as our ambassador? No. We'll get to that later. Secondly, what was the procedure for vetting? Was it properly followed, and why has it gone so horribly wrong? Thirdly, what's happened in the last couple of weeks to lead to the demise of the former ambassador? Who made the critical decisions and why? And fourthly, what do we do now? How do we make this government tell the House and the nation the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Which in itself would be a novelty for Lord Mandelson. Now, let's begin with whether Lord Mandelson was ever an appropriate selection. And again, as I said yesterday, our ambassador in Washington stands at the nexus of our most important bilateral relationship. Just for those who have not served in government, this is the one bilateral relationship run by number 10. Not actually by the Foreign Office, really, it's run by number 10 because it's so important. And it's a role of exceptional sensitivity. More classified information crosses the ambassador's desk than, as I said yesterday again, gets to most cabinet ministers. And indeed, of course, in British embassies, the agencies report to the ambassador. Yeah, they don't. It's not like the same in American embassy. The CIA do what they want, but in our agencies, they actually report to the ambassador. So it's a really sensitive post. And today, as actually, I've forgotten his post. Peter Kyle said, global circumstances dictate the position of this particular ambassador is more important than it's ever been. It could easily go terribly wrong, and the failure to appoint the right person has already had a serious and deleterious impact on the public interest. I give way.
The Prime Minister staked his special relationship with the US President on the diplomatic skills of an ambassador who had a special relationship with the world's most notorious child sex offender. I'm sure he agrees with me that the Prime Minister's judgment and the UK's presence on the world stage has been diminished by this affair.
I mean, there is no doubt she's correct, and frankly, I'm going to try not to make this ad hominem about the ministers who made decisions. I think we need to make that decision later, as it were. But she's right; it has diminished the standing of our Prime Minister, and I regret that because, although we have opposition, I want this government to succeed. It's in the national interest of it. And actually, it's doing the opposite of that. So, the ambassador's conduct, both prior to appointment and during, must reflect the highest standards of integrity. That is fundamental, and that's true for any ambassador. I give way to my honourable.
Right, honourable gentleman, for bringing this forward. This debate unites, I believe, this House and the purpose of it. As clear as and within the rules, Mr. Speaker, that MPs are accountable for their staff and their conduct, and that there will be repercussions for that. Does the right honourable member agree as well that the Prime Minister is also accountable for his appointment of the UK ambassador to the United States of America, and the same rules should apply?
He's absolutely right, and when we look at the mechanisms, as I hope we will in the course of this debate, when we look at the mechanisms engaged, we'll see, I hope, why he made the wrong decision, because there's no doubt in my mind that he did make the wrong decision. Now, if I can turn to of course I give way. Yeah.
I thank the right honourable gentleman for giving way. He talks about decisions by the Prime Minister. He talks about the duty on members of this place and members of the other place to have the appropriate conduct. Does it surprise him, as it surprises me, that we have a situation where the honourable member for York Central has been unfairly suspended from the Labour whip, along with others, for opposing disability benefit cuts? The Mother of the House remains suspended from the Labour Party, yet Lord Mandelson retains the Labour whip in the House of Lords. Aren't all of those things decisions by the Prime Minister? And don't people outside here, including Labour members, think that's completely unfair?
I understand all too well the point the honourable gentleman is making. Many have made it in the newspapers, generally not anonymously, the double standard, as it were, that applies to the top of the Labour Party, to Labour royalty, if you like, as opposed to other people who have been punished for actually doing their jobs, for representing their people and so on. So, no, he's got a point there. He's got a point there. But if all right, I'll then make some progress.
I thank the member for giving way. Does he not think it's slightly odd that prior to the appointment of Lord Mandelson, there was obviously not sufficient due diligence done, and on the day before he was dismissed, apparently there were a lot of emails available to the Prime Minister which he either wasn't given or didn't read. And so we find this odd situation where the British ambassador to the USA has to be dismissed in full glare of international publicity because of what his behaviour had been in the past, which was apparently very well known to a very large number of people who should not have supported his appointment in the first place.
The right honourable gentleman is exactly right. And we will come to a number of circumstances where information was available which should have been acted upon and wasn't. And this was not as hard as some may try to portray. After all, the appointment did not come as a surprise. I mean, Lord Mandelson himself was clearly campaigning to become the ambassador after he failed to win the chancellorship of Oxford University. I suspect, I think somebody told me that he was actually campaigning whilst he was trying to campaign. So he was after two jobs, not one. So it was clear early that that he was going to attempt to do this, and there was widespread discussion at the time about his suitability for the role, and therefore there was plenty of time for a preliminary investigative or vetting process. There was and is vast amounts of data in the public domain. Yep. Most of what I'm going to speak of today is public domain material. I'll explain when it's not, but most of it is. And what would that vetting process be looking for? Traditionally, and I speak, and a number of us on these benches, and most benches I imagine, have been through these vetting processes ourselves. What would they look for? Traditionally, they'd review the history and personality of the candidate, assessing risks. The risk of the candidate being susceptible to undue influence. Or in the extreme example, that's blackmail. I mean, the Russians and the Chinese collect compromat all the time. Risks of the candidate abusing or misusing the role. Risks of the candidate doing something that would cause reputational damage. Or, and some on the Labour front bench may find this difficult, rather old-fashioned perhaps, risks the candidate is too morally flawed to be given a major role in any place, which is where we may arrive in a moment. That they fail a simple ethical test. An ethical test, and I'm afraid I am old-fashioned. I view ethical tests as absolute. They're not ones you can trade off against some benefit or other. Well, in the history I'm about to detail, we see a Peter Mandelson who is easily dazzled by wealth and glamour, and who is willing to use his public position to pursue those things for himself. This was visible very early in his career, even to his friends. So when in 1998 he was sacked as a Trade and Industry Secretary for failing to declare an interest-free loan, a pretty enormous interest-free loan he had received from Geoffrey Robinson. At that time, Mr. Robinson's businesses were being investigated by Mandelson's department. So there's a clear clash of interest, and he didn't even declare the loan. That was the first time we saw so publicly the abiding flaws in Lord Mandelson's character, which frankly would normally disqualify any normal person from a job this important. But even his friends saw this. This flaw was described plainly by one of his friends back then as, and I quote, "Peter was living beyond his means, pretending to be something he's not, and therefore he was beholden to people." And the important bit of that is that last phrase. He was beholden to people. And this is a characteristic that was displayed time and again as he sought to use his position to curry favour with very wealthy and very powerful people who are either current or future benefactors. Now, this was repeated in 2001 when Lord Mandelson again was sacked after attempting to broker a British passport for Mr. Hinduja, a wealthy donor to the Millennium Dome project of which he was involved. And Mandelson attempted to influence the Home Office to give Mr. Hinduja a passport when Mr. Hinduja and his brother were under investigation in the Bofors weapons contract scandal. So again, a dubious reason. It was about that time, just as an aside, that his association with Epstein starts, and the infamous birthday book entries date from then.
On that point,
yes,
I thank
Max Wilkinson.
I thank the right member for giving way. Does he share my concern that if the Prime Minister is to be discussing this issue with President Trump later in the week, and the Prime Minister has to have influence over President Trump for very good reasons, that if the issue of Lord Mandelson's relationship with Jeffrey Epstein comes up, because President Trump is also in that birthday book, we understand, with the very infamous poem, what's the Prime Minister going to say?
Well, I'm very glad to say I'm not the Prime Minister's speechwriter.
There's a vacancy. There's a vacancy. There's a vacancy. He just resigned.
And all I can say is I hope it doesn't come up, because it will be undoubtedly embarrassing and diplomatically problematic for him. Now, however, we get to about 2004, and astonishingly, after being sacked twice for misdemeanours, in 2004 he's appointed by Tony Blair to be the European Trade Commissioner. He gets a third chance, as it were, at this. And as Trade Commissioner, he was criticised on numerous occasions for accepting lavish hospitality from companies whose commercial interests he was in the process of ruling on. Whether it's Microsoft or an Italian shoe producer or whatever. And this lavish hospitality, for some reason, often involves free luxury cruises. But he saw nothing wrong with this apparent compromising behaviour. He saw nothing wrong with it. And of course, in that category, and rather at the top of that category, was his association with the Russian oligarch and gangster capitalist Oleg Deripaska. Now, let's be clear who we're talking about here. Most colleagues, I'm sure, wouldn't really know much about him. So, Mr. Deripaska was the winner of the battle for control of Russian aluminium, the Russian aluminium industry, a battle in which roughly 100 people were murdered. In court reports, Interpol documents, and in American government publications, Deripaska has faced serious allegations of murder, bribery, extortion, and involvement in organised crime. This is a truly bad man. I wouldn't take
I'm grateful to and for the case he's making. I just wonder, while he deals with the case of the influence of Russian oligarchs in British politics, whether he would opine on the suitability of British political parties accepting donations from Russians and the impact that that might have on their policies and their positions.
So, David, had he been here before the last election, he would have sat in his chamber, I hope, and heard me opine on all those subjects and raise laws or prospective laws to deal with those oligarchs. Laws that, sadly, this government has failed to carry through on. So that's the backdrop. And in 2006, Mr. Deripaska's visa was revoked by the Americans. So Mandelson had no excuse for not knowing about this. And yet, as European Trade Commissioner, he saw fit to accept hospitality from Deripaska on multiple occasions over several years, including visiting him in Moscow, being flown by Deripaska's private jet to stay at his dacha in Siberia, and on his private yacht in the Mediterranean, all while considering whether to give Russian aluminium access to the European market. Now, Deripaska's activities were known to the British security services, and briefings were available to Mr. Mandelson, Lord Mandelson. I think Mr. was he was then. And so, again, there is no excuse. He did this in full knowledge of who he was dealing with. Now, it was in this position that Mandelson promoted and signed off concessions to Russian aluminium companies that ultimately benefited Mr. Deripaska, or his companies, to the tune of $200 million a year. $200 million a year. And a company that was due, it didn't actually happen, but it was due to be IPO'd, it was due to be floated shortly thereafter. And a $200 million change in profits tends to mean a multi-billion dollar change in value into the pocket of Mr. Deripaska. And of course, we should all know, Deripaska's a nominee of Putin. So you can assume that a large chunk of that went to Putin as well.
And it's sanctioned.
Now, in 2008, Mandelson was very controversially raised by Gordon Brown to the peerage and appointed as business secretary. And his contact with Epstein did not end. As Epstein was pleading guilty to child sex offences, Mandelson emailed him. I think the world of you, and I feel hopeless and furious about what's happened. Your friends stay with you and love you. So little remorse there, shall we say, and little pity for the victims. Now, after he left office in 2010, when Labour lost that election, Lord Mandelson founded a lobbying firm, Global Counsel. Now, he controversially did not name his clients. Now, in the House of Lords have got rather slack rules on this, and so somebody can create a company and then they just declare that they get however much money from the company and don't declare who the customers really are. Now, I don't have documentary records on this, so I'm not going to name the companies we're talking about, but there are Russian companies, extremely dubious Russian companies. There are Chinese companies, and I'm looking down at my right honourable friend in front of me, the member for Chingford, who, or Epping, or whatever it is now, I've lost track of them. He would recognise a number of them because he's campaigned on a number of them. I'll leave it as loose as that. But in the context of his appointment to Washington, bear in mind this is all a judgment being made about being the ambassador in Washington, it's his close association with the organs of the Chinese state that would have raised most red flags, if the House will forgive the pun. The Interparliamentary Alliance on China presented a dossier to US senators that provoked enough concern that they passed it to the FBI. This may have been a reason, and here I am surmising, this may have been the reason for the purported concerns on whether the Trump administration would allow Mandelson's accreditation back in January. Of course I give way.
I thank you for giving way on that point and appreciate some of the points he was making. Thank you. I would just note that one of the Conservative candidates at the last general election running in Milton Keynes worked for Global Counsel, and it's interesting that the Conservative Party has such complaints about an organisation when they were willing to support a candidate who worked for the organisation.
Risible. Grow up.
Well,
exactly. Risible. Risible.
Let me just. I'm going to be very gentle. Let me just say this: we're talking about a very serious issue here, where the national interest is engaged, and we're talking about somebody who, in my view, has used public position to his own advantage and to the disadvantage of the state. That is not true of some candidate working in a junior role for a company. It is true for the man who created that company and who used it to promote his own interest. Now, I'll come back to the Interparliamentary Alliance there to China, because from my point of view, and this is it's personal rather than public. This, but from my point of view, even more worrying were the attitudes struck by Mandelson in February 2021, when he told Chinese Premier Li Keqiang that the critics of Beijing's human rights record would be proved wrong during a lobbying meeting, of course, on behalf of his rich clients. And then, this astonishing statement was followed later that year, when Mandelson was the only Labour peer in 2021 to vote against the three-line whip against the Genocide Amendment, which would have meant the country had to reconsider any trade with the deal. Any trade deal with a country found by the High Court to be committing genocide. Most specifically, China was in the crosshairs on this. So frankly, it would appear that Lord Mandelson has subcontracted his conscience for money. Now, of course I can.
He's mentioned the Interparliamentary Alliance on China. Can I just explain, in case House thinks this is a Conservative organisation? It has members of Parliament from all parties in this House. It has 53 countries involved in it, with both co-chairs on the left and on the right. It is wholly above party politics, but all about the threat from China.
Yeah. So, David, he's exactly right, and the senators that these documents were sent to are very responsible senators, and they would not frivolously pass on those documents to the FBI. You know, and the FBI would not frivolously accept them and investigate them. Now, yes, of course.
I'm very Sir Julian Lewis.
My right honourable friend. Does he recall that on 21st of November last, the Prime Minister was challenged to rule out appointing Lord Mandelson as Ambassador to the United States on the grounds that he had said that Ukraine would have to give up all the land that Russia had occupied and that it must give up any hope of ever joining NATO in return for some unspecified security guarantees. The Prime Minister said he would not be tempted to comment on that possibility of him being appointed ambassador, and as he said it, he had a very noticeable little smirk on his face. Does my right honourable friend agree that the Prime Minister isn't smirking about this matter anymore?
I'll say to my right honourable friend that the Prime Minister gave what was clearly, what can I say, a lawyer's answer to that question, which is, as we all know, is not a proper answer at all. Now, Number 10 was well aware that Mandelson had continued his relationship with Epstein after he was convicted as a paedophile. How the Prime Minister could possibly have thought it was wise to appoint a man who was on record consorting with alleged murderers and convicted paedophiles to a position of privilege and power, to me, is utterly unfathomable. It's long...
He has rightly pointed out his murky attitude towards money. But does it not also shine a terrible light on his attitude towards women, and that by contrast, this doesn't look good for the government?
So, David, I agree, she's right. I mean, his continued support of Epstein shows an attitude which I find completely reprehensible in exactly that respect, because Epstein's victims were women, young women, girls, children. So, yes, I do agree with that. Now, so it's long been clear he was not suitable to be our ambassador. So the question is, what changed last week? The Bloomberg emails revealing further details of the extent of Epstein's relationship with Mandelson, and the birthday book where Mandelson referred to Epstein as his best pal, were with Mandelson by Monday evening, and with the Foreign Office by overnight or by Tuesday morning at the latest. The Prime Minister is said to have known of the investigation by Tuesday afternoon, but not of the content of the emails. Why, when our most important diplomat, in our most important international relationship, is under question, under investigation, would the Prime Minister not want to know the details of the investigation immediately? Yeah. We understand the Prime Minister's Chief of Staff, Morgan McSweeney, was talking to Mandelson all day on Tuesday. So what was Mandelson saying to McSweeney? And what was this? And was this passed to the Prime Minister? One of the things I would ask the Minister later on is, can he give the House an undertaking we can have a record of that conversation? Because I think we need to know that. Mandelson gave a media interview on Wednesday morning, hours before PMQs, admitting that more embarrassing revelations would come out. More embarrassing revelations. Mandelson's past scandals, his links to Epstein, were crystal clear by the time the Prime Minister rose to speak in PMQs on last Wednesday.
Would he give way on that point?
I don't. Yeah.
I'm grateful for the member way.
And is he aware of James Matthews, who's the Sky News reporter, who on the 27th of May even cornered Mr Mandelson to ask him specifically about staying in a flat? Mandelson did not deny it. He simply said, "I regret having any connection with him." These are the kind of questions that should have been asked and were being asked by the member for Melton and many others in this House back in May of this year about the suitability of the ambassador. Does he agree that the Prime Minister should have looked into this further at that point?
Yeah, exactly. So David, in fact, earlier than that point, and I'll come back to that when I talk very briefly about the vetting process. You know, but what precisely did the Prime Minister learn from reading the Bloomberg emails that were not already known about Lord Mandelson from public information and vetting done before the appointment? Each day that goes by, we not only see more shocking revelations about Mandelson's misconduct, his links to Jeffrey Epstein and the failures of both the vetting process and the political judgment of those at the top of government. And I will say to the honourable member who intervened on me earlier, not just the political judgment, but their moral standards and the equity of the way they apply those moral standards across the board. Which brings us to the question, what happened to the vetting process? Most of what I have described was in the public domain. It doesn't take James Bond. Google could do this. That which was not in the public domain was in the official records or known to the intelligence agencies. In other words, all available to the government. And there was, we know, the Propriety and Ethics two-page briefing, which should have flagged concerns, but which merely triggered an unpenetrating email inquiry. That goes straight to the point my honourable friend just raised, which is, where were the questions? And you don't just send a three-line email and forget about it. You pursue the question. You cross-question the person who's under suspicion. I will give way.
I'm grateful for my right honourable friend giving way. He will know the Intelligence and Security Committee of this Parliament. Its members are subject to extreme, deep vetting, but there's also a double check, and that is this Parliament has to give agreement for the appointments to that committee once nominated by the Prime Minister. Does not the Mandelson case strengthen the argument for pre-confirmation hearings by the relevant parliamentary committees of this House in order that candidates can be cross-questioned? At the moment, there are only around 1,000 regulated public appointments that the Cabinet Office advises on for this House ahead of being appointed. None of them include a Foreign or Commonwealth Development Office appointment. Is it not now time to have that change, whether they are political appointments or senior civil servants?
Well, I think he makes a very good point. I certainly think that would be the right way to go for political appointments. I think it would probably be the right way to go for the top dozen of the embassies. I wouldn't be worrying about all of them, without being rude to. I won't pick a country, but because that would just be meaningless. But the top dozen, I think, is well worthwhile doing. But I give way.
I thank the honourable member for giving way. He mentioned before the Propriety and Ethics team within the Cabinet Office produced a report that was presumably handed to the Prime Minister and was certainly done so prior to the announcement. I wonder if he agrees with me that the Minister must tell us whether or not the Prime Minister read that report, whether it contained anything that Parliament should have been aware of before he made that appointment.
Well, he makes a good point. I'll turn to it in a moment, but he's right, and I will reiterate the point. Because, in addition to what my honourable friend said, there should have been a fully developed vetting process, and it appears not to have happened. Normally speaking, there's a vetting unit in the Foreign Office, there's a vetting unit in the Cabinet Office. One of them should have been engaged on this. And there have been claims that the developed vetting happens after the appointment. No, it doesn't. For existing ambassadors who are on a 5-year vetting cycle, sure. For ambassadors or officers who are being read into a new class of material, sure. But for this, an outsider coming into the most sensitive job in government, certainly not.
Well, my right honourable friend give way.
I'm being frowned at by the Speaker for taking so much time. I will give way the last time.
Thank you. My right honourable friend is very generous.
At the weekend, the Business Secretary appeared to say the government believed it was worth the risk at appointing Lord Mandelson from the outset. As I hear that, what the Business Secretary was saying, that it was worth the risk of the positive qualities that Lord Mandelson had, as they see it, worth the risk that he might be more involved with a convicted paedophile than they thought from the outset. If that's the risk the government were judging him by, isn't that shameful?
I've already said that my view is ethical risks, ethical standards are absolute, so they should not be a trade-off. But let's take this as maybe a practical decision for a second, which, and take Mandelson his own measure of himself. He loves being called the Dark Lord and all the rest of it. He preens himself on being a master of the dark arts, spin, message management, political tactics, manipulation of the truth, a repertoire of things that most people would not be proud of. Now, if the government thinks that these actually make up for, in some way, in a skill, make up for his sins, well, no. I mean, firstly, he's not as good as being cracked up to be, frankly, and he's being measured, remember this, against Karen Pierce, the officer in place, probably the best ambassador, certainly the most revered. And after her, Tim Barrow, who was our ambassador to the European Union during Brexit, and was the NSA, was the National Security Advisor, knows all these things to the tips of his fingers. That better than them? Pull the other one. Right. So, I'm coming to the end, Mr. Speaker, before you frown anymore. Number 10 claims Mandelson was economical with the truth. Mandelson claims he told the whole truth. Both statements cannot be true. So the questions I pose to the Minister are, will the government rule out Mandelson being brought back into government? Number 10 refused to rule him out, giving him another job earlier this week, or last week. If Mandelson withheld information during the vetting process, is he going to lose the Labour whip? I'm looking at Mr Bergen when I say that. Is he going to have to resign from the House of Lords? Will Lord Mandelson be receiving compensation, as some reports to the media suggest he'll be paid £100,000 of taxpayers' money?
What?
Yeah. Will the Prime Minister, his Chief of Staff, his Cabinet Secretary and the Permanent Secretary of the Foreign Office appear before the Select Committees of the House to give evidence? And will the Minister provide the House with the documents required to answer our questions as to who knew what and when? That is the Propriety and Ethics Team report, the Development Vetting report if it exists. And I say this to the Minister. There are many quotes in the newspapers from his own party about their horror regarding his decisions and processes. No, and I really am coming to an end. I may quote just one of them. This is a long-standing senior Labour member, but he's anonymous. I care that this culture of turning a blind eye to the horrendous behaviour is endemic at the top of society. And I agree with him. So when individuals with these associations are ushered back to the heart of government, are we right to ask what standards now govern appointments to public life? Impunity is not a right. Impropriety is not a technicality. And survivors of crime should not have to do the heavy lifting of holding the powerful to account. Now, I mentioned at the beginning, Mr. Speaker, a bill is being put to the House later today, well, it's been put to the House already, imposing a duty of candour on public authorities and officials. My last and single question to the Minister is, will his government now live up to the words in that bill?
Just to say, can I just gently say, as a senior member, obviously he's taken the time he felt required, it's long farther than 15 minutes, just to say, when we are naming other members, it should be by constituency, not by name. Right. Now then, the question is, as on the order paper, I now call Dame Emily Thornbury, Chair of the Committee.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. My committee first asked for the opportunity to question Lord Mandelson at the end of last year, when rumours first surfaced of his appointment as Ambassador to the United States. And we continued to ask after his appointment was confirmed. Indeed, the Minister may remember our exchange on the 14th of January in this chamber, when I asked him to allow Lord Mandelson the time to come before my committee before he leaves for the United States, to allow my colleagues to hear directly why the Prime Minister has appointed him. These requests were made more often and privately after that and in the 8 months since, and they have been turned down. I understand that we've had a little bit of Chinese whispers going on because I understand that it's claimed that the Foreign Office has been telling journalists that we had the opportunity to meet and question Lord Mandelson when we were in Washington. Now, obviously, there's been a break in that chain because the reality is, of course, that we had a 15-minute interaction over breakfast while receiving a formal briefing from the diplomatic staff about other meetings that we were having that day. Obviously quite materially different to the type of formal evidence session required to conduct meaningful scrutiny. Mr. Speaker, but I do want to make it clear that we have not sought to question Lord Mandelson out of a desire to frustrate the government or its diplomatic agenda. In fact, quite the opposite. It's our responsibility to scrutinise the Foreign Office to prevent exactly the sort of mistake from damaging Britain's reputation on the international stage. We want to make the Foreign Office the best that it can be, and in so many ways it is doing an absolutely excellent job, and it is fantastic to see the way in which Britain's reputation has been so enhanced. However, mistakes can be made and obviously have been made, because while the shocking revelations of the last week were not in the public domain in December, Lord Mandelson's relationship with Jeffrey Epstein was very widely known. And had my committee had the opportunity to question Lord Mandelson, I'm confident that our members would have raised a range of questions, but these questions as well, just as journalists, particularly those at the Financial Times, have tried to do. Now, it's quite possible that in answer to those questions, we may have provoked evasive answers or possibly not true answers, or maybe even the same sort of response that was met by the journalists, particularly those from the Financial Times. But it would have all been in the public sphere. It would have been on the record. Lord Mandelson would have had the opportunity to tell the truth before the House. Mr. Speaker, having failed to convince the government to permit us to question Lord Mandelson, I wrote to the Foreign Secretary on Friday, posing a number of questions about the apparent failures in due diligence and vetting processes conducted before and after the announcement of Lord Mandelson's appointment. And these questions included: what concerns were raised by any agencies undertaking security clearance ahead of Lord Mandelson's appointment? What was a decision taken to dismiss any such security concerns? If so, was such a decision taken by the FCDO or Number 10? Was any decision taken to suspend or alter the usual vetting requirements or the usual time frame for vetting procedures? And may I thank the Foreign Secretary for her prompt response to that letter, which I received this morning. And in her reply, she informs me that the initial due diligence process was carried out by the Cabinet Office Propriety and Ethics team before the announcement of Lord Mandelson's appointment, as has been widely reported. She assures me that the Foreign Office did not contribute to this process, nor were any issues raised by the FCDO as a result of the... I think this is quite important, and I'd like to have the opportunity to inform the House of this with clarity, so that we all know where we stand, because I do believe that this contribution to the debate is an important one. It's not a party political one. It is just trying to make sure that we learn from what we've heard. So she assures me that the Foreign Office did not contribute to this process, nor were any issues raised by the FCDO as a result of this Cabinet Office process. So the question is this: did the Cabinet Office miss the glaring red flag of Lord Mandelson's relationship with Epstein, or did it fail to pass those concerns on, and if so, why? Exactly. The Foreign Office... Genuinely, guys, just give me a chance to put this before you. The Foreign Secretary's letter states that I genuinely hope that the honourable gentleman will give me an opportunity to put this before the House. And I apologise for speaking to them as guys. The Foreign Secretary's letter...
Keep going, Emily.
The Foreign Secretary's letter states that Cabinet Office due diligence was followed by the usual developed vetting or DV process carried out by National Security Vetting on behalf of the FCDO after the announcement of Lord Mandelson's appointment. This was, the Foreign Secretary says, conducted to the usual standard set of developed vetting. Now, career civil servants are regularly subject to such tests, and many have stories of their appointments being delayed or even prohibited because they've studied abroad, because they've married an Iranian, or because they were simply born in Belfast. So the question is this: does having significant information in the public domain about your relationship with an internationally prolific child sex offender not raise more red flags than simply being born in Belfast? Is a civil servant a greater risk to this country because they are married to somebody who was born in the Middle East, or because they were close friends with Jeffrey Epstein? Did the Foreign Office vetting process miss a glaring national security and reputational risk, or was it told to overlook it? Mr. Speaker, my committee's duty is to scrutinise the Foreign Office to make it the best that it can be. Neither the Foreign Office nor the Cabinet Office has shown itself to be the best it can be in the process surrounding this appointment. I'll get to the end of this paragraph, and then, of course, I will give way. That is why my committee asked yesterday for the Foreign Office Permanent Undersecretary and the Cabinet Office Head of Propriety and Ethics to appear before us and to explain what went wrong. We have been told that no one is available before the recess, and we will continue to push for prompt and public answers. I give way to the Honourable Gentleman.
To the Right Honourable Lady for giving way. She speaks powerfully. Does she think if her committee had been allowed to interview Lord Mandelson, that they would have come up with a recommendation not to approve the appointment? And in such a situation, does she think her recommendation would have been listened to?
I think this is slightly more subtle than that. I think the point is this, is that if Lord Mandelson had appeared before the committee, he would have faced a range of questions which would have highlighted issues that needed to be considered properly and couldn't, in the rush to appoint him, perhaps have been overlooked in the way that it would seem to have been. It's to put a brake on it. And we would not, as a committee, have the power to say the government can't appoint, but we would shed light on the nature of the appointment and be able, through our questions, to be able to examine whether or not it was the wisest thing to do. I give way to the Honourable Gentleman.
Does the Honourable Lady agree with me that if we are to salvage anything positive from this whole sorry episode at all, then it has to be that in the future Parliament is put at the role of this process and through the select committees? And does not her experience illustrate that the question of who is in charge of that has to remain with the select committee and not with the executive?
Yes.
I don't quite put it like that. I think that the executive does in the end make the decision. They are the executive. But I think that we should, as a select committee, have a role in this, particularly when it comes to political appointments. It did happen before when there were political appointments. The Right Honourable Gentleman may remember to the ambassador to South Africa and to Paris, and it has happened in the past. And particularly when there are political appointments, then I do think, in those circumstances, Mr. Speaker, that the select committee should have a role in it, and we can make the decisions better as a result.
On that point, would my honourable friend, I thank her for giving way. Mr. Speaker, I'm a member of the Foreign Affairs Committee, so with that in mind, our committee has a proposal that there should be a greater role for us in scrutinising the appointment of the US ambassador, given that they're one of the highest ranking members of the diplomatic service, and to help the government avoid this situation in the future. Does she agree with me that the government should consider this proposal seriously?
She may be, that my honourable friend may be surprised to hear that I agree with her completely, and I think it is very wise. Yes, I will. Yes.
For the chairman of the Select Committee giving way, I've made my early comments about pre-confirmation hearings, but adding on to that, does she agree with me that where senior civil servants, whether from the Foreign Office or elsewhere, are asked to come to Select Committees on important matters, and find some excuse not to attend those select committees, that select committees should at least have the power of summons in order that somebody gives an account, and also where those select committees have privy councillors, such in the Right Honourable Lady's case, that at least a briefing, if it's security or classification is used either truthfully or, should we say, exaggeratingly as an excuse not to give evidence to a committee, that they can be heard on privy council terms.
The gentleman raises some very important points, and the power of select committees to summon witnesses has been an ongoing debate, and I suspect we haven't resolved it yet. The difficulty in relation to privy, and within our committee we have myself and another Privy Council member, and if we were offered Privy Council briefings, as we are sometimes, it's quite difficult, because what we want to be able to do is to do these things in public and to be able to inform the public of the work of the Foreign Office, to ensure that they understand, and when difficult decisions are being made, that the public understands why those difficult decisions are being made and all the factors that are involved in that, which is fine. We need to trust the public more than I think that sometimes that we do, and we certainly need to trust backbenchers more than sometimes we do. I will.
Grateful to the chairman of the Select Committee for giving way. She's being very generous, and she's elegantly describing due process, and she's implying, at least I think she is, that due process may have been set aside for other purposes in this case, but we know due process was done because the Prime Minister stood at that dispatch box last Wednesday and said it had been done. Unless he is using the Bill Clinton defence, and it turns out that due process was done but set aside, where does that leave the Prime Minister?
I think it's difficult to have answers to all of his questions at the moment, but I think that it is. But I think the most important thing is that there are lessons learnt, and even if all due process was followed and the inquiries were proceeded with to the letter, they clearly aren't good enough, and we need to change them. So either due process was not followed, or it was, and we need to change it. Either way, we need to work together to ensure this never happens again. Because something went very wrong. Yes, I will give way for a final time, and then I will finish.
So I'm very grateful for her to generously give way. As MPs, we put the interests of the country above all else. What does she make of a decision to appoint an individual to represent our country in difficult negotiations in the knowledge that that country had compromising information on that individual?
Well, I mean, clearly we all think that it was a mistake. And the question is, how did that mistake occur? And how do we make sure that this sort of thing does not happen again? Because something went very wrong. Because when Lord Mandelson was appointed, red flags were obviously missed or ignored. And on the day that the American president lands in Britain for a state visit, the government is materially worse off because we don't have an American president. And I really am finishing. Mr. Speaker, if we do not have the opportunity to scrutinise this kind of failure, then how can we make sure that we stop it and we stop it from happening again? We do need to improve our scrutiny and our decision making.
Kevin Bendel.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for granting this important emergency debate today. And I congratulate my right honourable friend for having secured it. He made a series of excellent points, as did the chair of the Foreign Affairs Select Committee. And I agree with all of those points. It is extraordinary that on the eve of the President's state visit, we are talking about the US ambassador who's been sacked in scandal. And there are as many questions that we all have as are unanswered questions. There are many questions I will also ask today, Mr. Speaker, but the Prime Minister needs to do three things. The Prime Minister needs to come clean about what he knew and when he knew it, not send his junior ministers to cover for him. The Prime Minister needs to publish the Mandelson-Epstein files in full. The Prime Minister needs to take responsibility for the appointment of Lord Mandelson as ambassador to Washington. But the Prime Minister, Mr. Speaker, is not here because he is hiding from Parliament, hiding from questions. And I know that he is a busy man, but confidence in him and in his government rests on him being able to account for what happened. And so far, no one is taking any responsibility. We have our ambassador in the US sacked over his relationship with a man convicted of child sex offences. What's more, and this tells you everything you need to know, this was an appointment apparently forced through by the Prime Minister and/or his Chief of Staff. We see a political ally pushed ahead of qualified candidates because the Prime Minister and Morgan McSweeney admired his talent for mixing with the rich and powerful, despite his known links to a man who was publicly known as a convicted paedophile and a convicted sex trafficker. It is now very clear, given the speeches that we've heard before, Mr. Speaker, and everything in the public domain, it is now very clear that Peter Mandelson should never have been appointed. And it is now also clear that the Prime Minister knew that there were major concerns when he came to this House just last Wednesday. But instead of taking action, he expressed confidence in him. Why on earth did he do so? Was he poorly advised, or was it just his own poor judgment? In every single one of his government scandals till date, far from being the decisive man of conscience he promised to be, he has shriveled from leadership. He has dodged responsibility. He has hidden behind others, just as he's doing today, and he has come to this House and hidden behind process and lawyerly phrases. The Prime Minister has shown no courage, no judgment, no backbone. And if he can't see it, if they can't see it, I can assure them that the British public can. Prime Minister has turned out to be everything he claimed to abhor. This is a government of sleaze and scandal, and Labour MPs know it. I'll be interested to see how many of them actually stand up to defend their government. Mr. Speaker, the British public, and especially the victims of Jeffrey Epstein, deserve that for once the Prime Minister be straight and honest with us. He must immediately do three things. As I said earlier, Mr. Speaker, he must apologise to the victims of Jeffrey Epstein for ever having appointed Peter Mandelson as ambassador. How is it that this has still not happened? No apology. Second, as I said, he must publish the Mandelson-Epstein files in full, all the information that he had at his disposal, both when he made the appointment and when he came to the House last week expressing full confidence. And third, he must make sure that someone takes responsibility. Everyone now agrees that Peter Mandelson should not have been appointed. We've heard so much from my right honourable friend about endless scandal, conflicts of interest with China and indeed with Russia. So why was he appointed? Was it a failure of vetting? Was it that the advisers hid information from the Prime Minister? Or was it that the Prime Minister knew and made the decision anyway? Someone needs to take responsibility. I give way to my right honourable friend.
I'm grateful to my right honourable friend. And does she agree that we've seen a rapid transformation from the Prince of Darkness into a grovelling Lord Yum-Yum? But one has to ask, why was the British Prime Minister surprised? Had he never heard the tale of the turtle and the scorpion that meet at the side of the river? Shouldn't the Prime Minister have realised that the poor old scorpion simply can't help what's in its nature?
I completely agree with my right honourable friend. I think the story is The Frog and the Scorpion. It's one of my favourite childhood stories. Everyone knows, everyone knew what Lord Mandelson had been up to. It is simply not tenable for anyone on those benches to hold the line on this one, to bury their heads in the sand and hope it goes away, least of all the Prime Minister. But we now know that the Prime Minister was aware of the compromising emails last Wednesday at Prime Minister's questions, and yet he came to the House and said that he had confidence in his ambassador, and many of them cheered. Now they're all looking at their phones. Most of them don't have the courage to look me in the eye. They were cheering last week. Now they're full of shame. Why on earth did he do that? At any point, did he ask his staff, oh, sorry, are they proud? Are they proud? No. I'll continue. At any point, did he ask his staff what more information might surface? Because that morning, Lord Mandelson was saying more information would surface. Did he receive a briefing about this ahead of Prime Minister's questions? It is inconceivable that he did not. Inconceivable. Ministers are now claiming that new information subsequently came to light, new information that they didn't have. The story is all mixed and messed up, and they know it. What information appeared that was not in the original vetting? We'd like to hear that when the Minister gives his statement. And there are still more questions to answer. When did the Prime Minister's Chief of Staff speak with Peter Mandelson last week, and what did he discuss with him? Do they have the courage to tell us that? We are told that Morgan McSweeney spent hours on the phone to the ambassador, hours on the phone, at the same time that Lord Mandelson was dodging calls from the Foreign Office. What were they talking about? Those are questions about what happened just last week. But how did all this come to happen last year? I think the chair of the Foreign Affairs Select Committee has asked some excellent questions. But I ask the Minister this: what led to Lord Mandelson's appointment in the first place? How was it that a man with known links to a child sex offender came to be appointed? I'll give way to the honourable gentleman.
An additional question is, was there any external influence? Did Tony Blair or any of his friends, Mandelson's friends, have anything to do with this appointment?
The honourable gentleman asks a very good question, and I hope the Minister is able to provide an answer, because all of us in this House across parties want to know. We want to know how it was that Lord Mandelson's appointment happened in the first place, because as I see it, there are only three possibilities. First, that there was a failure of vetting. But are we really supposed to believe, Mr. Speaker, are we really supposed to believe that this is the security services' fault? I don't think so. Did they not drag up the intimate relationship with Jeffrey Epstein, which was discussed last week? The second possibility, a bit more likely, is that the Prime Minister's advisers kept information from him. If that happened, that would be incredibly serious. Yes, I give way to the right honourable gentleman.
It's on that particular point. Does she agree with me that no matter what happened or didn't happen, that a Prime Minister, a leader, has to shoulder the responsibility, and it's absolutely appalling, the idea that they would then blame the staff around them. It is their responsibility, they answer to the House, no excuse.
My right honourable friend makes an excellent point. This is a Prime Minister who hides behind everybody else, whether it's his advisers or whether it's his junior ministers or his backbenchers. That's what he does. And if he does want to blame advisers, which one was it? Who kept it from him? Why have they not apologised and resigned? No one taking responsibility. And thirdly, which my right honourable friend alluded to, the most likely but most worrying reason of all is that the Prime Minister had plenty of information to suggest that Lord Mandelson should not be appointed. Plenty of information, but he chose to appoint him anyway. Even at the time, Mr. Speaker, eyebrows were raised about this appointment. There were very many critics. I remember it at the time. Now we're reading in the papers that the Prime Minister overruled security advice not to appoint Lord Mandelson. Is this true? The Minister should tell us. It is time, Mr. Speaker, for the Prime Minister to come clean. He needs to come out of hiding. This issue will not go away, Mr. Speaker. The government cannot play for time. We will be back here again and again until all of these documents are published. We will be back until someone takes responsibility. This is a political crisis on top of an economic crisis, all of the government's own making. They are distracted now, but they came into office with no plan for the country, no idea what they stood for, and no vision for what they wanted to achieve. And because of this, they have been lurching from disaster to disaster. Winter fuel, tax rises, welfare chaos, scandal. The Prime Minister's failing leadership rebooted after just 1 year. The only plan that they came into office with was a promise they made again and again to the British public that they would restore honesty and integrity to government. That was their defining mission. That was their grand plan, and it is in tatters. So far, in a year, we have had an anti-corruption minister sacked for corruption, a homelessness minister sacked for evicting tenants, a housing secretary sacked for dodging housing tax, a transport secretary sacked for fraud, a director of strategy. The speechwriter apparently lost only yesterday in scandal. The minister can shake his head. It should be shame that he's shaking his head in. I have not said anything that is not true. And now finally we have a US ambassador sacked for his links with a known child sex offender. They claim to care about violence against women and girls until they actually have to do something about it. Where is the apology to those victims? I know the Prime Minister doesn't like difficult questions, Mr. Speaker, but it is his judgment that is being called into question, and he owes it to this country to come clean.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. First and foremost, I want to acknowledge the many victims of Jeffrey Epstein's really appalling abuse, whom for many of them, this story is not a political one, it's a personal one. And I think no one could be moved by listening to her brother and her sister on the news this Sunday, their first interview in the UK. And that void that family will now fill from losing her. So I think let's not detract from them and the many more victims who still probably haven't come forward, caught up in this scandalous and horrific abuse. Mr. Speaker, I'm going to keep my remarks short. I've just recently returned from a trade envoy visit to Nigeria. And what struck me on that visit was the hard work and dedication of our civil servants. I met with the British Deputy High Commissioner and all our diplomats working across many missions, across many countries. They do not make the headlines, but they are representing the UK with distinction week in, week out. And I know that this has been replicated across many countries. And Mr. Speaker, this includes the Deputy Ambassador in Washington, who has since taken over from Lord Mandelson, and he's been described as a highly regarded diplomat. So we wish him well in his new temporary role. The chair of my right honourable friend, the chair of the Select Committee, has rightly highlighted a number of important questions, and I hope that the government will be listening and will take full consideration of some of the... I'll give way on that.
I'm very grateful to my honourable friend for giving way. She is aware that I am too listed in this House as an independent, not for matters relating to conduct or duty of candour, but for voting with my conscience to scrap the two-child limit policy, a policy supported by the former Labour Prime Minister Gordon Brown and the Children's Commissioner, and my suspension from the Labour whip was applied over a year ago, within minutes of my vote. Does she agree with me that myself and the Mother of the House and others appear to be held to some standards, while Lord Mandelson appears to be held to another?
I thank the honourable member for making her point, and I think about, sadly, the number of abuse that many parliamentarians in this chamber face, particularly many BME members, for just their mere existence. I know the horrific domestic abuse that my honourable friend has also faced, and I hope that with time that the Labour leadership will look at some of the issues around suspension. She will know that that's not an issue that I'm privy to. But I know that these are many issues that many of us continue to raise with the leadership. I just wanted to finish, Mr. Speaker, by highlighting some of the many questions which I hope the Minister, when he stands up on his feet, will respond to. But I think the key question that we are all asking, and many people, including many of my constituents, are asking, is around the recruitment process going forward. Can the Minister assure the House and the Foreign Secretary, who's not here, in terms of that recruitment process going forward, that it will be strengthened, and so that in future our ambassadors will bolster the standing of our civil servants on the global stage?
To the Leader of the Liberal Democrats, Sir Ed Davey.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think this debate finds the House at its best, holding the government and the Prime Minister himself properly to account. And as the Leader of the Opposition said, we may be rising for recess, but this issue will not go away. And I want to pay tribute to the Right Honourable and gallant member for Goole and Pocklington for securing this debate and for laying out the series of questions which need to be answered so we can properly hold this government to account. I'm not going to repeat all his many questions. He made a long speech and we will be rereading it, no doubt, over the next few weeks. I also want to pay tribute to the Chair of the Foreign Affairs Select Committee, the Right Honourable Lady, the Member for Islington South and Finsbury. I thought her speech, showing that her committee had tried to bring Lord Mandelson to their committee to be scrutinised and were prevented from doing that, raises some very serious questions about how select committees are being ignored by this government. And I think we need to get serious about confirmatory hearings. I think the House, the public, needs to know what a select committee that is specialising in the subject thinks about such an important public appointment before that public appointment is confirmed. And I hope we will reform the processes of this House to build on what the Right Honourable Lady rightly said. And the Leader of the Opposition made some very important points about the need for disclosure from the government. We need those documents to be published if we're going to have a transparent process where we can properly hold the government to account. If they have answers, let us hear them, and then we can do that analysis. I give way to the Honourable Gentleman.
The Right Honourable Gentleman for giving way. Much has been said about the process itself, but does he agree with me? It clearly was never worth the risk to appoint Peter Mandelson. But does he go further than that in terms of the professionalism of the role? And we've heard from my honourable friend about the reputation of our ambassadorial officials across the world. Would we be better served in the future if we looked to professionals to fill that role rather than politicians?
Yes. I think the honourable gentleman makes a very strong point. The previous ambassador to the United States was held in very high regard, and many people think she should be appointed for the vacancy. But I also want to mention the immediate speech before myself, the Honourable Member for Vauxhall and Camberwell Green, because I want to take on from what she said. Yes, we have all these questions to be answered and disclosures to be made, but we must remember the victims in all this. And I want to focus on the victims today because they deserve answers. When we've read those sickening messages, we think of Epstein's victims and their families. Girls as young as 14, groomed by Epstein, sexually abused by him, trafficked by him, be sexually abused by other powerful men. I've been thinking about the trauma they have gone through, not just then, but since, as they saw the man responsible for such horrific crimes escape justice for so long. They saw him convicted in 2008, but spend just 13 months in jail thanks to his powerful connections.
Would my honourable friend give way?
I give way to my honourable friend.
I thank my honourable friend for giving way. We know that the trauma of sexual violence and sexual abuse can last a lifetime, and for many people can be too much to bear, as we've seen with Virginia Giuffre. And victims of sexual violence are often silenced, often ignored, and always let down by a system that sometimes often sees powerful men protecting each other to diminish these crimes. Would my honourable friend agree that the Prime Minister should never have appointed somebody who had known links with a convicted paedophile?
I completely agree with my honourable friend, and can I pay tribute to her for the work she has done to protect vulnerable women in her career. We salute her for that work. And as we remember the victims, Madam Deputy Speaker, how must it have felt for them to see Donald Trump, one of Epstein's closest friends, and a man found liable for sexual abuse himself, become President of the United States? How must it have felt for the victims to see another of Epstein's closest friends made British ambassador to the United States? How must it have felt for the victims to hear the Prime Minister defend Lord Mandelson last week, even after we'd seen those appalling messages? How must it have felt for them to hear ministers say, even after Mandelson was sacked, that his appointment was a risk worth taking? I think that is quite shocking. I give way to my honourable friend.
On that point, I thank the Right Honourable Member for giving way. The Right Honourable Member has turned down the opportunity to dine with Donald Trump in the next couple of days, and he's been roundly criticised for that by some people who may well still be attended. Does he agree with me that this is an ample opportunity for those who are still attended to ask President Trump about his entry in that horrific book of birthday wishes
for Mr Epstein. And when they do ask him about his thoughts, can you ask them to report back to us about what he said?
I'm grateful to my honourable friend. The truth is, at these state banquets, very few people get to speak to the visiting head of state. However, the Prime Minister does. I wonder if the Prime Minister will be asking the President about his friendship with Epstein. I think he should, and I think this House thinks he should. Madam Deputy Speaker, for decades, the victims and their families have seen powerful men escape responsibility for what they did and what they knew. It should be a source of deep shame to ministers that the British government is now part of that story.
Will my right honourable friend give way?
Yes, I give way.
I thank my right honourable friend for giving way. Does he agree with me that one of the reasons that Epstein escaped justice for so long was because he was protected by other powerful men? And if we are truly to protect young people from predators, we need to ensure that the protectors of paedophiles have absolutely no place in public life.
I couldn't agree more with my honourable friend. I know she has worked for victims of domestic violence and abuse as well. And I can do no better than actually quote the words of Skye Roberts, the brother of Virginia Giuffre. She said about Lord Mandelson, he should not have been given the position in the first place. It speaks to how deep the corruption is in our systems. Madam Deputy Speaker, not only must we hold the government to account for this, but we need to fix our systems, whether it's select committee hearings or holding the powerful to account. Our constituents lose trust in our institutions when they fail to hold people to account, and I'm proud my party, I'm sure others in this House, wish to see those reforms, not least, Madam Deputy Speaker, for the survivors, for the victims, for their families. We must hold the powerful to account, and in that regard, will the Minister, when he gets to his feet, apologise to all of Epstein's victims and their families? We need apology from the Minister today. But beyond that, will he say whether he agrees with me the Prime Minister himself owes them a personal apology too?
We've got a substantial speaking list, and this debate is time limited to 3 hours, so the backbenchers are on a 6-minute speaking limit, and I call John Slinger.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I wish to express my sympathy with all the victims of Jeffrey Epstein and put on record my respect for the family of Virginia Giuffre, who spoke so movingly about her on the BBC at the weekend. Madam Deputy Speaker, listening to the debate here and in the media over recent days, I am struck by the similarities to the debate that took place over many years concerning the appointment of Mr. Andy Coulson as the Director of Communications in Downing Street. From the point of his resignation in 2011 to his conviction for phone hacking in 2014, an appointment which David Cameron consistently said he would not have made if he had known at the time the information that subsequently came to light. But for that reason, the question was constantly asked in this House and beyond. Why did the security processes Mr. Coulson went through prior to his appointment not uncover his past involvement in phone hacking? Some people pointed to the fact that, unlike previous occupants of his role, Mr. Coulson had not gone through developed vetting until long after his appointment, and indeed had to resign before completing that process. But when this issue was directly discussed at the Leveson inquiry, this was the exchange between Lord Justice Leveson and the former Cabinet Secretary, Lord O'Donnell, which it is important to recall today. Lord O'Donnell said, "I think some people have different understandings of what developed vetting would reveal. It wouldn't have gone into enormous detail about phone hacking, for example." Lord Justice Leveson replied, "No, it's concerned with whether you're likely to be a risk." Lord O'Donnell then said, "Yes, whether basically you're blackmailable." David Cameron relied on that exchange in this House after Andy Coulson's conviction on the 25th of June 2014, when he said firstly, and I think correctly, that Coulson's security clearance was a matter for the civil service, not for the Prime Minister. And secondly, that even if Coulson had been fully DV'd, it would not have uncovered evidence of his involvement in phone hacking. And I mention this issue now, not to reopen the issue over Andy Coulson's security clearance, or Dominic Cummings for that matter, but simply to remind honourable members opposite that it is not new to have these kind of questions raised around the vetting of senior appointees. It is certainly not an issue that is specific to this government or the particular appointment of Lord Mandelson, and they would do well to remember that before they get too high on their horse in today's debate. I won't give way. I will give way. I will give way.
I thank the honourable member for giving way, but this really isn't hard. Isn't it enough knowing that Lord Mandelson enjoyed the patronage of a convicted child sex offender by staying in his houses? Wasn't that enough to prevent his appointment as our most senior ambassador?
I thank the honourable lady for her intervention. What I am doing in my speech is setting out for the House very useful context within which this debate, it is useful. Honourable members can shunter from sedentary position, but it is useful context. And finally, no, I won't give way again. I'm coming to my the conclusion of my remarks, Madam Deputy Speaker. Madam Deputy Speaker, the Right Honourable Member for Goole and Poplington spoke somewhat mockingly of the strange coincidences of politics given the presentation of the Public Office Accountability Bill earlier today. Now, my right honourable friend, the Prime Minister, is a man of integrity. He has shown that he believes in accountability and he acts on it. The Leader of the Opposition can reel off a list of ministers who have been sacked, but that rather proves my point. Frankly, this is a welcome change, and no matter how uncomfortable recent events have been, we are seeing, under this Prime Minister, that public officials, ministers, and yes, ambassadors are being held to higher standards than previously, and I welcome that.
Right, I call the father of the House, Sir Edward.
Well, that speech we just had was absolutely risible, frankly. And I just give him some advice. You know, don't do the whip's office dirty work for them.
Excuse me.
Oh, well, of course I gave way to him.
Thank you. I thank the right honourable gentleman. I'd like to give him some advice. Please do not patronise me.
Yeah, I'm just trying to give him some helpful advice, but there we are. Oh, well, of course.
Actually, it's advice for the member opposite. Those that lick the feet of the unworthy gain them for themselves nothing but a dirty tongue.
But joking apart, this is really a very serious moment for our country and for Parliament. Whether you like him or not, President Trump is of incredible importance to our country. He's just about to arrive here. He just must think that we in this country are complete plonkers, frankly, for the way that we've handled all this. First of all, he had a very good relationship with the previous ambassador. She was just swept aside. And then a man was appointed who had produced him in the past. All right, that man is a skilled operator and has built up a relationship. President Trump himself probably is rather embarrassed about his relationship with Epstein. And then he finds all over the media, this is dragged up a day before one of his most important visits, which is of great importance to his country and our country. And he knows that there are going to be very difficult questions in the press conference. The President of the United States must be absolutely furious about what is going on. So this is a very serious moment for us, and we have to take it extremely seriously, and I hope, and I'm sure the government does. Now, I'll just repeat what I said in the urgent question on Thursday. I've seen so many of these scandals, And it's usually not the original scandal or alleged scandal that is the problem. It's the cover-up. And therefore, to try and be helpful to the government, we've already heard from the chair of the Foreign Affairs Select Committee, it is just an absurd part of our processes that if there is a monumental scandal, then we have a public inquiry, and officials, ministers, everybody must be dragged, every document must be produced to the public inquiry, but governments can just brush aside a select committee. So I just tell them, and I'm generally trying to be helpful now. Obviously, a bad mistake was made, but an even worse mistake is being made if you're not honest with Parliament and you don't release every single document. And there are so many questions that need to be asked and could be answered if the government, the Foreign Office, was honest in these questions. Why was Mandelson chosen, given his known past associations with Epstein and his previous sackings? Were the risks merely misjudged, or did the existing vetting process fail to assess them properly? And the Prime Minister claimed he didn't know the full extent of the emails. We've no reason not to take him at his word. Obviously, he tells the truth. But this raises serious questions about what assurances of information he received, from whom, and whether that constituted adequate due diligence. What exact checks were carried out at appointment stage? What was known by whom and when? If some of the unsavoury aspects of the former ambassador's friendship with Mr Epstein were known but deemed worth the risk, what criteria were used to make that decision? Was the Cabinet Office's propriety and ethics team sufficiently rigorous? Was any personal, institutional or political bias exhibited in how risks were weighed? The government has stated commitments on transparency, integrity and protecting victims of abuse or sexual violence. Having a senior representative like an ambassador whose past communications appear to mitigate, defend or minimise a convicted child sex offender must run counter to these values. And was that considered at that stage of the vetting process? How does the government reconcile this incident with its stated positions? Why was the appointment made knowing there were links without understanding their full extent? Why was the Prime Minister publicly defending Lord Mandelson up until the revelations emerged, only to sack him less than a day when the media pressure rose? Was he sacked for the content of what was revealed or merely because the situation became embarrassing? Lord Mandelson was appointed to arguably the most important diplomatic role in Her Majesty's diplomatic service. This is a time of intense international pressure. So, as I mentioned already, President Trump is operating the levers of power in a way that we have rarely seen in the post-war world. What assessment has the government made of the damage done to Britain's diplomatic standing by having such an important ambassador removed abruptly under scandal? Light is the best disinfectant, and the public have a right, and this House, through its Select Committee, has a right to be informed. Ministers must ensure that the full record of Lord Mandelson's communication with Epstein be disclosed, and soon. We must also be told whether any of the information the Prime Minister, the Foreign Secretary or any other minister have provided to the public has turned out to be inaccurate, whether intentionally or in good faith. While the ambassador has been sacked, this incident, Madam Deputy Speaker, is far from over. There are too many questions which remain unanswered. It is the obligation and the responsibility of government to ensure that Parliament and the public are given a full and frank exposition of this matter.
Stephen Flynn.
Madam Deputy Speaker, I often think it's a grave pity in this House that the cameras tend to just be trained on the individual speaking, because it meant that the public did not get the opportunity that we did earlier on to look at the faces of the Labour MPs as this debate began, to see the glum, serious look on their faces as they recognise the significance of the situation that faces their Prime Minister here and now. And I'm sure it's a glum, angry, serious look that's shared not just by the Treasury front bench in the building here today, but those who are flogged in the public domain across broadcasting stations throughout the course of last week. And if I may, the Chief Whip is no longer in his place, but I would like to think that on Sunday that was the first occasion where he was happy to be in his new role, so he did not have to appear on the Sunday media rounds as the Business Secretary to defend the indefensible, to tell us all in the public domain that Peter Mandelson has singular qualities that nobody else on these isles, nobody else on the planet possibly have, that make him fitting to be the ambassador to the United States of America. What a pitiful state to find ourselves in. What a pitiful state for the Prime Minister to find himself in. And this is mired in politics, I hate to say, because this is a political decision by the Prime Minister. He chose to stand at that dispatch box last week and not tell us, but tell the public that there was nothing to see here, that he had absolute confidence in Lord Mandelson. It is the Prime Minister, who chose to ignore the facts that were plainly in front of him, not for weeks, not for hours, not for days, but for months. He was the man who appointed Peter Mandelson to be the ambassador to the United States, the man who said to an FT journalist earlier this year to fuck off, because it was being, his quote, not mine, because he was being inquired about his relationship with Jeffrey Epstein. That was what Lord Mandelson said. He said it was an FT obsession. Well, guess what? It's our obsession now. And we are going to make sure that we get to the bottom of this. The Prime Minister is not above the scrutiny of the House of Commons, neither is he above the scrutiny of the public at home. But the greatest scandal of all, is the fact that the Prime Minister of the United Kingdom appointed a man to that role, knowing that that man had maintained a relationship with Jeffrey Epstein, despite the fact that Jeffrey Epstein had been convicted in 2008 in Florida. Convicted for having 14-year-old girls masturbate him. And the Prime Minister of the United Kingdom thought it was fitting for the best friend of that individual to hold the highest diplomatic office in the United States of America on behalf of the people of these isles. What a complete disgrace. And the only thing that seems to have caused any consternation for the Prime Minister in any of this is not that that happened, but the fact that for a short period, Peter Mandelson appeared to think Jeffrey Epstein was innocent. Which draws us to the conclusion that if Peter Mandelson had thought that Jeffrey Epstein had maintained the friendship but thought he was guilty, he would still be in post. What has happened to the moral compass of this place, of the office of Prime Minister, where we can simply accept a rationale such as that? How can any victim of child sex abuse in these isles or elsewhere have confidence in the structures that we put in place when the Prime Minister of the United Kingdom, and the Minister shakes his head? Is there an intervention that he wants to make? Is there something that he disagrees with in that assessment of those facts? Or does he want to present the additional detail to this House which makes any of that untrue whatsoever? No. I notice he's not shaking his head now, but I tell you who is shaking their head: the public at him and his Prime Minister for the decisions that they have taken. Now, Madam Deputy Speaker, we're going into recess. All of us are mindful of the fact that this House is shutting down. But when we come back, we expect answers. The Prime Minister of the United Kingdom, he hopes that this is going to go away. But I and every other member who is sitting in this House right now can assure him that it is not.
Just for a moment, please be seated. Colleagues, there are children in the gallery. Let's keep our language tempered, make sure that we're being moderate in everything that we say. And I'll call Sir Alex Shalbrook.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and it's a pleasure to follow on from the honourable gentleman for the speech he's just made. And indeed, the very fact that my right honourable friend, the member for Gordon Pocklington, was able to outline so clearly what today is about, Madam Deputy Speaker. And what today is about is an exceptionally serious matter. We are talking about the appointment of somebody who would have to have the highest security clearance, higher than a lot of ministers, having sensitive information go across his desk at the same time, and yet at the same time, in the public domain, was known that this individual was severely compromised. And that should raise a question for everybody. The Labour backbenchers, the government backbenchers, have been following today's debate in a state of despair. And I actually admire them for that, because they understand the gravity of the situation we are talking about. And as the Honourable Gentleman just drew on, the Minister sat on that front bench for Brighton, Kemp Town and Peacehaven has done nothing but treat this debate so far with contempt. He was smirking at my right honourable friend, the Leader of the Opposition. He has been shaking his head against some of the allegations made which are in the public domain. And, Madam Deputy Speaker, that speaks to a apparent attitude going on at the heart of this government. You know, I have a huge amount of respect for the Minister who's going to have to respond to this debate. We work closely together and he is a good man. But he has been sent to the slaughter today. This is a decision that was made around the cabinet table. This is a decision where the Minister last week had to come to this House and announce that the Prime Minister had instructed the Foreign Secretary to withdraw the ambassador. Where is the Foreign Secretary, Madam Deputy Speaker? This is one of the most serious issues this House has debated in this Parliament, and they've sent the Minister once again to answer these questions. And to be fair to the Minister, many questions can be put and he's not going to be able to answer them. And that's why he's been sent here today, because he can push it off into the distance. And I say again, Madam Speaker, I have nothing but respect for the Minister. We work closely together in international affairs and the work on NATO, and he's always been honest up front. And I know he must be dreading this today, because on Thursday, he came to this House and literally, and maybe he can tell us when he actually did know that the ambassador had been withdrawn, because beforehand he certainly looked like a man who was slightly worried about what he had to go into this House and do. I give way to the honourable gentleman.
I talk to my constituents, and it is a fact the last few days they've talked about little else. Now, alluding to what the leader of the SNP in this place said, this issue is not going to go away. I hope politicians realise that, because it will get bigger and bigger as time goes on. And to take up the point made by the honourable gentleman, these questions are going to have to be answered. There's no two ways about it. And when the general public speaks so firmly to me in that way, and to all of us, we know they speak the truth.
I'm grateful to the honourable gentleman. And I think, Madam Deputy Speaker, let's not shy away from what this is about. This is about a man who defended a convicted paedophile, which most people know would fail any vetting process, because you'd be compromised. The person could be compromised when defending someone of those serious criminal offences. We know in the public domain how much he was in hock to this convicted paedophile, and yet processes were overridden. Madam Deputy Speaker, the honourable member for Rugby raked up the past and said things which, quite frankly, the resignation of a Director of Communications is very different to the withdrawal of an ambassador with top secret access. But let me say, Madam Deputy Speaker, that when we were in government, we didn't exactly not have our scandals and heartaches that we had to go through. And may I remind the House that what did Boris Johnson as a Prime Minister was not all the allegations that used to be thrown from that side of the House. It was when he said to this House that he was not aware of any of the allegations made against Chris Pincher, and then it turned out that he had evidence that he was aware. Now, we know that this Prime Minister stood at that dispatch box on Wednesday and said he had not been made aware and he did not have any documents, when we now know that his office had them. So the question has to be answered, when did he know, and how can that be shown that he didn't know beforehand? Because this party moved against that Prime Minister when it became apparent that he did know. And I look at those Labour backbenchers and those who are giving opinions in the press and say to them, do you have the courage now to move against a Prime Minister who has done exactly what the former Prime Minister Boris Johnson did in this country, and this party moved against him when those allegations became clear that it wasn't correct. You know, it's said, Madam Deputy Speaker, that the buck stops here. Well, the buck really needs to stop here. I give way to the honourable member.
I thank the honourable gentleman. He refers to the previous Prime Minister as having conducted himself in certain ways. One of those ways was not actually having an independent ethics advisor for a period of time. Whereas this Prime Minister has an independent ethics advisor and acts on their advice.
Madam Deputy Speaker, the reason I took that intervention because I know the honourable gentleman wouldn't be able to help himself. And the reality is that the Prime Minister made out all this thing about I've appointed an ethics advisor, I've done this, and yet when asked the very straightforward question by the BBC, would you sack a minister who's broken the ethics code, he couldn't answer. He obfuscated as he always does. This is smoke and mirrors, Madam Deputy Speaker, and this is exactly the situation we find ourselves in today. It is not good enough to say we didn't know. I come back to it, Madam Deputy Speaker. We are talking about people who were subject to a paedophile, who watched somebody who defended that paedophile get put to one of the highest offices in the world, carrying some of the greatest secrets of state. And yet, this Prime Minister said, that's all fine, we'll override it. I don't want to go beyond the 6 minutes I was allowed, Madam Deputy Speaker, so I will just ask these questions to the ministers, but you know, some of them have been implied. But I'm afraid I won't. I don't want to test the patience of the House. There's a lot of people want to speak. The question that the Minister has to answer today is decisively who knew what when. He has to answer who made the decision to award the ambassadorship to Peter Mandelson, what lobbying took place to do that, why was such a distinguished ambassador such as Karen Pierce, who any of us who have been to America working in international affairs, when they met Dame Karen, knows she was one of the most respected and capable ambassadors, and that it cannot be true to say that she would not have been able to carry out the task which members sitting around that cabinet table today feels the man was worth the risk. Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker.
Sir John Whittingdale.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. There have been some very powerful speeches in this debate from both sides of the House, and one of the things which is apparent is that everybody is agreed that Peter Mandelson should never have been appointed as ambassador to Washington. It matters because ambassadors are critically important to our nation. They are the leaders in projecting our soft power. They are viewed as embodiments of the United Kingdom, and it is them who influence very largely how the UK is perceived. As has been said, we have had some really good ambassadors to the United States, going back to the late Sir Christopher Mayer, who I knew well, who did a terrific job, Lord Kim Darroch, and has been said, Dame Karen Pierce. And even sometimes there have been good political appointments. There was a certain amount of controversy when Peter Jay was appointed US ambassador. He was the son-in-law of the Prime Minister, but he did a reasonable job. Ed Llewellyn became our ambassador in Paris and now Rome and has done a terrific job. But as the chair of the Select Committee pointed out, when Ed Llewellyn was appointed, because it was a political appointment, he was interrogated by the Select Committee. As the chair has said, the committee of which I serve have attempted several times, indeed numerous times, to have Peter Mandelson appear. We are told that by the Foreign Office in their most recent letter to the chair of the committee, the committee did have an opportunity to talk to him on a visit to Washington. Oh. Well, I can say, because I was at both meetings, the first was a briefing about the state of American politics when we first arrived, and the second was a breakfast where he hosted opinion formers to discuss with us what was happening in the US Capitol. At no stage did we have any opportunity to cross-examine or ask Peter Mandelson the questions which we would wanted to ask had he appeared before the Select Committee, and it is ridiculous to try and suggest that that somehow is compensation for his failure to appear. Of course I could...
Grateful to the Right Honourable Member And having been there with him at those Foreign Affairs Committee meetings, we should also say that there was no opportunity for us to quiz Lord Mandelson in a public setting.
He is absolutely right, and it would have been important that we had that opportunity. Maybe had we done so, some of the questions which are now being asked could have been asked then, and we could have explored rather more why the decision was taken to appoint him, which I have to say is still causing bewilderment to a large number of people. But as has been said, it is now apparent that he should never have been appointed. I'm not going to recap what my right honourable friend, the member for Goole, and many others have said about his record, about his previous resignations, about his unsavoury links, all of which should have rung every alarm bell. But of course I give way.
I'm grateful to my honourable friend. He's making a very important intervention. Does he not agree, though, there is a tendency to say, well, this debate is about what we can do in the future? This debate is about what has gone wrong in the past, and the government's role in that, and for the Prime Minister to shoulder the responsibility and take us through what he knew.
I think my right friend is absolutely right, and actually the two are related. Because lessons learned and what we do in the future, we can only determine the lessons and decide what to do in the future if we know what went wrong this time. And in order to know, we have to obtain the answers to the questions. Now, the chair of the Select Committee actually set out a number of very important questions, and she ran through those in her contribution, and we have now had an answer from the Foreign Office. She referred to the letter that was sent to her. What we know from the letter, and it doesn't tell us much, what we know from the letter, first of all, is the Foreign Office had nothing really to do with it. They say to us that the appointment was carried out following the Propriety and Ethics Committee investigation, which was carried out in the Cabinet Office. The Foreign Office was then told of this. They were instructed to appoint Lord Mandelson as ambassador, and after his appointment was announced, the FCDO started the ambassadorial appointment process, including national security vetting. Now, national security vetting, deep vetting has been referred to. We need to know what that says. However, we are told by the Foreign Office that the process of national security vetting is independent of ministers who are not informed of any findings other than the final outcome. So essentially, what appears to have been the case is that the Foreign Office is saying, well, we told his past, but we're not going to be told anything about what was uncovered, about the questions that were asked, what his answers would be. And yet this is somebody who already had very serious offences against him that had caused him to resign twice, where there were real question marks about his record, both as a European Commissioner, about some of his friendships. All of these, one assumes, must have been asked at deep vetting, and yet he passed. The final outcome was fine, he can be appointed, and the Foreign Office are told that, and they're not given any other detail. I mean, frankly, I find that completely astonishing, and it does raise the questions even more seriously that we must find out what that process was and what the deep vetting showed, and why, if it really is the case that ministers were not given any detail about what the process uncovered, they didn't actually ask any questions about it. And that is something which I look forward to the minister addressing when he responds. I give way to another of my fellow members of the committee.
I thank the honourable member for giving way, and he's right to highlight the repeated request that the committee made to meet with Lord Mandelson before his appointment. He also raises the various responses that we've got from the Foreign Secretary, and the important fact that there are questions over the suitability of the appointment. There must also be questions over the Prime Minister's judgment. Did he ask to see the PET report before making the appointment? Did he ask to see the security vetting report? Did he read them? Did he go ahead despite their content?
Asks very valid questions, and we do need to have the answers to all of those. And he and I know he will join me in pressing for the Foreign Affairs Committee to continue to press this case, but it may well be that Another body, perhaps the liaison committee that does have the opportunity to interrogate the Prime Minister, will also pursue these matters. Because as has been said several times in the debate, this is not going to go away. There is real anger out there across this House and in the country, and people will demand to know answers. We attempted today to try and begin to put those questions by summoning 2 members from the Foreign Office and from the Cabinet Office, and the committee was told that neither was available. Well, I can tell the House that I have some experience at summoning people who don't wish to attend before select committees, and there is a procedure. And I hope that when we return after the recess, the committee will pursue these matters, that we will require ministers to appear, and if they don't do so, or if others refuse, then we will look to see what other actions can be taken. But I've finished by saying these are very serious matters. The questions have been asked. The answers so far have not been forthcoming, and we will go on pursuing this until they are.
Marvellous. I assume that's everybody that's wishing to contribute is actually bobbing. There seems to be a lot of movement in the chamber. Okay. Rachel Gilmore.
Deputy Speaker, and I would like to congratulate the Right Honourable Member for Gould and Pocklington for securing this debate. Like all of us in this chamber, our thoughts are first and foremost with the victims of that dreadful man whose name I refuse to mention. A week is a long time in politics, and last week saw the Prime Minister stand at the dispatch box to back and then sack the now former ambassador to the United States. In Prime Minister's questions last week, my party leader, the Right Honourable Member for Kingston and Surbiton, questioned the Prime Minister on Lord Mandelson's appointment, and the Prime Minister stood by it, confirming that rigorous background checks had taken place. This entire situation has left a nasty taste in the mouth, to put it mildly. That the ambassador to the US, the most coveted ambassadorial position in the United Kingdom by many metrics, was seemingly okay with the moral turpitude of the ban I will not mention, even following his conviction. This casts a long shadow on Britain's place in the world. The timing and nature of this, not that it could ever be anything other than terrible, is catastrophically bad. The optics are dreadful. While we should be demonstrating moral leadership in an increasingly volatile international climate, our own emissary to our closest ally has been discredited by scandal. The President of the United States lands in this country today for his unprecedented second state visit. Whilst the Prime Minister wines and dines him, will he be taking a principled stand on the matters of great importance to the metre of this country? Will he be pressing on Gaza? Will he be making progress on our long-awaited bespoke trade deal to insulate ourselves from Trump's tariffs? Will he be supporting our NATO allies in making the case for better US engagement with the defence of Ukraine and shoring up Europe's eastern flank to Russian incursions in Poland and Romania? As if not already bad enough, this murky affair has been thickened by the fact that a source from MI6 has reportedly claimed that they failed to clear Mandelson and warned that his links to the man I still refuse to name would, quote, compromise him. Downing Street pressed ahead with the appointment anyway. It is vital that the Civil Service Commission now investigates whether the ambassador broke the Diplomatic Service Code by failing to come clean over these revelations sooner. If it is true, it raises wider questions about what other advice from the Social Security Services was neglected. Why did Downing Street officials fail this most basic duty? Why did the team in number 10 send the Prime Minister out to bat, sticking to the line of confidence in Mandelson, only to defenestrate him a few hours later? Why was the Prime Minister not on top of his brief? And if it is the case that key details and information were withheld from the Prime Minister, why has no one been outed and swiftly given the boot? In the late 1920s, Madam Deputy Speaker, there was a famous German philosopher called Karl Popper.
And he famously said that those who cannot remember the past are condemned to repeat it. It is my sincere hope that this is not the case for this government, for whom I have usually a degree of some respect. There are so many questions, and we on these benches and my constituents of Tiverton and Minehead demand answers. Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker.
Luke Evans.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And I must admit, when we heard that this debate was granted, I thought long and hard about what I could add or what I could say or what I could do to take part in the debate, whether I even should. And already, as we've gone through this debate, many of the questions that spring to mind have been asked, the process questions about where, when, why, how, etc., far more eloquently and far more in detail than I could put down. Because in essence, it does come down to the fact that this was a political appointment, and so the PM is the person who should carry the risk. That's the job. If it's someone else's, then we need to know who that is. So stepping back a little bit, I thought about, well, what would the man and woman on the Hinckley High Street say if I talked to them about it? Because they do talk about it, and it does hit hard to them. And they have many of the process questions that we have as well. And I reflect on the fact that stepping back, this to me seems a bit of a Pyrrhic victory, if I'm being honest. I'm acutely aware that the sword of hypocrisy has a blade on both sides, and swung heavily in this House can hit both sides equally. But it's not the wound that can kill. It's the subsequent infection afterwards.
Cover up.
That is the problem that we're seeing here today. And so when the member for Rugby stands up and points in the past and talks about context, he is right. Context is important to the public in this debate, and we are paying the price on this side of the House because of some of the decisions that have happened before us. And it wasn't the fact that a previous Prime Minister ate cake, it was about the fact that it was then covered up. And we had to come to this House to say there was a report that we felt the Prime Minister lied. Now, the new Prime Minister came in saying there will be change. There will be something different. That was his words. It was even on the lectern, time for change. Here lies the problem. Because when the Minister who was Transport Secretary was found out to have committed fraud, when the Anti-Corruption Minister was investigated for corruption, when the Homelessness Minister had to resign because of making people homeless, and the Deputy Prime Minister and Housing Secretary hadn't paid her tax, it wasn't because the Prime Minister pushed them out there. It was because the media in this place did its job to hold them to account. And that's the difference that I'm looking for today.
I will. Grateful to my honourable friends. Building on that point, does he find it absolutely vital that if our right honourable friend, the Leader of the Opposition, hadn't taken down the Prime Minister step by step last week, that we may be going to a recess with this scrutiny still not happening?
Spot on, and I think it's respect should be given to many people who've raised this, including the Leader of the Opposition, but many in the media, many people on the backbenches on both sides of the House who have also raised concerns. And this is my primary point, because the Prime Minister said he wanted to do something different. Well, what could he do different? He could come to this House and tell people the truth, answer those questions. There is nothing stopping him from delivering a statement himself, putting himself up in front of scrutiny to answer those questions. He could convene a committee for the House. I'm sure many would be happy to attend to answer the questions that are put before him.
I will. Yeah, it's a point that keeps being raised time and again. We talk about this 3-week gap now. But the reality is key select committees can continue through the recess to investigate this issue, which they should do, and call the Prime Minister to give evidence so that we don't wait 3 weeks in the hope that it dies. That's the key.
My right honourable friend is absolutely spot on. But there is a key difference, actually, I would say, because the Prime Minister said he would do things differently. The leadership means he could come forward himself to be here. at the dispatch box. Because I have a huge amount of respect for the Minister who's going to have to defend this. But he is not the decision maker. He is not the risk holder when it comes to this debate and this decision. And therein lies the point. And this is why I'm sad today, because I think this is what the public will see. They will look on and say that a new Prime Minister came in on a landslide majority saying he's going to do things differently by his own standards that he set and has chosen not to. He's ignored the questions, he's answered the media, and his one outing to it says, I wouldn't have made the decision if I knew the information. That isn't good enough for the public to understand. So I finish where I started to say, I really do think today is a Pyrrhic victory, a hollow victory. But I do live in hope, Madam Deputy Speaker. I live in hope that on the day that the government is introducing the Public Office Accountability Bill, I'm hopeful that the Prime Minister could still lead the change that he set out. He could still live by his own standards that he set for himself and his government. And he could still now clear up once and for all exactly what happened. And I live in hope that that might be the case.
Well done.
Richard Tice.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Well, the reality is that the Prime Minister personally decided to appoint Lord Mandelson as the Ambassador to the United States, and in so doing, he has humiliated and embarrassed this nation on the international stage, because this Lord Mandelson is someone who described himself as the best pal of a paedophile. Someone who advised that paedophile, when in prison, to use that time in prison as an opportunity. Truly shocking. And there are two separate issues here that require proper examination. Firstly, the judgment of the Prime Minister, and then secondly, did he inadvertently mislead the House last Wednesday in responding to the Leader of Opposition? And let's look at the judgment of the Prime Minister. We know now that he received a 2-page document as he made the personal decision to appoint Lord Mandelson, outlining some of his links to the paedophile. And yet he carried on with that decision to appoint him. So he made that appointment in that knowledge. That is woefully, woefully incompetent judgment. He then made the judgment last week in the knowledge that there was a cache of emails about Lord Mandelson's links to this paedophile. He made the judgment as a lawyer who supposedly is forensic, not to ask the questions about what was in the emails. That seems to me an absolute failure of judgment. And then he made the judgment to come to this House and say that he had confidence in the man over whom he knew there was a cache of emails that he thought it was inappropriate to ask the detail about. The whole point of lawyers and barristers is they do that DD, that diligence. But no, not our Prime Minister. Which brings me on to the critical issue of whether the Prime Minister inadvertently misled the House. He said two things to the Leader of the Opposition. Firstly, twice, he said he had confidence in Lord Mandelson, and yet he knew the day before there's a cache of emails that he didn't want to know the detail of about Lord Mandelson's links to Epstein. And then, the day after, he fired him. How is it credulous to believe that you can have confidence in a man given those two facts within a 24-hour period? Even more significantly, the Prime Minister said that full due process had been followed during the appointment. We now learn that this is not the case, because actually the due process was carried out after the decision by the Prime Minister to appoint Lord Mandelson and after it had been announced to the world at large. And therefore, those two things cannot be true. Either full due process was carried out before the decision to appoint, or it was carried out afterwards. It was not carried out during. And for that reason, I regrettably conclude personally that the Prime Minister inadvertently misled this House of Commons and the British people. And I think, therefore, that this Prime Minister needs to come to the House and give absolute clarity on what he knew, when, why he made those decisions, and why he chose not to ask the detailed forensic investigations at the appropriate time.
Just remind members to temper their speeches, and we do not at any point accuse other members of dishonesty. And I know the next member will get that right. Sarah Ball.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. There are rare moments when both sides of the House come to this chamber with the same question on their minds. How did it get to this? The Prime Minister is very proud of his record as the Director of Public Prosecutions, his skills to prosecute, to interrogate and to investigate. Skills that are absent here. The Prime Minister will also be more than familiar with the basic legal principle, caveat emptor, buyer beware. This can be translated across the board to many scenarios and essentially means you are to do your research and ask pointed questions. Madam Deputy Speaker, on this point, the Prime Minister in interviews exposed himself yesterday. He claims he did not know the content of the Bloomberg emails, but yet he knew they existed. Where was the inquiry? He knew an investigation was launched by the Foreign Office, but not the content. Where was the inquiry? He was waiting for answers from the disgraced ambassador, even though his Chief of Staff, we understand, was in contact with him for much of the previous day. Where was the inquiry? In the knowledge that there were outstanding questions unanswered, anyone, and not just a lawyer, would have drawn breath and paused before giving such a vote of confidence in the former ambassador during PMQs. It is willful ignorance at best, political belligerence at worst. The Prime Minister now says, had I known, I quote, had I known then what I know now, I would never have appointed him. But the former Foreign Secretary has said, the truth is all the issues were weighed, and in that time it was known that Peter Mandelson had a relationship with Jeffrey Epstein, but the scale and extent of that was only known last Wednesday evening when the Prime Minister surveyed those emails. But we understand that the Foreign Office contacted Number 10 on Tuesday and an investigation was opened. So something doesn't add up. There is such a lack of clarity on this matter, and where there is a lack of clarity, we need transparency. A proper due diligence exercise relies on the disclosure given, as he will be well aware from practice. It is time to disclose. So I am sure, therefore, that the government will oblige with the request from the Leader of the Opposition to provide the House with all correspondence and documents on the Mandelson files. The matter, however, goes beyond judgment calls of both the Prime Minister and the former Foreign Secretary, given that both are involved in the appointment of ambassadors. It is also a matter of ethics. What is deemed acceptable behaviour when in positions of power? Now, the Nolan principles are integral to all of us who serve the public. Selflessness, integrity, objectivity, accountability, openness, honesty and leadership. Principles that apply as much to the former ambassador as to the Prime Minister. Now, under leadership, it states that holders of public office should, I quote, actively promote and robustly support the principles and challenge poor behaviour wherever it occurs. Given the known record of Peter Mandelson, even before the details of the Bloomberg emails came to light, does the Prime Minister believe that this principle has been met? On this basis, will the Prime Minister be referring himself and others involved in the appointment process to the Independent Ethics Advisor? The role of ambassador in Washington is a crucial one, entrusted with the most sensitive information and shaping our reputation on the world stage. It is not too much to ask that its appointee embodies the highest standards.
Wendy Wharton.
Speaker, let's be absolutely crystal clear. This is an emergency debate about honesty, integrity and the credibility of this Labour government. It's about what the Prime Minister knew and when he knew it regarding Lord Mandelson's links to Jeffrey Epstein. The public deserve the truth, and instead they've been treated to evasion, delay, and as my constituents have been very clear, a cover-up. The decision to appoint Lord Mandelson as Britain's ambassador to the US was extraordinary. The links between Mandelson and Epstein were well known. We've heard it this afternoon. The vetting process surely should have raised red flags. And yet the Prime Minister, yes, the Prime Minister, oversaw the appointment. And where is he today? More happy to talk to the BBC, perhaps, than at the dispatch box. He told us himself he had confidence in Lord Mandelson, even as the questions mounted and the damning Bloomberg emails were about to surface. That surely was not an accident. It was a choice, and one that goes to the heart of the Prime Minister's judgment. So let us remind ourselves what those emails revealed. Mandelson offering words of support to a convicted paedophile. These were not casual contacts, but sustained and deeply troubling links. Yet when pressed on what he knew, the Prime Minister's story shifted. First, perhaps ignorance, then awareness of media inquiries, then the claim he had not seen the contents until the last moment. And all the while, the Prime Minister's Chief of Staff was in touch with Lord Mandelson much of the day before PMQs. So which is it? This House deserves answers to the most basic questions about a scandal engulfing the Prime Minister and his own ambassador, or ex-ambassador. But this is not an isolated lapse. We saw two of the Prime Minister's most senior appointments unravel in recent weeks. It seems to me that Labour likes to lecture us all about integrity, but in little more than a year in office, they are mired in scandal, putting loyalty to insiders ahead of the basic decency the public rightly expects. And while the government is tying itself in knots, our country faces grave challenges. Last week, Russian drones crossed into Polish airspace, testing NATO's resolve. Bond rates here at home have hit their highest in 30 years. Illegal migrant boat crossings reached record numbers in this year, 2025. And in the West Midlands, bin strikes roll on into their sixth month, while Labour MPs from the city and the region sit silent. And in my own constituency, swathes of our precious green belt are under siege because of Labour's planning reforms. These are the issues my constituents expect this place to be focused on. But instead, the Prime Minister is distracted by a scandal of his own making. So let's just get back to the central question. What must now happen? I think the answer is simple. The Mandelson-Epstein files must be released in full, urgently, and without caveats. That means the two-page vetting document and the evidence behind it. That means all correspondence between the Chief of Staff and Lord Mandelson. That means the communications between the Foreign Office, Number 10, and our embassy in Washington about the Bloomberg files. And that means any other documents presented to the Prime Minister in making the appointment. This House and the public that we serve have a right to see them. Recess will be upon us within literally hours, but this scandal cannot and it must not be sent into recess in the hope that this failing government can sweep it under the carpet. Because the longer that Labour refuses to publish the files, the more damning the conclusion becomes, and the more damaging to democracy in our country and to the trust of the public. Madam Deputy Speaker, the opposition, well, benches rather, went into last year's election on the slogan of change. Well, every day they're demonstrating it, that it's change for the worse. At a moment when we should be projecting clarity, strength and integrity on the world stage, we are instead led by a Prime Minister distracted by scandal and paralysed by poor judgment. It's time to end the rumour, publish the files and finally put his country before narrow party interests. Nothing less will do.
Jim Alistair.
Madam Deputy Speaker, I want to use the few minutes that I have to focus on how it could be that the Prime Minister of this country just last Wednesday came to tell this House that he had confidence in the friend of the paedophile, Lord Mandelson, in his role as the key ambassador for this government. He said that not once, but twice, when the Leader of the Opposition rightly asked him. He declared himself, I have confidence in him. I have confidence in the ambassador. those were his ringing endorsements of Lord Mandelson. And I want to examine the circumstances that then prevailed when he said those words, that he has confidence. What is confidence? Confidence is that you trust someone. Confidence is that you have faith in them. Yeah. Confidence is that you believe in them. So that is what he was telling this House in respect of Lord Mandelson. That was on Wednesday. And yet on Monday, we know, as a matter of public knowledge, that the Bloomberg emails had been published. The Prime Minister since has made some startling claims. He has said that when a Prime Minister's question he was answering, he knew that questions were being asked. He told us that at Prime Minister's questions, he only knew of media inquiries about the emails. And he knew that questions had been put to Lord Mandelson. Now, our Prime Minister is a KC. The natural instinct of a lawyer is to interrogate. The training of a lawyer is to equip them to interrogate. And yet this House is being told that when the Prime Minister stood at that dispatch box and said, "I have confidence in Lord Mandelson," though he knew that questions were being asked, he didn't interrogate and himself ask, about what? When he was told that he knew there were media inquiries about emails, if we're to believe this, he didn't ask, what emails? What do they say?
Would he give way?
Yes.
The Honourable Member is making a fantastic speech, and the Prime Minister said he had confidence in. He didn't say pending investigation or suspension or I'll look into it or I'll follow process. He said, I had confidence. Why does my honourable friend think that he didn't say, I will look into these situations seriously, and said I had confidence specifically at the dispatch box?
I think that is the most troubling thing about this, that equipped with the knowledge that he inevitably had, Monday night's publications, knowledge that questions were being asked, knowledge that there were media inquiries about the emails, and yet the credibility of this House is to be stretched to be asked to believe that he, a trained lawyer, never interrogated any of that, never asked, what emails? What do they say? What questions have we asked? He came to this House blind, we are asked to believe, to all of that. Now, not only in the appointment of Lord Mandelson do we see serious flaw in the judgment of the Prime Minister, but if that is truly the situation, that he came to this House with a limited but uninterrogated knowledge of these matters, then it raises further questions about the Prime Minister's judgment on all this. And I fear this House has many answers yet to receive. It's a matter of regret to me, as it is to others, that the Prime Minister is not here today to answer those demanding and alarming and yet simple questions. Questions that go to the very heart of not or the Prime Minister's confidence in Lord Mandelson, but to the very heart of whether this House and this people can have confidence in the Prime Minister.
Richard Ford.
Madam Deputy Speaker, the UK has a proud tradition of appointing career civil servants as ambassadors. Our senior diplomatic service is respected worldwide, and travelling with the Foreign Affairs Committee this year, we've heard high praise for our, quote, Rolls-Royce civil service. Professional, reliable, globally respected. And one strength of the British civil service lies in the clear separation between politicians and officials. Since the Northcote and Trevelyan Report of 1854, civil service impartiality has been a sine qua non of a permanent civil service. The reputation of the British government depends on it. That rigid distinction has served us well across the decades and applies in the staffing of our most senior diplomatic posts. And yes, there have been occasional exceptions. Baron Llewellyn of Steep was one, the former Chief of Staff of Baron Cameron of Chipping Norton when he was Prime Minister. He was appointed first as Ambassador to France in 2016 and now serves as His Majesty's Ambassador to Italy. He had gained experience with Baron Chris Patton in Hong Kong and later Lord Ashdown, Paddy Ashdown, when he was High Representative in Bosnia. So plainly, somebody with enormous international experience. But crucially, this political appointment of Baron Llewellyn gave evidence. He was called to the Foreign Affairs Committee in 2017 to give evidence shortly after he had been appointed. Contrast that, the British way, with how the United States makes its ambassadorial appointments. It is common for American presidents to reward political donors or political allies with ambassadorial posts. Donald Trump's choice for the EU ambassador to London is a case in point. The ambassador to London is an investment banker, a donor to the Republican Party, and not a career diplomat. As of the 3rd of September, Donald Trump had appointed 67 ambassadors in his second term. 61 of them are political appointees, more than 90%. Yet in the United States, such appointments are subject to public scrutiny. Every US ambassador must first appear before the Senate Foreign Relations Committee, submitting detailed disclosures on their background, their finances, and their potential conflicts of interest before facing direct questions in a public hearing. In the United States, only after this confirmation hearing does the nomination proceed to the full Senate, where a confirmation vote is required. It ensures a level of transparency and accountability that is absent from the US, from this system here in the UK. Our system is set up for the appointment of senior civil servants who receive vetting on a rolling basis. The Foreign Affairs Committee was not afforded the opportunity to question Lord Mandelson, either in public, before his appointment, or subsequently. We saw this with this appointment of Lord Mandelson, neither the professionalism of the appointment of a British civil servant, nor the scrutiny associated with the political appointees in the US system. We should also look hard at what has happened in US-UK relations since Lord Mandelson took up his post in December. On Ukraine, Lord Mandelson's line was closer to the US than the UK, arguably, prior to his appointment as ambassador. He spoke frivolously on the Koonsberg programme about whatever happens on the fringes of Ukrainian territory. That was not the British government's position. After being appointed in March this year, Mandelson said that President Zelensky should be, quote, more supportive of US peace efforts. These remarks were so out of step that ministers were forced to clarify these comments did not reflect British government policy. On the Middle East, we know that the UK and US governments have taken different approaches to the conflict, and it leaves us wondering in what circumstances the UK position has not been portrayed correctly in Washington, DC. Trade is another area of concern. On the 1st of April this year, I gave the first reading of the US-UK trade agreement, the 10-minute rule bill, arguing for stronger parliamentary scrutiny of any trade deal. And while parliamentary scrutiny of any transatlantic partnership with the United States is essential, so too it is with appointments to the role of ambassador. My instinct is that the UK ambassador to the US should be a professional British civil servant or an official.
On that point?
I will.
I thank the member. Does he not agree? I mean, he's made the theoretical argument, the general argument, but the actual argument that Karen Pierce was a brilliant ambassador, would never have made the mistakes he alludes to that Lord Mandelson made, and should not have been replaced.
I agree with the right honourable gentleman wholeheartedly and commend him for calling this debate in the first place. He's right. It was rumoured that Karen Pierce wanted to stay in, or at least was willing to stay on in post for another year, and she would have represented us in an excellent manner that we know was characteristic of her. The Prime Minister has extensive powers to appoint senior officials. Usually, The Civil Service Commissioners lead this process to ensure that the selection is on the basis of merit. The Constitutional Reform and Governance Act, or CRAG, allows the Prime Minister to bypass that check on his power. And in this case, it has had disastrous consequences. Madam Deputy Speaker, as I conclude, I have 2 questions for the Minister. 1. Will the Government commit that in future, any political appointment to a senior diplomatic role will go before the Foreign Affairs Committee for scrutiny before the appointment is confirmed? And 2. Will the Government amend Clause 10.3 of the CRAG to ensure that diplomats, like senior civil servants, are appointed on the basis of merit and on the basis of fair and open competition? Thank you.
Lincoln Job.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I would like to thank and congratulate the member for Goole and Pocklington for securing this emergency debate. The focus of the debate thus far has primarily been in 3 areas: the victims of Jeffrey Epstein's appalling crimes, the conduct of Lord Mandelson prior to him being appointed, and then the judgment of the Prime Minister in both appointing and then firing Lord Mandelson as the British ambassador to Washington. And quite rightly, the House in this debate has focused on those 3 areas. But I want to add a 4th, which I personally find as chilling as the other 3. It is this: that since December last year, our ambassador in Washington has been potentially subject to leverage and blackmail. Because someone, and we don't know who, had politically fatal compromat on Lord Mandelson throughout his whole time in office. And I'm amazed that the Foreign Office has not gone into full lockdown and damage limitation mode, having found out that potentially Lord Mandelson could have been being blackmailed this entire time. And if it had turned out that he had been an agent of a foreign state, they would have done that. All they do know now is that someone had, and we don't know who, politically fatal compromat on him that whole time. So I don't know if the Minister is aware, and the member for Honiton did talk about some of the behaviours of Lord Mandelson in office, and that's the bit I'm concerned about. I don't know if he's aware that Sir Ben Wallace gave an interview to Times Radio recently, in which he said that Lord Mandelson had been lobbying number 10 Downing Street on behalf of a single defence manufacturer for Britain to buy an unmanned military set of equipment, a major buy, without a competition, bypassing UK SMEs and expertise. Now, I'm not going to put 2 and 2 together, but it does seem extraordinary to me that someone who is meant to be promoting British interests overseas is instead promoting US defence capability to number 10. Now, don't get me wrong, we buy a lot of good kit from America, but it is the absence of a competition which ensures that that skews the pitch and is odd behaviour. And so I would hope that when the Minister gets an opportunity to speak, he will talk about what measures the number 10 and the Foreign Office are taking to examine every single thing that Lord Mandelson did when our ambassador, in order to establish the extent to which the politically fatal compromat had skewed his judgment and driven his behaviour. Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker.
Final backbench contribution, Ben Obsujecti.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The now former UK ambassador to the United States has been sacked due to the nature of his relationship with a convicted paedophile. A relationship that has come as no surprise to anybody, except it would appear the Prime Minister. The Prime Minister knew of Lord Mandelson's relationship with Epstein, the former Foreign Secretary too, and yet his appointment was felt to be worth the risk. even despite warnings from President Trump's co-campaign manager, Chris Lascivita, who criticised the replacement of the former ambassador, Dame Karen Pierce, as replacing a professional, universally respected AMBO with an absolute moron. Even the Foreign Affairs Select Committee chair, effusive in her praise for Lord Mandelson, asked for him to come before her committee to allow my colleagues to hear directly why the Prime Minister had appointed him. With her face pressed up against the cabinet room window like Tiny Tim out in the cold, I'm surprised she could be heard. But the Minister for the Overseas Territories, looking sheepish in his place on the front bench, was emphatic. We are absolutely convinced that Lord Mandelson will do an excellent job as our representative in Washington, he stated. And yet that whole time, the government was aware of the security warnings that Lord Mandelson's relationship with Jeffrey Epstein crossed the line of what is acceptable and failed to meet the standard expected of what is arguably our most critical ambassadorial appointment. The President of the United States arrives for his second state visit tomorrow, yet we now suffer the embarrassment and indignity of having had to sack our ambassador for his proximity to a man found guilty of soliciting prostitution from a child, whose girlfriend was convicted in 2021 of sex trafficking, conspiracy and transportation of a minor for illegal sexual activity. Indeed, an aspect of this that remains unclear is the nature of Lord Mandelson's relationship with Ghislaine Maxwell. The New York Times has described it as a stinging embarrassment that casts a shadow over the planned state visit. How has the Prime Minister allowed this to happen, ignoring the advice from his security assessment to appoint him anyway, embracing the risk, then having it blow up in his face? Prior to entering Parliament, I worked for Barclays Bank, and in 2021, the bank's CEO, Jess Staley, resigned amid a regulatory probe into whether he mischaracterised his relationship with Jeffrey Epstein. I actually raised a complaint with my managers that was roundly ignored, never advancing beyond managing director level, such was the squeamishness that surrounded the story. I was furious that Barclays still paid Staley his £2.4 million salary and £120,000 pension contribution whilst being defenestrated for his relationship with Epstein. This isn't privileged information, it was widely reported. And yet, whilst the financial world saw fit to wash its hands of Staley, this Labour government welcomed Lord Mandelson with open arms. Those linked to Jeffrey Epstein, who had maintained a relationship with him after his conviction, had visited his island many times where the crimes took place, had long since been deplatformed, deemed too toxic to hold positions of power, and yet the hubris of the Prime Minister saw him ride roughshod over such glaringly obvious concerns. Being the Prime Minister is to take the mantle of the UK's decision-maker-in-chief, to own the responsibility of making not just difficult decisions, but the most difficult decisions. Appointing an ambassador to the United States is not the political banana skin that should bring down the government, and yet here we are. The government is teetering on the brink. Yesterday, the Prime Minister gingerly began climbing down over his handling of the Mandelson sacking. When he came to the chamber last Wednesday, he robustly defended Lord Mandelson, playing to the baying crowd. He even had the chutzpah to claim that the Conservative Party has a leadership contest going on. Interesting to see him in the smoking room last night between votes, wasn't it? Last Wednesday, the Prime Minister stated that full due process was followed during this appointment. He said it twice. If that is true, then the Prime Minister knew the full scope of Mandelson's relationship with Jeffrey Epstein. If he didn't know, and new information subsequently came to light, then either the vetting standards of the government are incompetent, or the claim of full due process is inaccurate. I have confidence in the ambassador. He said that twice too. The Prime Minister's explanation yesterday stated that there were 3 reasons for his tergiversation. The nature and extent of the relationship being far different to what I'd understood the position at that point of appointment. The questioning and challenging of the conviction, which, as I say, goes to the heart of and cuts across what this government is doing on violence against women and girls, and the unsatisfactory nature of the responses from Peter Mandelson last week to the inquiries made of him by government officials, I took the decision to remove him. So can the government lay out precisely what the full due process that was followed? The Prime Minister claims he didn't learn the content of the Bloomberg emails until after his robust defence at PMQs. So, did Lord Mandelson fail to disclose this information during his vetting interview? Was there even a vetting interview? Or did Lord Mandelson disclose everything and the Prime Minister is displaying willful ignorance? I will give way.
Grateful to the honourable gentleman for giving way. His speech reminds me of an earlier episode in UK-US relations when Donald Rumsfeld referred to known knowns, unknown unknowns and known unknowns. And whilst the government might be forgiven for not holding Peter Mandelson to account for those unknown unknowns, does he not agree with me that it's unforgivable that they have traded and staked Britain's diplomatic relationship with the US on known unknowns?
With the honourable member, and I think it's incredible that such lax vetting has taken place from this government with regards to what is such an obvious conflict of interest. The nature and extent of the relationship. We knew about Mandelson's closeness to Jeffrey Epstein when the notorious Birthday book was published, where Lord Mandelson described the convicted paedophile as his best pal and signed off his many pages of unctuous praise with the line, "Yum yum." What else did the Prime Minister learn beyond that? He claims he only knew of his association. That would appear to be questionable. The questioning and challenging of the conviction. Was Lord Mandelson asked about his opinion of the conviction of his best pal during his vetting interview? Did he disclose that he felt or had ever felt that the conviction was unjustified? Either he wasn't asked, incompetent vetting, he didn't disclose, not a suitable appointment, or he did disclose and it was ignored by the Prime Minister. Exactly. Which is it?
Yep. Very good.
The unsatisfactory nature of the responses, the only aspect in the investigation we are yet to learn. The Prime Minister must publish this new information so that this House can fully understand if his answers are unsatisfying now but not before. That would suggest that full due process was not followed in contradiction to what the Prime Minister claimed last week. This whole sorry episode looks set to derail the visit of the President of the United States tomorrow. We are a long way from the chummy bonhomie of the Prime Minister feeling he'd stuck the landing when his perfectly stage-managed hand delivery of the invitation letter to President Trump. I wonder how he's going to explain this all to the President tomorrow. The Prime Minister knows his days are numbered. The new shadow cabinet know his days are numbered. The backbenchers know his days are numbered. Perhaps the Prime Minister should try talking to them on a regular basis and not just greasing up to them in the smoking room when he needs their support. If the Prime Minister cannot exercise the judgment required of the office, then he must resign.
That is the end of the backbench contributions. Colleagues who have spoken should be making their way back to the chamber. I call the Minister, Minister Doughty.
Well, thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And on Thursday, I came to this House to announce that the Prime Minister had asked the Foreign Secretary to withdraw Lord Mandelson as the UK's ambassador to the United States. And can I, at the outset, Madam Deputy Speaker, just say that I know, and there were many comments to this effect from across the House, know that all of us are appalled by Epstein's crimes and all of those who have suffered as a result. And I think they need to be at the forefront of our minds today. And I also want to thank, Madam Deputy Speaker, the genuine, I think, suggestions that were made by a number of honourable and right honourable members about scrutiny of processes in relation to ambassadorial appointments. And I can say, Madam Deputy Speaker, that the government have listened to particularly the Chair of the Foreign Affairs Committee on this matter, and we will consider all options to support the committee in their work in the future. The Prime Minister took this decision, Madam Deputy Speaker, after new information. I'm not going to give away the first. I really do think I need to respond to many of the points that have been made in the debate, and then I'll happily take some interventions. The Prime Minister took this decision after new information showed the nature and extent of Lord Mandelson's relationship with Jeffrey Epstein was materially different from what was known at the time of his appointment. And in particular, Madam Deputy Speaker, Lord Mandelson suggested that Epstein's conviction was wrongful, encouraged him to fight for early release, and said that he had been through years of torture. We know the only people tortured, Madam Deputy Speaker, were the women and girls whose lives were destroyed by Epstein's heinous crimes, and I do want to associate myself with the remarks that were made by a number of honourable and right honourable members on that point, both about the crimes and the victims. Madam Deputy Speaker, the Prime Minister has been... I will give very way on that very specific point.
Grateful to the Minister for giving way. So is he effectively telling the House that on the basis that Lord Mandelson had retained friendship with Jeffrey Epstein, despite him being a paedophile, that was fine? The only problem was that he thought that Jeffrey Epstein was innocent. So if he had said to the Prime Minister, or hadn't sent those emails, and had said that Jeffrey Epstein was guilty, this wouldn't have been a problem. Is that the message he's conveying to the public?
The Prime Minister has been explicitly clear that the new information is and was not compatible with the duty that we owed the victims of Jeffrey Epstein's horrendous crimes against women and girls, and with this government's clear commitment to tackling that kind of violence and abuse. And as such, Madam Deputy Speaker, the Prime Minister took decisive action to withdraw Lord Mandelson as ambassador. And he has also been clear, and he undertook a number of media interviews yesterday, that Lord Mandelson would not have been appointed if all the information we now have was available at the time. And I point you, I'll just complete this reference, then I will give way. I point you to the reference, Madam Deputy Speaker, to what the Prime Minister had to say yesterday, and I quote, he said, "Had I known then what I know now, then I'd never have appointed him." So following Lord Mandelson's departure and in line with standard diplomatic practice, the Deputy Head of Mission, James Roscoe, an experienced and capable diplomat, has been put in place as the Chargé d'Affaires. I will give way to the gentleman.
One simple question to the Minister, because he's doing a fair job, is why is he here and not the Prime Minister answering those questions? Because he clearly can't answer them, and that's no disrespect for him. The Prime Minister said he didn't know something, now he knows something. Could I ask, where is the Prime Minister and why is he not at the dispatch box?
Madam Deputy Speaker, I'm here responding for the Government. I'm the Minister for North America, and he will also understand that there are very important matters taking place today that the Prime Minister and Foreign Secretary are involved with. And of course, we've seen the launch of the new Hillsborough Law today as well, which was referenced during the debate. But Madam Deputy Speaker, I do want to say, I will give way to the Honourable Gentleman in short order, but I do want to just say something about our excellent diplomats and officials across the world. Because, Madam Deputy Speaker, we have an excellent team at the British Embassy in Washington. Indeed, we've had many excellent former ambassadors, and we have a wide network in the United States, across the United States, not just in Washington, and in King Charles Street. And I want to pay particular tribute to them and all the work that they're doing, particularly in supporting the outcomes of this week's important and historic state visits. And I totally associate myself with the remarks made by my honourable friend from Vauxhall and Camberwell Green on their professionalism. And I know that's been experienced by many members across the House, and I think that's important that we have that on the record, Madam Deputy Speaker. This is a crucial moment for UK-US relations, and together we are focused on delivering on jobs, on growth and security for people on both sides of the Atlantic. I said I would give way.
I'm very grateful to the Minister, and because he is such a decent Minister and because he does enjoy respect on both sides of the House, I'm tempted to repeat the advice that Lloyd George gave to Churchill during the Norway debate of 1940, which is not to make himself an air raid shelter to protect his colleagues, in this case the Prime Minister, from the splinters. And if, in fact, the Prime Minister's case is as strong as he makes out, can he explain why, if I remember correctly, only a single backbencher made a speech from his own backbenches in the Prime Minister's favour?
With respect, this was an emergency debate, obviously, Deputy Speaker, that was secured by the opposition. I am here setting out the case very, very clearly, and we've had a number of contributions on this side of the House, but he knows I have affection for him as well across the House and the work that he does, and included his role chairing many important committees in this House before. Madam Deputy Speaker, many honourable and right honourable members have asked a number of specific questions, including about vetting process and security clearances that applied in this particular case, and I fully understand the interest in doing so, and undoubtedly other questions will be raised in the course of discussions in this place. And Madam Deputy Speaker, as you will know, including precedents from the last government, it is the practice of successive administrations not to comment on which officials have access to confidential information, and that remains the case today. And I do want to pay some particular attention to this, Madam Deputy Speaker, because this is important, and there have been very sensible questions raised by members here. The national security vetting process is confidential, and the UK Government's vetting charter includes an undertaking to protect personal data and other information in the strictest confidence, and I am not therefore going to depart from that approach here today and release personal information about an individual's confidential vetting. However, while I will not talk about the confidential details relating to this case, I can provide details of the overall processes that were asked about by a number of people, including the honourable gentleman who initiated the debate. Prior to the announcement of Lord Mandelson's appointment as Ambassador, the Propriety and Ethics team in the Cabinet Office undertook a due diligence process, and after Lord Mandelson's appointment was announced on the 20th of December 2024, the FCDO started the ambassadorial appointment process, including national security vetting. That vetting process was undertaken by UK Security Vetting on behalf of the FCDO and concluded with clearance being granted by the FCDO in advance of Lord Mandelson taking up his post in February. I will give way to him.
Grateful to the honourable gentleman and accepting that private data cannot be disclosed. But I wonder whether there was a mechanism that he could ask the ISC whether they would look into if somebody had been known to have had a close association with a convicted paedophile and they were a civil servant, etc., would they have passed the vetting process to have such a sensitive position? That could be something he passes on to the ISC to look at, because this goes to the heart of the situation. I very much doubt, Madam Deputy Speaker, that people with that sort of association would be given the highest security clearance.
Speaker, I know the honourable gentleman makes that point with sincerity, but I am not going to comment on the national security vetting process. It wouldn't be appropriate. It's been consistent from government to government. And, Madam Deputy Speaker, I'm not going to give away. The honourable gentleman was not here in the debate, and he's popped up now trying to intervene on me. Madam Deputy Speaker, national security vetting is a long-standing formal process undertaken by UK security vetting on behalf of individual departments and reporting back to them. National security vetting helps departments to identify and manage risks where individuals have access to sensitive assets or sites. And there are established processes, Madam Deputy Speaker, within national security vetting to consider any security concerns raised and manage such risks appropriately. And this is very important, Madam Deputy Speaker. The national security vetting process is rightfully independent of ministers who are not informed of any findings other than the final outcome. Exactly the same procedures on that were followed in this case. I will make a little bit more progress and then I'll happily give way. As I said at the start, Madam Deputy Speaker, but returning to the fundamental question that has been asked by many honourable and right honourable members, in light of new information, the Prime Minister made the decision to withdraw Lord Mandelson as ambassador. The Prime Minister took decisive action on these issues, and now the government's focus is seizing the opportunities of our US partnership as we look forward to the next phase of government, moving from fixing the foundations to driving forward growth and national renewal. And a lot of honourable and right honourable members asked very sensible questions about the relationship with the United States, our economy, our security, the state visit that is happening this week. And I would point the House, Madam Deputy Speaker, to the fact that last week we secured and announced a £400 million contract with Google Clouds, boosting secure communications between the UK and US and building new intelligence capabilities for the UK Armed Forces. On Sunday, Madam Deputy Speaker, we announced over £1.2 billion of private US investment in the UK's world-leading financial services sector, and that new investment is going to create 1,800 new jobs across the UK and boost benefits for millions of customers. And just yesterday, Madam Deputy Speaker, we announced a new UK-US partnership on civil nuclear power as part of our drive to put billions of pounds of private investment into clean energy, and I look forward to further announcements over the coming days.
Order. I can barely hear the Minister. Minister.
Well, thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I have, Madam Deputy Speaker, I think you've taken a number of interventions, and I do want to make some points and make some progress here. Honourable and right honourable members asked about the US-UK relationship. I can tell them that it's strong, it's thriving and it's growing, Madam Deputy Speaker. These steps are going to make sure that our two nations continue to lead the world in innovation. We have trade worth over $315 billion last year, and the US and UK economies are inextricably linked. And through the state visit, we will take that relationship even further, making trade investment deals that will benefit hard-working families across these countries and regions. I will happily give way.
I'm most grateful to the Minister giving way. Last week, the Prime Minister expressed confidence in Lord Mandelson. This week, does this Minister express his confidence in national security vetting?
Madam Deputy Speaker, of course I have confidence in our national security vetting staff. They do incredibly important work keeping this country safe, and I am not going to comment on individual cases. I've been very, very clear about that. But can I just return to the fundamental question that he and others asked, Madam Deputy Speaker? I will happily go to the Chair of the Committee.
I wondered if the honourable gentleman might help us with this. In the letter that the new Foreign Secretary wrote to me, she told us that the proprietary and ethics team in the Cabinet Office conducted a due diligence process prior to the announcement of the appointment at the request of number 10. The FCDO was not asked to contribute to that process, and no issues were raised with the FCDO as a result of that process. Is the honourable gentleman, now that he's heard that, was he surprised that the Foreign Office were not involved in that?
Madam Deputy Speaker, I've set out the process very clearly, and I know the Chair has had that letter. It does set it out very clearly in the letter, and she may have missed just slightly at the start of the debate the commitment I made to her and indeed members of her committee about considering all options to support the committee in their work in the future in relation to pre-scrutiny processes. I think it was a very important and sensible point that she made. Madam Deputy Speaker, I'm going to conclude because I do want to get back to the fundamental question here, Madam Deputy Speaker, which is that the Prime Minister has made clear that Lord Mandelson should not and would not have been appointed as ambassador in light of the shocking information that came to light in the past week. And the argument, Madam Deputy Speaker, that we've heard today from members opposite is that this was clear all along. But, Madam Deputy Speaker, if the full depth and extent of this relationship had been so obvious, I hardly think that Lord Mandelson would have been one of the leading candidates to become Chancellor of Oxford University. But he was, and Madam Deputy Speaker, I highly doubt that he would have been offered a job as presenter on Times Radio, but he was. And Madam Deputy Speaker, when he appeared on BBC Newsnight, Madam Deputy Speaker, a programme that's done very important work investigating the crimes of...
Order. Is it really a point of order?
It is a point of order.
Point of order, Desmond Sway.
Am I mistaken in my belief that there is a convention in the House that when the Leader of the Opposition puts her hand on the dispatch box and seeks to intervene, the Minister gives way?
This is not a matter for the Chair, and it's entirely up to the Minister if he wishes to give way or not. Minister Doughty.
Madam Deputy Speaker, I was making an important point about the scrutiny that BBC Newsnight had done on Jeffrey Epstein, and I'd expected such serious questions would have been asked of him, but to my recollection, none were. And indeed, I'm glad that the Leader of the Opposition wants to intervene on me, because I have a question for her. She and the Shadow Foreign Secretary, indeed other people who've been speaking on the other side, have regularly raised questions today. But I would ask them, did they raise a word in this House about Lord Mandelson's appointment before last Wednesday? Because I don't have any records of that. And in fact, actually, the record shows that they didn't raise that. They didn't raise questions. And the reality is that in light of new information, the Prime Minister has acted decisively. I will give way. Perhaps
Madam Deputy Speaker, we didn't need any new information to know that this was an unsuitable appointment. And the Minister is, making a doughty defence of Lord Mandelson. The truth is, this debate has been about the Prime Minister's judgment. When I was a Secretary of State and questions were asked about judgment, I didn't send junior ministers to answer my questions. I faced the House and I explained what had happened. The Prime Minister is not doing so. So will he now commit to answering all the questions which I asked in writing, and also will he take this opportunity to apologise to the victims? He has not done so. The government has not done so. The debate is nearly over. Will he take this opportunity to apologise to the victims for the appointment of Lord Mandelson?
Madam Speaker, perhaps the Leader of the Opposition wasn't in her seat at the start of the debate, because I made very clear our position on Epstein's victims and our horror at the revelations, and all of our thoughts to be with them. And I made that point in sincerity in response to the points that have been made across this House. And I say it again, Madam Deputy Speaker, but she couldn't answer the question. She didn't raise this issue before last Wednesday, and if it was also obvious, why didn't she do that? So,
Order. I hope it's a proper point of order. Dr. Luke Evans, point of order.
Mr. Speaker, I raised myself an example during the debate, so I'd hate for the ministers to mislead the House inadvertently, using the example of the Sky News and the member for Melton, who talked about exactly this, raising concerns about Mr. Mandelson. So even in the debate, we had evidence of what this side had been doing back in May, talking about the inappropriateness of this ambassador.
Heard enough. That is not a point of order. Minister Doughty.
Madam Deputy Speaker, I was referencing whether this had been raised in this House by the Leader of the Opposition and others. Madam Deputy Speaker, the Prime Minister has acted decisively in response to this new information, which is exactly what should have happened. The former ambassador has been withdrawn. The Prime Minister and this government are focused on deepening our special relationship with the United States in the interests of people across the Atlantic, for jobs, for growth, for prosperity, for security, for our defence. And that relationship with the United States, Madam Deputy Speaker, is a relationship that has endured, is enduring, and will endure for the prosperity and security of our peoples well into the future. Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker.
I come to David Davies to wind up.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. I'm going to pause for a second. Firstly, I'll say to the Minister, I think everybody who spoke in the House, everybody, remembered the victims. Yeah. And after the sound of this political gunfire is long forgotten, they will still be suffering the scarring of what happened to them as a result of Mr. Epstein's behaviour. And I would say to him that without U-turns or whatever, he should say to his Prime Minister that the next possible opportunity at that dispatch box, he should apologise to those victims for what the government has done to date. Right? So that's the first thing I'll say to him. The second thing is, he is, of course, highly respected in this House. You know, I see him there almost as sort of the last Spartan at Thermopylae, full of arrows as he stands there trying to defend an impossible position. And that's, you know, it's a position a number of us have been in ourselves, so I have some sympathy for it. But the simple truth is, I found it really hard to reconcile what he said about this clearance process with what I know was known by the agencies as long ago as 2008 about Mandelson's behaviour, connections and the like. And the possibility, one of my honourable friends talked about compromat, the clear possibility of compromat. So I find it very difficult to reconcile that with what he said. And all I can say to him is that there seem to be two possibilities. One is that, as often happens with direct vetting, that the agencies produce to the Minister a series of risks, and the Minister, in this case the Prime Minister, I assume, decides those risks are worth taking. So that's one possibility. The other possibility is that the vetting process was completely broken, and somehow or other it did not detect all of these things that were in plain sight. And that strikes to me as implausible. So I'm afraid what he's told the House doesn't seem to figure, particularly when it's added to the Chairman of the Select Committee's comments about the propriety and ethics team's report being produced effectively without the FCDO's input, which again is absolutely astonishing. Now, the House itself has been remarkably unanimous, I think with one exception, he's sitting over there. The Leader of the Opposition made her characteristically sharply focused speech, and she said a number of things which almost uniquely the leader of every other party here agreed with, which is that we need the information. We need the accountability. And what does that mean? What does that mean? My honourable friend, the member for Aldridge Brownhills, really highlighted. We need to release all the documents, and not to hide behind security. There is no security issue here in terms of the national interest. The issue is this system working? And we cannot know unless we see those documents. We need the ministers involved and the advisers involved to appear before the relevant select committees and answer questions on this matter. And frankly, if he wants to hide behind security, they can even do that in camera, so long as it's done properly and that they have the opportunity to test some of these assertions. And he and others got a good deal of good advice from a number of people, most notably the father of the House, but others too, when they said that these problems are bad enough when they're in the original era, but they get worse in the cover-up. They get worse if you don't actually admit what's happened. And so honesty is not just important in this, it's also a survival characteristic for the ministers involved. So I have to say to him today that he, as I said, he's the last Spartan of Thermopylae. He's not been sent here with the weapons to deal with this. He's not been sent here with the answers to the questions that we all properly have. And so I'm going to finish as I started, by reminding him about that bill that they announced today. Yes. You know, the first words of it say, or the first words of on the order paper say, a bill to impose a duty on public authorities and public officials to act with candour, transparency and frankness, to make provision for the enforcement of that duty in their dealings with inquiries and investigations, and to require public authorities to promote and take steps to maintain ethical conduct within all parts of the authority. Well, that's what we expect. And frankly, if we don't get the answers, and by the sounds of it we're not going to get the answers, we will return to this matter. I suspect the entire opposition will return to the matter. I suspect some opposition within his own party will return to the matter. And when he eventually passes that bill, I guarantee I'll be seeking to make sure that ministers are covered by it too, not just... And then, next year, look what happens. Thank you.
The question is as on the order paper. As many as that opinion say aye.
Aye.
The contrary, no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. I'll give the front benches a few moments to swap over as we prepare for the 10-minute rule motion. Colleagues need to leave quietly and quickly.
Is there another?
Miss Gilmore, Miss Gilmore, Miss Stauberry, this is not the time or the place. We come to the 10-minute rule motion, child poverty strategy, removal of the 2-child limit, and I call Kirsty Blackman.
Much, Madam Deputy Speaker. For too long, children have been left behind, and no decisive action has been taken to address the root causes of poverty. This is completely unacceptable. No child should be left hungry, cold, or have their future held back. That's why we're prioritising work on an ambitious child poverty strategy, and my ministers will leave no stone unturned to give every child the best start at life. These were the Prime Minister's words in July 2024, 426 days ago now. Except, Madam Deputy Speaker, action has not been taken. It hasn't been taken by today, it won't be taken tomorrow, it won't be taken in the spring of 2025 as promised, but it's been punted back to the autumn. Since the Prime Minister made this statement, 100 more children a day have been pushed into poverty by the 2-child cap. 100 more every single day. Failing to take action to tackle child poverty has left more children in families who are unable to afford the essentials. The 2-child cap has pushed 730,000 more children into poverty. How much longer do these children have to wait? The 2-child cap is cruel and it must be scrapped now. These children and families are having their life chances and their futures actively harmed by the persistent dithering and delay of the Labour Party. If child poverty really was a priority for this Labour government, the Prime Minister would have scrapped the cruel 2-child cap on day one of his premiership. He's now had over a year to do so. Labour is supposed to be the party of the left. What more progressive policy could there be than drastically cutting child poverty overnight? The UK is the only country in the world that withholds state support from children based on there being more than 2 in a family. A lone parent with 3 children who works full-time for the minimum wage is currently £4,500 a year under the poverty line if they're affected by the 2-child limit. Scrapping the policy would mean that that worker would be £1,000 a year still under the poverty line. Even on median earnings, a lone parent with 3 children working full-time is currently under the poverty line if she's hit by the 2-child limit. The Child Poverty Action Group said, poverty harms children's health, social and emotional well-being and education. It harms their childhoods and their futures. The 2-child cap is cruel and children are having to go without essentials. Over 7 million low-income families are still going without essentials like food, heating and basic toiletries. Joseph Rowntree Foundation figures for low-income families with 3 or more children say that almost 9 in 10 went without essentials. Over 8 in 10 were in arrears and 7 in 10 had taken out a loan to pay for essentials. 93% of families who responded to the Child Poverty Action Group's rolling survey said the 2-child limit meant that they struggled to pay for food. On the current trajectory, 34% of bairns will be in poverty by 2029-30, including half of all children in large families. Scrapping the 2-child limit would bring 670,000 people out of severe hardship immediately, including 470,000 children. CPAG have said abolishing the 2-child limit is the most cost-effective way to reduce child poverty, which is at a record level. Other experts and charities agree with this assessment. Stop arguing about affordability. Scrapping the 2-child cap will cut poverty at a stroke and is the most cost-effective way to do so. The 2-child cap is cruel. How are we still having to argue about this? The new DWP Secretary said last year that it's open to debate whether the 2-child cap is a harmful policy. It is a harmful policy. It's harming families and it's harming children. Why on earth would the Prime Minister put someone in charge of the DWP that willfully ignores every single expert when it comes to the two-child limit? The two-child cap is cruel and it's disproportionately impacting children in larger families, women and those in minority ethnic communities, people who are already vulnerable and already suffering disadvantage as a result of multiple issues. The two-child cap is cruel and it's unfair. But contrary to the government's arguments, this is not a problem of worklessness. 59% of families affected by the two-child cap have at least one working parent. By next month, 1 million children in working families will be hit by the two-child limit. Simply growing the economy won't change the lives of children in poverty. The Joseph Rowntree Foundation said we can't expect children to be ready for school or able to learn if they're going without the basics. The UK government won't see any progress on child poverty by the end of this Parliament, even with high economic growth, without investment in social security. We need real action, and we need real action to improve the lives of children and families the length and breadth of these islands. Scotland's the only part of the UK where child poverty is falling. This is a direct result of SNP policies, including the Scottish Child Payment, the Best Start Grant, the Baby Box, as well as the SNP government's decision to mitigate the bedroom tax and the two-child cap. In the SNP, we recognise that the two-child cap is cruel, and we will mitigate it from March 2026. But we shouldn't have to. On average, the poorest 10% of families with bairns are £2,600 a year better off in Scotland because of the Scottish Government's actions. In Scotland, both relative and absolute poverty are 9 percentage points below the UK average in 23-24. Keeping the two-child cap in place is holding Scotland back from reducing child poverty as much as we would like, and it's keeping children and families in the rest of the UK stuck in that cycle of poverty. Matching the Scottish Child Payment of £27.15 per child per week, scrapping the two-child limit, scrapping the benefit cap and the bedroom tax would take 2.3 million households out of poverty overnight, including 96,000 in Scotland. Sorry. But don't just believe me that the two-child cap is cruel. There are testimonies from the Child Poverty Action Group from parents. The two-child limit is the difference between us being in debt and not. We have utilities debt, and at the end of the month we have to use credit cards just to keep living. I didn't expect to be on universal credit. No one would want to be, and I don't plan to be on benefits forever, but nobody knows what's going to happen to them. We've been really struggling, and although we're starting to get out of debt, there are times when I don't eat so I can feed the children. I do my best to put healthy food on the table, but it's not always possible, and occasionally we've had to use a food bank. I never have a haircut because I just can't afford it. It doesn't feel fair that just because your child was born after a certain date, there isn't support for her, and you have to spread the support over all 3 children. I have to buy things on credit, and the children can't do the clubs they want to do. This policy is punishing children. That's what's wrong with it. I'm a taxpayer and my children will grow up and pay tax. The country expects them to. But when they need support now, there's no help for them. They've been deserted. The two-child cap is cruel and it's keeping children in poverty. Those who support scrapping the two-child cap include Save the Children, the Resolution Foundation, Sadiq Khan, Gordon Brown, Action for Children, Alison Thulis, the Trussell Trust, Andy Burnham, Abernus Estes, the Joseph Rowntree Foundation, Aberlour, Neil Kinnock, Bernardo's, Includim, and the Child Poverty Action Group. So many important Labour members, so many incredible charities that are working to oppose child poverty and remove it. This is a key test of whether the Labour government is capable of the change they promised the electorate, or whether Labour MPs will keep following a Prime Minister who's making the same mistakes that have hammered families and seen support for the Labour Party collapse during his first year in office. Labour MPs must vote for this bill and send the Prime Minister a clear message that a radical change in direction is urgent and it's essential. Downing Street is briefing newspapers that they will resist pressure from the SNP and Labour's soft left to scrap the cap. What's the point in Labour if they're not even willing to support soft left policies? This is a common sense change that will support working people. It is a cost-effective way to take children out of poverty. It will ensure that families can make ends meet and that parents are not facing a childhood going without essentials. I know that there are many Labour MPs that agree with me. If they hold their nose and refuse to vote in favour of this bill, in some misguided attempt to prop up the failing Labour government, they're choosing to put their party above the lives of children. Children who live in their constituencies. Children whose life chances are being hammered by the cruel two-child cap. All MPs, especially Labour MPs, must put maximum pressure on the DWP Secretary of State and the Chancellor to remove the cruel two-child cap once and for all. They can start by supporting the bill. History will judge Labour Party by their actions today.
Order. The question is that the honourable member have leave to bring in the bill. I call Peter Bedford.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And before I begin, I'd like to thank the honourable member for Aberdeen North for introducing the 10-minute rule bill today. And whilst we may not agree on that bill, I believe this House is at its best when members argue for what they believe in. And I'm glad we have the opportunity to do so today. Madam Deputy Speaker, my Conservative colleagues and I cannot support this bill. We oppose it because we fundamentally believe in two core principles: fairness and personal responsibility, and I believe that this bill undermines both. Let's be clear, this debate is not about the principle of child benefit. As the eldest of 3 children from a single-parent family, I know from my own lived experience the challenges faced by those in genuine poverty. Having to scrabble around at the end of the week to find enough money to keep the electricity meter running. Having to go next door to borrow a cup of sugar to the end of the week. Having to go about the basics at school that most of my friends had at the time. Every child deserves the best start in life, and we should support that. But what is being proposed is something entirely different. This bill seeks to remove the two-child benefit cap, a cap introduced by the last government to address a spiralling welfare system that was at times being abused. Madam Deputy Speaker, such a cap is fair to the hard-pressed taxpayer. Why should individuals already in receipt of state support gain additional benefit for having yet more and more children, whilst working families who get up early, pay their taxes and take full responsibility for their lives do not? Removing this cap would not foster fairness. It would penalise people we should be championing, working families who play by the rules. Madam Deputy Speaker, it is only the Conservative Party that is standing up for these families, promoting individual responsibility and protecting the country's fragile finances. Meanwhile, we have members on the government benches, not content with the chaos they've inflicted on the nation recently, now competing to be the most socialist, declaring their support for scrapping the cap, despite knowing full well it'll cost the country an eye-watering £4.5 billion a year. Madam Deputy Speaker, we must be honest with the British people. This is a massive unfunded commitment that doesn't reward people for doing the right thing. Simply put, I want to put to the House, why should a small business owner in mid-Leicestershire, already burdened with additional taxes, be asked to pay even more to support someone else's children, especially when they're struggling to support their own? Because at the heart of this is a philosophical debate. As Conservatives, we believe in incentivising work, not penalising those who seek it. We do not consign people to a life of state dependency. We encourage them to strive, to achieve and be the best they can be. Unfortunately, it's not just the government benches that are promoting this recklessness. The Green Party, for instance, wants to spend £40 billion on their radical net zero agenda while still backing the two-child cap's removal. And the SNP want to add billions to their welfare bill by pursuing an open borders immigration policy paid for by hard-working Scots. But most surprisingly of all, though, is the Reform UK's position. Many of their honourable members are proud Thatcherites, or so I thought, but they appear to have undergone a Damascene conversion. I believe they are now backing scrapping the cap, a policy that would hammer hard-working, ordinary white van men across the country. As we approach what would have been Mrs Thatcher's centenary, I can only imagine what she would have to say about such anti-aspirational and profligate approach to public finances. You simply cannot claim to want to reduce the welfare bill by pursuing policies that will push the bill up by billions. So let me speak directly to the British public, who are inherently conservative-minded. If your political beliefs are rooted in economic freedom and low taxation, Can you really support parties that want to take your hard-earned money and hand it to those unwilling to take responsibility? Only the Conservative Party stands with you. We believe in letting people keep more of the money they've earned. We believe in addressing poverty at its roots, not just writing cheques, but by reforming the system that traps people into dependency. Our approach is clear. As the Shadow Secretary of State has already said, a future Conservative government will stop sickness benefits for foreign nationals, fix the UK's sick note culture, and reintroduce face-to-face assessments to stop people gaming the system. We need to bring about a cultural shift where work, personal responsibility and self-reliance are once again core to our national ethos. As I said at the Work and Pensions Select Committee last week, we should not blindly throw money at the welfare system. We must instead highlight the importance of getting a job, promoting better financial management and upholding a meritocratic system where hard work always triumphs over idleness. Madam Deputy Speaker, we will vote against this bill today. We are the only party telling the uncomfortable truths about our out-of-control welfare system and the serious financial realities facing our country. We owe it to our constituents to protect the public purse. We owe it to hard-working families to uphold fairness. And we owe it to future generations to build a society built not on entitlement, but on effort, enterprise and aspiration.
The question is that the honourable member have leave to bring in the bill. As many as of that opinion say aye. Aye. Of the contrary, no. No. Division. Clear the lobby. The question is that the honourable member have leave to bring in the bill. As many as are of that opinion say aye. Aye. Of the contrary, no. No. The tellers for the ayes are Kirsty Blackman and Graham Ledbetter. The tellers for the noes, James Wilde and Lincoln Job. Order, order.
The ayes to the right, 89. The noes to the left, 79.
The ayes to the right were 89, the noes to the left 79, so the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Unlock. Who will prepare and bring in the bill?
Brian Leishman, Jim Shannon, Claire Hanna, Shan Berry, Liz Saville-Roberts, Jeremy Corbyn, Saoirse Eastwood, Stephen Flynn, Pete Wishart, Brendan O'Hara, John Milne and myself, Madam Deputy Speaker.
Kirsty Blackman.
Child Poverty Strategy, Removal of Two-Child Limit Bill.
Second reading what day?
Friday the 7th of November.
Friday the 7th of November. Point of order, Mike Wood.
Madam Deputy Speaker, on the 7th of April I tabled a question as Shadow Minister for the Cabinet Office to the Minister for the Cabinet Office asking about updating guidance for ministers to declare hospitality and meetings with social media platform. As this is the last sitting day before the 6-month anniversary of tabling that question, can I ask you, Madam Deputy Speaker, whether there's been any indication from the government as to whether they intend to either answer that question on the floor of this House or to perhaps write in the near future?
Can I thank the honourable member for having given notice of his point of order. He will know that that is not a matter for the chair. However, I'm sure the government front bench has heard his point of order and will be exhorting Cabinet Office colleagues to respond as soon as possible. The clerk will now proceed to read the orders of the day.
Sentencing Bill, second reading.
I beg to move.
The reasoned amendment in the name of Robert Jenrick has been selected. Minister to move the second reading. Secretary of State.
I beg to move that the bill now be read a second time. Madam Deputy Speaker, it was my pleasure to open this debate today, my first since being appointed Deputy Prime Minister, Lord Chancellor and Secretary of State for Justice. And it's an honour to be back on this beat and to take up this brief. Justice has always been at the heart of my politics over the last 25 years. Far from being abstract, it runs through every aspect of our lives, our education, our health, and the opportunities people have to succeed. And it shaped my own life from studying and practicing law to serving as a minister in the old Department for Constitutional Affairs and, of course, as Shadow Justice Secretary. And during David Cameron's period as Prime Minister, being asked to conduct an independent review on racial disparity in the justice system. Madam Deputy Speaker, I grew up as a working class kid in Tottenham and saw too many young black men end up on the wrong side of the law. I represented Tottenham during the 2011 London riots, addressing firsthand the destruction caused when peaceful protests were hijacked by violent criminals. And during the Lammy review, I also saw the state of our prisons operating close to maximum capacity, putting the public at risk of harm. Public protection is exactly why we have introduced the bill before us today. At the heart of it is the threat threat that the previous Conservative government left us with, that our prisons could run out of places entirely, with nowhere to put dangerous offenders, police without the capacity to make arrests, courts unable to hold trials, a breakdown of law and order unlike anything that we've seen in modern times. And as Deputy Prime Minister and Justice Secretary, I will never allow that to happen. Because the first duty, Madam Deputy Speaker of Government, is to keep the public safe. Of course I'll give way.
I'm grateful to the Deputy Prime Minister for giving way, and I broadly welcome the provisions in this bill which will take on the mess that the Conservatives left behind. But does the Right Honourable Member agree with me that it is important to get the balance right between the purposes of prison, particularly for violent crime, which is to rehabilitate criminals, but also be a deterrent, a punishment, and to maintain public safety and deliver restorative justice?
I say to the Honourable Gentleman, that's a very good summary. What we must have is punishment that works. And I'll go on in my speech to talk about this a bit later. But when you look at the record of the last government, and I wanted to look at figures very closely, the recidivism rates running at 60, 65, 68%. Something's not working when people are going back to prison over and over and over and over again. I got the department to give me the figure. Over 5 million offences. Victims. All of those offences have victims. We've got to do something about it, and I think the bill begins to get us into the right place. Because the first duty of government is to keep the public safe. But this bill is not only about preventing an emergency, it takes us back to the purpose of sentencing, which must be, as has been said, punishment that works. Punishment that works for victims who deserve to see perpetrators face retribution. Punishment that works for society who want criminals to return to society, not more dangerous, but less dangerous. And punishment that works to prevent crime. I give way to you, Honourable Lady.
To the Right Honourable Gentleman, and there's much to welcome in this sentencing bill, including the inclusion of restriction zone measures, which are a testament to the tireless work of my constituent Rhiannon Bragg and her fellow campaigners. There are details here that need to be clarified, though, and a couple of questions. Which offenders will be automatically included? Will these measures be applied retrospectively, and if so, to which offenders? Where will these zones be in relation to victims, and how will they be used and monitored in ways that are different to the current exclusion zones arrangements?
Well, can I begin by paying tribute to her constituents for fighting to ensure that we got the balance right. And at the heart of her question, and again I'll come on to this in a little time, and I know it will be explored in depth during committee stage, at the heart of this is the system we have now, which is effectively exclusion zones, excluding people from areas, and a lot of women who face domestic violence, a lot of women who've had stalkers, a lot of women who've faced violent men have had the situation where someone's been excluded. But actually, what we're doing is turning that on its head and restricting the individual to a particular place, or a particular house, or a particular street, which gives those women much more safety than they had in the past. And I hope that her constituents will welcome that, because I know it's something that particularly domestic violence campaigners were calling for. So it's punishment that works for victims who deserve to see perpetrators face retribution. It's punishment that works for society who want criminals to return to society, not more dangerous, but less dangerous. And it's punishment that works to prevent crime. And let me start, but I want to thank David Gork and his panel of criminal justice experts for carrying without the independent sentencing review, which laid the groundwork for the work. And I have to say, it was a thorough, comprehensive, excellent piece of work, and I went through it in detail, obviously, when I got into the job. And I also want to thank my predecessor, the member for Birmingham Ladywood, for her work in bringing the bill to this point. Madam Deputy Speaker, when it comes to prison places running out, our constituents right across the House ask the question, why don't we just build more prisons? That's what they ask on the street. And in the 14 years in office, and I couldn't really believe this because obviously I've been shadowing the Foreign Affairs brief, or I've been in the Foreign Affairs job. So it's been about 3.5, 4 years, Madam Deputy Speaker. So I thought the figure was wrong when I arrived in the department and they told me the figure. How many prison places did they find? How many cells was it? In 14 years in office, 500 cells was all they found. 500. Of course I give way. I look forward to the...
I thank the right honourable member for giving way. Earlier on, at Justice Questions, his department attempted to take credit for H&P Millsike, which was approved under the Conservative government, and attempted to take credit for the 1,468 places they confirmed to me in a written question. So will he acknowledge that the prison that he claimed for earlier was in fact started under this government in 2021?
Truth is, we're building places faster than the Victorians. We'll have got 14,000 by 2031. Stop baying like a child. Let me come to the point. He asked me about their record. Their record was violence, up in prisons. Self-harm, up in prisons. Suicide skyrocketed in prisons. Assaults rose by 113%. 272% increase in assaults on staff. That was the record. Look at it in detail on the MOJ. I mean, I have to say that I'll always give way to a brass neck, Madam Deputy Speaker.
I thank the right honourable member, and he won't remember, but I used to live adjacent to his constituency, and I remember what he was like as a local MP there. He didn't answer my question about the 1,468 places at H&P Millsike, and he accused me of baying like a child, and I appreciate that when he's on the back foot, he likes to give that little nervous chuckle to avoid answering the question. But could he address the point about the prison places that this morning his minister claimed were built by his government, when in fact they were started 4 years ago by the previous Conservative government? And could he answer the question instead of deflecting?
I've got to say, he hasn't challenged the figure of 500. Read the Ministry of Justice releases. 500, we will have 14,000 by 2031. Well, we're not in 2031. You're allowed to stand up in 2031 and tell us if we haven't achieved it, but that's our ambition. That's what we will achieve. I'm going to make some progress. I've had fun with the honourable gentleman, but I've got to make some progress now. So the government is funding the largest expansion since the Victorians. It's our first year. You know, clear that it's our first year, but we've opened nearly 2,500 new places in that period, and we are on track to add 14,000, I say to the honourable gentleman, by 2031. And in the next 4 years alone, we'll spend £4.7 billion on prison building. Answering that question that our constituents want, where are the prisons? But unless we act on sentencing as well, we could still run out of places by early next year. Demand is projected to outstrip supply by many thousands in spring 2028, and we cannot simply build our way out. We must reform sentencing, delivering punishment that works. Madam Deputy Speaker, the government's starting point is clear. The public must be protected. There are more than 16,000 prisoners serving extended, determinate or life sentences, those convicted of the most serious and heinous crimes. The former can only be released early by the Independent Parole Board, and the latter can only ever be released at its discretion. Nothing in this bill will change that, because this has got to be punishment that works. Those who commit the gravest crimes will continue to face the toughest sentences.
I'm grateful for the Deputy Prime Minister giving way. Road accidents caused by negligence and people on drugs and alcohol cause havoc for families that have lost members of their family. Will the Deputy Prime Minister join me in thanking those families and activist groups, including Road Peace, Matt McDonald and our local media in Birmingham and the journalist Jane Hayes for their campaign in bringing about life sentences for the worst driving?
Dangerous and reckless driving that takes innocent lives is a serious and painful issue. It's caused lots of anguish across our country. So I applaud the work of his constituents, and I thank him for raising this issue, and no doubt it's an issue that can be explored further at committee stage.
Point of order, Dr. Kieran Mullen.
I know that the new Justice Secretary won't want to be accused of misleading the House on such important matters. He momentarily referred to the measures before the House today not affecting the sentences for people accused of the gravest crimes. The measure before the House today will reduce sentences for rapists and child abusers. I'm sure he either thinks that those are grave crimes and he wants to correct the record, or he doesn't.
Order. That's quite simply not a point of order, but a point of debate, which I'm sure the Shadow Secretary of State could well come to in due course. Lord Chancellor.
I'm very grateful. I've got to say to the gentleman again, he's got to read the bill. He's really got to read the bill, because it doesn't reduce sentences. And he's really got to get to grips with the detail in the bill. And I hope that on committee stage, these things can be. It doesn't reduce sentences. What the bill, I'm going to make some progress. What the bill introduces is a new progression model for standard determinant sentences, in incentivising offenders to behave in prison. It draws heavily on reforms that were pioneered in Texas, which ended their capacity crisis. I was very pleased last week to meet Derek Conway, a leading Republican thinker. I refer him to Clause 20 and 21 that amend the release point for regular standard determinant sentences. A minimum of 1/3 will be served in prison. For more serious crimes at a standard determinant sentence, at least half must be served inside. And bad behaviour, violence, possession of a mobile phone could add more time in custody to ensure that the worst behaved offenders stay inside longer. We'll double the maximum additional days for a single incident from 42 to 84. I say to the honourable gentleman, I really do urge him, this has got to be punishment that works. Sentences that are tougher when offenders show contempt for the rules of prison. But what I think the public want, are people coming out of prison reformed. And that's what we're attempting to do. Madam, I will give way.
I've got a lot of sympathy with the sentencing bill, and I've got a lot of sympathy with the argument there's no point calling for long sentences unless you build prisons. I accept that. But I'm just worried about this presumption that if you're sentenced to less than 12 months, you shouldn't receive a custodial sentence. As a practicing barrister foreman, I understand the arguments why short sentences often don't work. But there are many offences, such as shoplifting, which are, people are complete pests, and they're causing enormous damage to the economy. So I'm afraid, I know it may sound hard, but sometimes you have to issue short sentences for this sort of offence. And really we should trust the courts and not try us in Parliament to impose our judgment on them.
Chancellor.
I do understand the seriousness that the father of the House is making in his point. Let me say this. The first thing is we're not abolishing short sentences. The presumption to suspend short sentences does apply, particularly where there is significant risk of harm to an individual. The last government commissioned work on this that David Gaunt relied on in his review. The work began in 2019, deep research. And the problem was that the recidivism rate for those who were committing short offences was just desperate. They're prolific precisely because prison isn't working for this particular cohort. So what's also in the bill, and I think it's good Catholic stuff, is the intensive supervision court, where the judge is gripping what is happening with that defendant. Is it drugs? Is it alcohol? Is it addiction? What's going on? Really gripping what's going on to get underneath the prolific offending. But I just want to emphasise, we're not abolishing short sentences entirely. I understand the point that he makes. So, under these measures, offenders who are released will still be deprived of their liberty. Immediately after prison, offenders will enter a period of intensive supervision by the probation service. Clauses 24 and 25 introduce a strengthened licence period with strict conditions tailored to risk and offence, and it will be possible to apply new restrictive licence conditions, stopping offenders from going to the pub, stopping them from attending football matches or driving cars, restricting their liberties, their life, in order to place conditions to stop them being prolific. Of course, I give it.
I'm very grateful to the Lord Chancellor for giving way. He describes a system which will rest heavily on the service of the probation service and on the reliability of tagging systems. Unfortunately, in my constituency's surgeries, I've recently heard from constituents living in fear as the victims of violent crime because the perpetrators have not been efficiently and timely tagged as they've been released. So can the Lord Chancellor assure us that there will be adequate resources for the probation service and that the contracts given to tagging firms like Serco will be supervised to ensure that they are of reliable standard?
Lord Chancellor.
Well, I'm very grateful to the honourable gentleman raising this issue, and it was why I ensured that my first visit was to a probation setting. I pay tribute to our probation workers. They really deserve full credit for all that they do. It's been important for us to find the extra resources to put into probation, to grow the numbers, to grow the support, and of course to ensure that there is appropriate supervision of tagging, to fine Serco where necessary, but to ensure that the system is robust and it works. And of course, it's a priority for this government, as you would expect, and I'm grateful for him raising the importance of probation.
I thank the Deputy Prime Minister for giving way. I saw a really worrying statistic that 1 in 20 people in the UK will be victims of domestic violence. This is truly shocking, and I'm sure one that communities like mine in Harlow will be particularly concerned about. Can I ask what the bill will do to tackle this scourge?
Chancellor.
Well, domestic violence is a serious issue, and this is why having a flag in the system to ensure that particular cohort of offender, having the appropriate provisions to ensure that those offenders who might leave and continue to can be recalled to prison is important, and is particularly important to domestic violence campaigners. It will be possible to apply a new restrictive licence conditions that, as I said, and tagging, as has been mentioned, will also be central to depriving offenders of their freedom while they are outside, which is why I'm introducing a new presumption that every offender is tagged in our system on leaving prison. Reoffending rates, as I've said, are 20% lower when curfew tagging is used in community sentences. Today, around 20,000 people in the justice system are tagged. This expansion will see up to 22,000 more tagged each year, many under curfews and many under exclusion zones as well. This is punishment that works, not just a spell inside, but strict conditions outside, enforced by technology that we know cuts crime. Madam Deputy Speaker, for the final phase of a sentence, the independent review recommended an at-risk period without supervision. And I think that that provision would cause concern across the House, so I've rejected this. Under this legislation, all offenders released into the community will remain on licence. The highest risk will receive intensive supervision. Others will remain liable for recall to prison, with any further offence potentially leading to recall, even if it would not normally attract a custodial sentence. The prospect of prison must continue to hang over offenders, both as a means of ensuring they mend their ways and as a punishment should they fail to do so. In June 2018, there were 6,300 recalled offenders in prison. Today, there are more than 13,500 prisoners in that category. And clauses 26 and 30, therefore, introduce a standard 56-day recall, and this gives prison staff time to manage risk and prepare for release. Some offenders will be excluded from this change and continue to receive standard term recalls, including those serving extended sentences and sentences for offenders of particular concern. And those referred to the parole board under the power to detain, it also includes those convicted of terrorism and terrorism-connected offences, national security offences, and those who pose a terrorist or national security risk. Those under higher levels of multi-agency public protection arrangements, levels 2 and 3, will also be excluded, which includes many of the most dangerous domestic abusers and sex offenders. And finally, those recalled on account of being charged with any further offence will be excluded too. They will only be released before the end of their sentence under a risk-assessed review, or if the parole board says they are safe. This too is punishment that works. Breach is met with swift consequences, so offenders know that recall is a real threat hanging over their lives. Madam Deputy Speaker, for some offenders, prison is sadly the only option. For others, we must ask whether custody is the most effective approach, and the evidence is damning. In the most recent cohort, over a third of all adult offenders released from custody or who started a court order reoffended. More than 60% of those on short sentences or less than 12 months reoffend within a year. This is the legacy of the last government, a system that fails to turn offenders away from crime and a revolving door of repeat offending. The scale is shocking. From July to September 2023, that cohort, 21,936 adults went on to reoffend within a year. And for the first time since 2018, they committed over 100,000 reoffences. And that's what happens when you fail to take the tough choices needed to reform the system, when you fail to invest in probation, as has been discussed, and when you fail to act on the evidence. Clause 1, therefore, introduces a presumption to suspend short prison sentences, expected to prevent over 10,000 reoffences each year. And let me be clear, this change will not abolish, as I said to the Father of the House, short sentences. Judges will retain the power to impose them, for instance, where there's a significant risk of harm to an individual, including victims at risk in domestic abuse cases, where a court order has been breached. For example, if a prolific offender fails to comply with the requirements of a community order of a suspended sentence, and in any other exceptional circumstances. Similarly, Madam Deputy Speaker, in Clause 2 widens the scope for suspended sentences, increasing the limit from 2 years to 3, but custody will remain available wherever necessary to protect the public. Clause 41 also updates the no real prospect test in the Bail Act 1976, clarifying that bail should be granted if custody is unlikely. But again, the courts will continue to be able to remand offenders where there is a need to do so. Here again, this is punishment that works, short sentences and custody reserved for those who pose a real risk, while others are punished more effectively in the community, unlike what we saw previously that left the offending out of control. And Madam Deputy Speaker, punishment must apply whether sentences are served inside or outside of prison. Just as offenders released from prison will face restrictions to their liberty, similar curtailments will be available for those serving sentences in the community. This includes, as I've discussed, tagging where appropriate, and clauses 13 to 15 in the bill will mean it could also include banning people from a pub, banning people from attending a football match, or banning people from driving a car. Clause 3 will also make it possible to introduce income reduction orders, requiring certain offenders with a higher income who avoid prison through suspended sentences to pay a percentage of their income for the good of the victims, making sure crime doesn't pay. And then there's community payback, which we also will expand. Working with local authorities, offenders will restore neighbourhoods, removing fly tipping, clearing rubbish, cleaning the streets. Again, this is punishment that works, liberty restricted, income reduced, hard work demanded to repair the harm that has been done. 80% of offenders are now reoffenders. Madam Deputy Speaker, alongside punishment, we must address the causes of crime. 4 intensive supervision courts already operate, targeting offenders driven by addiction or poor mental health. They impose tough requirements to tackle those causes. Evidence from Texas shows these courts cut crime with a 33% fall in arrests compared to prison sentences. Here, over 3/4 of offenders meet the conditions set, and we will expand their work, opening new courts across the country to target prolific offenders with expressions of interest now launched to identify future sites. And here again, we follow the evidence. Pilots show intensive courts cut crime, and we're going to scale them up. Madam Deputy Speaker, victims must be at the heart of our system, and too often in the past they've been an afterthought in the justice system. The bill changes that. Clause 4 amends the statutory purposes of sentences to reference protecting victims as part of public protection, requiring courts to consider victims, but we're going to go further. Clause 16 and 24 strengthen restriction on offenders' movements. Current exclusion zones protect victims at home but leave them fearful when they step outside. And so for that reason, the bill establishes a new power which restricts the movement of offenders more comprehensively than ever before. These new restriction zones, which will be given to the most serious offenders on licence and can be imposed by a court, will pin any offender down to a specific location and to ensure that the victims can move freely everywhere else, as campaigned for by the founders of the Joanna Simpson Foundation, Diana Parks, Hetty Barkworth-Nanton, who are in the public gallery, I understand, today. I pay tribute to them and all who have campaigned for this crucial change. It's vital that we ensure our monitoring is equal to the risk offenders pose and the protections that victims need. Clause 6 introduces a new judicial finding of domestic abuse in sentencing, and this enables probation to identify abuses early, track patterns of behaviour and put safeguards in place. I will give you.
Mr. Lord Chancellor. Does the Lord Chancellor agree with me and my concerns that neither the bill nor the excellent report that preceded it makes any mention of restorative justice, a process that truly puts the victim at the heart of the criminal justice process? And will he pledge in future legislation to address that omission?
Before the Lord Chancellor responds to that particular intervention, there are a huge number of his own backbenchers who would like to get in this afternoon. He might like to think about getting to the end of his contribution.
I'm grateful for the steer. You know how it is, Madam Deputy Speaker. My first outing, I was getting a little carried away with how good this bill is. The intensive supervision courts, of course, will be able to look closely at restorative justice, which the Honourable Gentleman rightly says is a fundamental part of our criminal justice system. Madam Deputy Speaker, there is this growing area of crime in relation to sexual offences, and I do think it's important that I mention the trial that has now been running for 3 years in the South West, piloting medication to manage problematic sexual arousal, and these drugs restrain sexual urges in offenders who could pose a risk to the public. They're delivered alongside psychological interventions that target other drivers of offending, including asserting power and control. And while the evidence base is limited, it is positive. And for that reason, we will roll the approach out nationwide, starting with 2 new regions, the North West and the North East, covering up to 20 prisons. I've discussed investing in probation, and minded by your encouragement, Madam Deputy Speaker, I want to just end by saying the bill ensures our prisons never run out of space again. But it does more than that. It ensures prison sentences rehabilitate turning offenders from crime. It ensures victims are at the heart of justice with safeguards in place. It expands effective sentencing outside prison for those who can be managed in the community. It follows the evidence of what works. It's pragmatic principle protecting the public, and it draws a clear line after a Tory record of failure. After 14 years that left the average number of reoffences per offender at a record high, Labour is delivering punishment that works through a justice system that follows the evidence. Keeping the public safe is the purpose of sentencing. I will give way.
Lord Chancellor for giving way. I want to, before he finishes, welcome and highlight the measures in the bill on offenders, particularly clauses 7 to 10. This responds directly to Russia's increasing use of petty criminals instead of their own agents in their campaigns of sabotage. This is something my constituents have already been directly affected by after the warehouse arson incidents and Islamophobia vandalism incidents earlier in the year. Does he agree with me that we need to advertise clearly that petty criminals who work with malign states will be investigated, tried and sentenced in line with the threat they pose?
I'm very grateful to my honourable friend, and he knows that unfortunately in my previous role I saw the increased risks of state threats and the pedagogy that states were pursuing to pursue these crimes. It is absolutely right that a sort of cohort of young men, petty criminals, are being used not just by Russia. There are other states that we could mention as well, and it is important that those crimes are dealt with here. So I will give.
Before the Lord Chancellor finishes, could I direct him to Part 4 of the bill, which is one of those parts which applies to the whole United Kingdom, and it provides for the deportation of criminal offenders. Has the Lord Chancellor considered the viability of that necessary clause in light of the fact that within Northern Ireland, because of Article 2 of the Windsor Framework, there are enhanced protections, sadly, by virtue of the importation of the EU's Charter for Fundamental Freedoms? And will the Lord Chancellor take steps to ensure that Part 4 will in fact apply to all the United Kingdom by imposing a notwithstanding clause, notwithstanding Article 2 of the Windsor Framework, that the same provisions will apply across the United Kingdom, because it really would be preposterous that foreign criminals could be deported from one part of the United Kingdom but not from another?
Well, I want to say to the Honourable Gentleman, our intention is clear, that foreign national offenders must be removed from our system. We will study this in detail in committee. I'm proud that under my watch as Foreign Secretary we increased by 14% the returns that we were making. It's hugely important that they do not feel able to come to our country and commit crime unimpeded. I think I must draw to a conclusion, or I'll upset Madam Deputy Speaker. Keeping the public safe is the purpose of sentencing. It's the purpose of this government, and I beg to move that this bill now be read a second time.
The The question is that the bill be now read a second time. Shadow Secretary of State Rob Jenrick.
Well, thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and can I welcome the Right Honourable Gentleman, the member for Tottenham, once again to his position and congratulate him again on his demotion to Deputy Prime Minister. When he rose to introduce the sentencing bill earlier, I half expected him to rise waving a flag instead of a bill. Not a Union flag or a St George's flag, of course, although if he were inclined, I'd be happy to come to his constituency and help him put those up. But instead, a white flag. A white flag because this bill is nothing less than a complete and total surrender. A surrender of our streets and our safety to the criminals presently terrorising them. The Justice Secretary is already a man known for surrendering the Chagos Islands, but if this bill passes, he'll be remembered as the man who surrendered our streets to criminals here at home too. And make no mistake, Madam Deputy Speaker, this is a plan that will unleash a crime wave across the country, paving the way, in a moment, paving the way for fresh injustices on our streets. The Right Honourable Member is fond of quoting figures and principles, so let me quote some back. For some context, up to 43,000 criminals will avoid jail every year as a result of this plan. The numbers are eye-watering. That is over half of all offenders who currently go to jail. This is the biggest single reduction in sentences in British history. The backbone of this bill is a brand new presumption against short sentences. In practice, this means Labour are abolishing prison terms under 12 months. It is all bar impossible for an individual to be sentenced for 12 months or less. And who is this? Who is this? Because let's be honest with ourselves. Let's be honest about who we're talking about here. Burglars, shoplifters, thieves, even thugs convicted of nasty assaults will henceforth be spared jail and handed a community order instead. If we apply this bill to those imprisoned last year, that would mean up to 3,000 thugs jailed for assaulting an emergency worker, avoiding jail. 3,000. 1,200 violent offenders convicted of grievous bodily harm, avoiding jail. 11,000 shoplifters terrorising communities in each and every constituency in this House, avoiding jail. 2,700 burglars who rob families of their peace of mind, avoiding jail. And 600 muggers who strike fear into people going about their daily business on the streets of this country, avoiding jail. Those figures are eye-watering. This is a get-out-of-jail-free card on an unprecedented scale. And I'll give way to the Honourable Lady.
In the spirit of honesty, does the Shadow Minister recognise that it was the previous government who left our prisons at 99% capacity for most of the recent years, led out 10,000 prisoners, largely in secret, and brought our criminal justice system to the brink of collapse? Does he take responsibility for all of that?
Robert Jenrick.
The Honourable Lady maybe doesn't remember that in the last years of the last Conservative government, they let out 80,000 criminals onto our streets. That's how they emptied the prisons, not by building more, but by opening the doors. We didn't do that. Look, there is a better way. Another way is possible. And that is the fact that a third of all those in our prisons are either foreign national offenders or individuals on remand. So the answer to this challenge is get the foreign national offenders out of our prisons, out of our country, and the number of foreign prisoners in our prisons have gone up under Labour. Yep. And the second answer is to fix the remand problem by getting the courts sitting round the clock, getting the court backlog down. And what's happened to the court backlog? It's gone up. The court backlog's gone up. If the honourable lady is looking for someone to blame, look no further than her own front bench. Now, behind the many thousands of criminals who will walk free because of this bill are thousands of victims. Each has a harrowing story. Take Daniel Tweed. He launched a vicious attack on his partner in their home in Northampton. He punched her multiple times. He dragged her by her hair. He kicked her, stamped on her. She was subsequently taken to hospital. He was sentenced to 12 months. 12 months. Someone said that's not enough. I agree. I agree. Most people in this country would say that is not enough. That disgusting man should be in jail for far longer. But under this bill, violent domestic abusers like Daniel will walk free. Will walk free.
Yes, they will.
Be under no illusions what you're voting for this evening. Daniel Tweed and men like him will walk free. There is no specific domestic abuse carve-out from the presumption against short sentences. That is what we are voting on tonight. I'll happily give way to my right honourable friend.
Extremely grateful to my honourable for giving way. The truth that dare not speak its name, at least not on that side of the chamber, is that the public know what many on this side know too. That many more people should be imprisoned for much longer. Successive governments have failed to grasp that nettle because they've given in to what the Home Secretary, who, by the way, is a personal friend of mine, what the Home Secretary, he's desperate to avoid that. What the Home Secretary amplified today, this foolish idea that crime is an illness to be treated rather than a malevolent choice to be punished. We need a retributive justice system that recognises what the public recognise. The people like the person the thug that my right honourable friend described need to be punished and punished severely.
Well, I couldn't agree more with my right honourable friend. Look, the truth is this. Most people in this country are already raging at the fact that criminals get let out of prison early. They were sick of that happening under the last government. And what is this government doing in response? They are letting out more, and they are asking them to serve even shorter sentences. That isn't justice. That is not what the people of this country want. I'll give way to my honourable friend.
I was just struck by the example he gave of someone who committed a vicious assault only getting 12 months and now getting no months and no prison time at all. But of course it could work the other way round. It could be that when a judge is forced to confront the fact that if he gives a sentence of only 12 months for a vicious attack, the prisoner will walk free, he may feel he has to make the sentence somewhat longer, in which case the government's plan to free up a prison space won't even work, will it?
Well, my right honourable friend may well be right, and a number of the policies introduced by this government have had the most extraordinary unintended consequences. Earlier, the Secretary of State said that a number of people have been recalled. Well, that is because of the failure of the policy of the government. It's because they let out people on earlier release who should not have been let out. So who knows what the unintended consequences of these policies are? But I'd ask every member of this House one thing. Think what you would say to the victim of Daniel Tweed. Should that man be walking the streets of this country, or should he be in jail? I know what I would say. I know what we believe on this side of the House. Now, ministers defend this by saying short sentences are counterproductive, noting that 62% of offenders who serve under 12 months reoffended within a year. But here's the thing. 100% of criminals left on the streets have the opportunity to reoffend immediately. It is cold comfort to the victim of burglary that a man who ransacked her home gets a stern talking to. Unpaid work, or worse, prison outside prison, that ludicrous and empty slogan put out by the Right Honourable Gentleman's predecessor, rather than even a few months behind bars. Short sentences exist for a reason. Sometimes a short, sharp shock is exactly what's needed to change behaviour. And sometimes, frankly, a short sentence is the only thing standing between a dangerous individual and their next victim. The approach in this bill is totally naive. Now, Madam Deputy Speaker, the government celebrates their new earned release progression model as the centrepiece of this bill, a Texas-inspired scheme, we're told. Well, this couldn't be further from Texas if the Right Honourable Gentleman tried. Texas has triple the incarceration rate of England. Who exactly will benefit from the Justice Secretary's new scheme? Burglars, rapists, paedophiles, and those convicted of domestic abuse-related offences like battery, stalking, coercive and controlling behaviour. Disgracefully, all of these prisoners who supposedly behave themselves will be released after serving just a third of their sentence. Yes, 1/3. Behave themselves, not rehabilitated, as the Secretary of State suggested. They're not having to come out with some skill or a course or restorative justice. Just not be a thug whilst they're in jail. Is that all we're asking for now? Only the so-called most dangerous offenders are excluded. Forgive me if I'm not reassured. If a violent domestic abuser who was given, say, 9 years can stroll out of prison in 3 years because he attended a few workshops and kept his nose clean on the inside, how exactly does that protect the public? How does that protect the victim? How is that justice? Well, the Conservative government had actually moved to toughen sentences for serious crimes, requiring many violent and sexual offenders to serve 2/3 of their term before release, precisely to stop such tragedies. Now the Justice Secretary seeks to reverse that vital progress and water it down again to half. Hard-working, law-abiding citizens are being told that their safety hinges on a criminal's good behaviour after conviction rather than the severity of the crime itself. Public safety should depend on what criminals did to their victims and whether they remain a threat to the public, not on whether they earn gold stars on a prison conduct chart. To sugarcoat the largest reduction in sentences in the history of our country, the government promises intensive supervision of offenders in the community. And even that assumes our probation service, which he was right to say is stretched to breaking point, has the capacity to monitor the beeping lights on all these new tracking devices. Questions earlier today, the Secretary himself said that the contract wasn't working. He said it himself. And yet we are now going to place even more reliance on tags. Tags, for goodness sake. Is that justice? Madam Deputy Speaker, who exactly will watch them? We're told probation officers are already swamped, struggling with huge caseloads and staff shortages. There are 104% capacity. Now, every petty thief, burglar and drug dealer who would have spent a few months in prison will instead be out in the community with a mere tag between them and their potential victim. How does the Justice Secretary seriously suggest that this will stop a violent offender from abusing their partner? If he does, he should explain it to the House. And what of the expanded menu of community restrictions that ministers are so proud of? The bill gives courts powers to ban offenders from certain activities and places, bars, pubs, sporting events. The press release that was issued to the media gleefully talked about criminals being barred from football matches and pubs as a way to curtail their freedom. But are there any Labour MPs here today who truly believe that these bans will strike fear into the hearts of hardened offenders? Don't be ridiculous. A career burglar or repeat shoplifter will not quiver at the thought of being forbidden from entering the Dog and Duck. Ridiculous. Now, I turn to some of the less trumpeted parts of the bill, the changes to parole and the oversight of the Sentencing Council. These are technical on the surface, but they reveal much about the government's priorities. First, parole. In a little noticed clause, the bill repeals the power that would have allowed the Secretary of State to require certain parole board cases to have particular members, like ex-police officers, on the panel. That power was designed by the last government to ensure that for the most serious, high-stakes release decisions, there was a law enforcement perspective in the room, someone who's seen the worst of what offenders can do. Well, now the Justice Secretary just scrapped it entirely before it even came into force. So when a convicted murderer or rapist comes up for parole, they will no longer be guaranteed that there is a voice of law enforcement or a victim's champion at the hearing. Removing that safeguard tilts the balance further in favour of the prisoner's release. Secondly, the Sentencing Council. The Labour government's new sentencing bill lifts the central idea from a bill we previously put before the House, which they voted down, but now support, having wasted Parliament's time with an interim act. Yet after all that, they water it down. They propose to force the Sentencing Council, which drafts judges' guidelines, to get approval from the Lord Chancellor and the Lord or Lady Chief Justice for new guidelines, and to submit an annual plan for ministerial sign-off. This is political oversight in principle, something Labour voted against when we proposed a stronger version, but in practice, it's too little too late. Only after I raised this issue on the floor of the House did ministers scramble to block those outrageous guidelines at the 11th hour. Even the former Justice Secretary had to admit such differential treatment is unacceptable, her words. But remember, if Labour had listened to us sooner, this entire debacle would have been avoided. The Sentencing Council is a creature of the last Labour government, a quango, deliberately insulated from democratic accountability. We warned that an unchecked council would go rogue, and it did. Sure enough, it tried to rewrite sentencing by stealth, and almost succeeded. Labour's belated tweak, requiring ministerial sign-off on guidelines, adopts our position that the council needs democratic oversight, but it barely scratches the surface. The truth is that the council is a totally flawed structure. When Labour set it up in 2009, they made it answerable to nobody. As a result, an unelected body nearly smuggled in identity-based sentencing. And if he really opposes identity-based sentencing, then let's look what's in the pipeline. Will he use this power on the forthcoming immigration guidelines, signed off by the last Labour Lord Chancellor, which will see Parliament's clear will that immigration offenders should be locked up and subject to automatic deportation denied? Will he scrap those guidelines? They're in his in tray. He's taking the power to do so. It's on him. And despite this being a new role for him, I'm sorry to say the Justice Secretary can't feign ignorance as to this approach. It was the Justice Secretary's 2017 review that fixated on statistical disparities in the justice system. His answer was not to enforce the law impartially, it was to impose outcomes by quota. His review's guiding principle was explain or reform, effectively demanding that if an institution can't explain a disparity in minority outcomes, it must change its practices until the numbers look equal. In theory, that sounds like holding the system to account. In reality, it invites social engineering and double standards. The Right Honourable gentleman openly champions equity over equality. In plainer terms, it means believing in bias by design. a justice system that explicitly favours some groups in order to tweak the statistics. We just saw the consequences of that thinking. The Sentencing Council's two-tier guidelines was a textbook application of the now Justice Secretary's long-held belief. A two-tier system where justice is not blind, as it must be, but rather squints at your skin colour, your gender, your faith or your age before deciding how to punish you. Well, on this side of the House, we will always believe in the universal principle of equality before the law, not equity. That's the difference. Now, turning to the matter of foreign criminals, for all of the Right Honourable Gentleman's remarks, as of the 30th of June of this year, there were 10,772 foreign nationals in our prisons, 12% of the total. That's up on last year. I will do.
I do thank Donald Trump for giving way. I mean, I am joining his one-man show of why he should be leader of the Conservative Party. He will get no argument from me on the fact that we need to reduce the number of foreign national offenders in our prisons. I agree. I think my party agrees that that is what we need to do. But between 2019 and 2024, the numbers under his government increased by 12%. He knows that it's a difficult thing to achieve. He knows there's not a simple answer, because if there was, his party would have done it in government. So rather than offering the simple magic wand solutions here, what is he actually offering that we can deliver, that will deliver a reduction? And if he knows the answer, why did he not do it when he was in government?
Well, firstly, the honourable gentleman is on rocky ground, because the current Justice Secretary literally put his name to a letter stopping the then government from deporting foreign criminals from our country back home to their own countries. He did. He did, I'm afraid. As I think did the Prime Minister and the now Home Secretary. You literally couldn't make it up. What is the answer to the question he asks? Well, I think it's simple. Change our human rights laws, address the European Convention on Human Rights, and so it is possible to remove each and every one of these foreign national offenders in a timely fashion. And then use every lever of the British state, whether it is revoking visas or suspending foreign aid, in order to achieve that. And let me give you an example of just how ludicrous the present situation is. When the Foreign Secretary, or the Justice Secretary, was Foreign Secretary, it is reported that he got into a debate with Pakistan as to whether they would take back 3 grooming gang perpetrators, rapists, back to their home country. And Pakistan held out, saying that in return for taking back their own citizens, despicable rape gang perpetrators, we needed to agree to resume flights from a disreputable airline which had had safety challenges in the past. How weak is this country? How weak is this country that we will not stand up to that? We're giving over £100 million a year in foreign aid to Pakistan. Use every lever of the British state to get these people out of our country, out of our prisons, so we don't have to release early, dangerous people, as this bill does. Now, I must make progress because I need to bring my remarks to a close. But in plain English, there are more FNOs overall. There are more FNO sex offenders in particular, while Labour's front bench spent years campaigning against their removal. This will only change if the Justice Secretary confronts the broken ECHR, which is the biggest legal obstacle to their removal. Everything else is tinkering. Everything else is tinkering. For the good of the country, I would urge him to support anyone within the government who seeks change to the ECHR, because he will never resolve this challenge unless he does. Now, Madam Deputy Speaker, this sentencing bill is soft on crime, is soft on criminals, and brutal on the hard-working, law-abiding people of this country. It offers oven-ready excuses to offenders to get out of jail early and cold comfort to victims. The Justice Secretary has a choice. He can plough ahead with this farce and watch as our streets are swept by the coming crime wave, or he can heed our warning, shared by victims' groups, rooted in common sense, and think again. The British people deserve safer streets. But instead, under this bill, they're going to get a jailbreak, and a crime wave is coming.
The original question was that the bill be now read a second time since when an amendment has been proposed as on the order paper. The question is that the amendment be made. Chair of the Select Committee, Andy Slaughter.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. Prisons in England and Wales are almost at capacity. The prison population currently stands at 87,578, with the current operational capacity being 89,664. The latest prison population projections estimate that the population will rise to between 95,700 and 105,200 by March 2029. This troubling picture means that reform is essential if we are to reduce the prison population and return to having a functional criminal justice system. I welcome the reforms suggested in the bill before us today, both as a necessity and as the right direction of travel for an effective prison system. The government's taken up most of the recommendations made in David Gauke's independent sentencing review, which, if taken together, will reduce the numbers in custody by almost 10,000. The prison system is in a unique place. It will accommodate the highest number of inmates in history while working hard to find non-custodial punishments for a growing number of offenders. This is necessary following the irresponsible neglect of the criminal justice system under successive Tory governments. It's also the first step to a prison and probation system that puts rehabilitation alongside punishment as an objective. That objective being a reduction in reoffending with its beneficial outcomes for offenders, victims and the taxpayer alike. So I have no issue with the strategy, but I do have serious concerns about the specific measures needed to achieve its purpose, and I turn to them now after giving way to my friend.
Sir John Hayes.
He's also courteous in the chamber. So let me be clear then. Is this policy, this bill, a result of too few prison places? And I acknowledge, by the way, that successive governments have built too few prisons. Or is it driven by a certain sort of ideology? Is it about rehabilitation, what I describe as the treatmentist approach to crime? Because there's a confused message emanating from this chamber. One hand, we're told it's a matter of convenience, because we haven't got the places. On the other hand, we're told it's a matter of principle, because we don't believe in prison. Where does the honourable gentleman stand on that?
It's not easily confused, and I'm going to turn to exactly that point later. But in brief, it's both. And there is a contradiction in it being both. Well, there is going to be a massive expansion in prison places. There are going to be more people in prison. But at the same time, partly to reduce that burden for the need for even more prisons to be built, and partly because there are alternatives to custody, there will be people leaving prison as well. It's a difficult trick to pull off. I appreciate that. My honourable friend, I'm sure, is very much up to the task. Yeah. The sentencing bill shifts the focus from custodial sentences to dealing with offenders in the community. It's paramount, therefore, that probation services are adequately funded to manage the substantial increase in workload, and that supporting resources, such as electronic monitoring, are both available and reliable. There are several measures in this bill that will increase the pressure on probation services. These include a statutory presumption to suspend custodial sentences of 12 months or less, an extension of the availability of suspended sentences to 3 years rather than 2, and new community orders, including banning offenders from public events and drinking establishments and prohibiting offenders from driving and imposing restriction zones on them. Its 2023-24 annual report and accounts, in that report, the overall annual leaving rate for probation service staff was over 10%. His Majesty's Inspectorate of Probation said, high workloads and a lack of support are critical factors in driving practitioners away from their roles. A report leaked to the BBC estimated there is currently a shortfall of around 10,000 probation staff, 4 or 5 times the number being recruited. I welcome the extra 700 million pledged during the spending review period to assist the probation service in dealing with these increased pressures. And this will be vital for filling this shortfall and increasing staff retention. And my friend the Secretary of State acknowledged that in response to my question earlier today, Justice questions. The success of the measures in this bill relies heavily upon the use of electronic tags. The Justice Committee has continually raised its concerns with the performance of Serco, the government's current tagging provider. In correspondence with the committee, dated the 7th of May this year, the Prisons Minister revealed to us the shocking fact that Serco had at that point received financial penalties for poor performance every month since they took on the electronic monitoring contract a year earlier. In oral evidence to the committee, ministers have recognised that Serco's performance has been unacceptable and that stronger punishments are possible for Serco should they continue to fail. These should include possible debarment and exclusion from bidding for public contracts. Indeed, some of us wondered how Serco was ever awarded that contract by the previous government after the appalling fraud that they committed during their previous tenure as contractor. Now, ministers have reassured us that Serco's performance is beginning to improve. It's difficult to see how the government continue to have faith in Serco, but it's also evident that they cannot easily shift to another contractor, as there appear to be no viable alternatives. If I may turn to another aspect of the bill, which is the earned progression model. But yes, of course, before doing that, I will give way.
For giving way. Naturally, I had assumed that if people were not going to serve short sentences, they were going, in many cases, to be tagged. It's very worrying to hear what he says about Serco's performance. Is he saying that effectively the people who are being tagged are not being properly monitored, in which case does this not put the viability of the whole system into question?
I think that is a valid concern from the right honourable gentleman. Ministers do assure us that the performance on the current contract is improving in exactly those areas. But of course, we're not just waiting for that improvement, we're putting a huge additional burden so that all of those offenders, the ones who would now not be incarcerated but will be in the community, will need tagging. So I worry that an unreliable contractor with a poor record, even if improving, is now being given a great additional burden. As I say, let me turn to another aspect of the bill. It amends the Criminal Justice Act 2003 to revise down the statutory release points for standard determinant sentence, SDS, prisoners, to 1/3. Though additional days added to time in custody as a consequence of breaches of the prison rules, 1999, known as adjudications, will be served after the 1/3 point. These changes follow the Sentencing Review's recommendation that the government should introduce an earned progression model for those serving SDS. The review argued that as a large proportion of offenders will be released after 1/3 of their sentence, custodial sentences should be used to incentivise good behaviour and focus on limiting the risks of reoffending. The criteria for compliance, as set out in the Sentencing Review, should include the expectation that the offender will engage in purposeful activity and attend any required work, education, treatments and/or training obligations where these are available. The review also held the view that as prison capacity eases and fuller regimes become possible, compliance requirements for earned release should become more demanding. I would appreciate clarity from the Minister on what exactly is meant by a more demanding regime. The Justice Committee is currently halfway through its inquiry into the rehabilitation and resettlement of offenders and has heard of the difficulties prisons face in administering proper rehabilitation programmes where prisons are full, which results in most of their efforts being focused on dealing with day-to-day incidents and combating widespread drug use. rehabilitative programmes also vary greatly between prisons. I welcome the steps taken towards an earned progression model in the bill and hope that they can free up capacity to allow for a better and more consistent rehabilitative regime. It's important that once these changes are made, rehabilitative regimes remain robust and continue to be focused on combating the behaviours that lead to reoffending, rather than being focused primarily on prisoners meeting the goals that lead to their early release. It's a rare point of agreement with the Shadow Lord Chancellor. Under the earned progression model, there is also the possibility that some prisoners may stay in prison for longer than they currently would, as they have not met the new criteria for release and are required to serve additional days. And that, of course, puts further strain on the numbers in prison. Prisoners should be provided with clear guidance setting out how they should implement the earned progression model. This will ensure consistency for prisoners subject to the model and ensure that victims are informed of what to expect under the scheme. So, in brief, I think we need, first of all, to ensure that the reasons for rehabilitation are clear. Are they undertaking additional work, or are they simply keeping your nose clean in prison? How rehabilitation will be used in prisons in the future, and indeed looking at every aspect of incarceration as to how the earned progression model will work. The bill contains two clauses which make provisions relating to the Sentencing Council. Clause 19 introduces a statutory obligation on the Sentencing Council to obtain joint approval from the Lord Chancellor and the Lady Chief Justice for all sentencing guidelines before final definitive guidelines are issued. It is borne out of the former Lord Chancellor's disagreement earlier this year with the Sentencing Council regarding their revised guideline on the imposition of community and custodial sentences. The revised guideline was the subject of much and often poor quality political debate at the time. The Lord Chancellor promised to further review the Sentencing Council's powers during the bill stages of the Sentencing Guidelines Pre-Sentence Report Act 2025 in April this year. At second reading of that bill, I expressed my concern that it could cause damage to the relationship between Parliament, the Executive and the Judiciary, and I express regret at how it had been used to support attacks on the judiciary. Concerns have been raised regarding the impact the Lord Chancellor's veto in Clause 19 could have on the judicial independence of the Sentencing Council. But if we are to have a double lock, perhaps we should have a triple lock,